Chapter 855. Original Dian Dynasty. Capital city of Shun, Nong, City Jiang Lianshan, had fallen, and the fate energy of the Dian Dynasty should have been dispersed. However, at this point, the fate energy of the Dian Dynasty appeared once again. Within the Flame God Hall, the doors to the hall were tightly shut, and there were only two people inside: the Jing Wei and the Fire Emperor. The Jing Wei sat on the dragon throne with an extremely ugly expression on his face. "My good brother? Ha ha ha. The moment you return, you want to fight for the throne? And Matriarch Ji? The great Yellow Dynasty has already been divided, and there's even the Wanshou Taoism between us. You actually dare to come back and fight for the throne? Is the Dian a battlefield for you to fight for?" The Jing Wei revealed a look of anger. Jiang realized the Crown Prince and the Yellow Emperor has connections. Not only do they want to fight for the throne, they also want the fate energy. The Fire Emperor frowned as he spoke. The Jing Wei's expression fell. "I have the regent's decree which my father left behind. Since my father has fallen, I'm the only one who can use the decree to gather the fate energy. If they want to fight for the throne, they can gather the new fate energy themselves. Why do they want me to use the decree to gather the new fate energy? Could it be that my father placed that item in the sea of fate energy?" "What item?" The Fire Emperor paused. "It's the most important treasure of the Dian Dynasty." "Ha ha ha. I was wondering why they supported me to become the emperor and even helped me gather the new fate energy. They need the original fate energy of the Dian Dynasty. They want that item." The Jing Wei's expression was extremely ugly. By helping the princess gather the new fate energy, the princess might be able to inherit the Dian Dynasty. When that happens, the Fire Emperor's eyes flashed with anticipation. Didn't you see? Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji came with such ferocity. How many strong cultivators did they bring with them? If I fight with them, I won't be able to get anything. Once they get the item, there's no need for me to live anymore. Now that they've imprisoned me, what else can I use to fight for the throne?" The Jing Wei's expression was extremely ugly. I'm still useless." The Fire Emperor sighed bitterly. "No, Uncle Fire Emperor, you can't be blamed. You've always been loyal and devoted to Father. Before you left, you even gave him the Fire Pearl. You've already done enough. Jiang Rulai, Empress Ji, you two ingrates. Father wholeheartedly nurtured you, but you actually hit me when I'm down," the elite guard said with an ugly expression. "What should we do now?" The Fire Emperor asked worriedly. "Sister? Only when Sister returns can we take revenge for Father and make those bastards pay with their lives," the Jing Wei said angrily. "Eldest Princess?" The Fire Emperor's face twitched. "Not bad. First Princess Jiang Yao." "No, the last time she was released, she didn't even want to acknowledge His Holiness anymore. She didn't even want the surname Jiang anymore. From then on, she changed her name to Yin. She hates His Holiness so much," the Fire Emperor said worriedly. "When a person dies, their resentment disappears. Now that Father is dead, no matter how big the resentment is, it should be gone. Moreover, when I was young, elder sister was the best to me. I will go and persuade her. She will definitely return," the elite guard said confidently. "But the eldest princess is in the netherworld, and Dongfang Shou is indecisive. He won't listen to our orders?" the Fire Emperor asked worriedly. "I know. Not only that, I can't even leave this place, much less look for elder sister. Empress Ji and Jiang Rulai won't let me leave," the elite guard said in a low voice. "Then, as for reinforcements," the elite guard said. "Reinforcements? In this world, who would go against the great Yellow Dynasty and spiritual mountain for us?" the Fire Emperor asked worriedly. "The Han Imperial Dynasty, Gu Hai," the elite guard replied. You said that Gu Hai and Old Man Guanxi were evenly matched in their last battle. Doesn't that mean that Gu Hai has the same abilities as Old Man Guanxi? He is the second Old Man Guanxi?" the elite guard solemnly asked. But Gu Hai's cultivation is only at the Middle Heavenly Palace and not the Upper Heavenly Palace. His cultivation is too weak. When he returns, the laws of chess are gone. His abilities are useless. The Fire Emperor said worriedly. Cultivation? Hee. What do you think of Old Man Guanxi's cultivation? The elite guard laughed coldly. Huh? Old Man Guanxi's martial prowess is not comparable to Jiang Relai, Empress Ji, Father, Tong Tian Sect Master, and Rokudo Shinkun. However, all of them were toyed with by him. Gu Hai is the same. When he killed the Qing Emperor, was his cultivation as high as the Qing Emperor? Don't you remember his cultivation? When did he ever lose to someone with a higher cultivation? He is the second Old Man Guanxi. So what if he doesn't have a laws of chess? Back then, Old Man Guanxi didn't have a laws of chess, but didn't he still turn the world upside down? Without the laws of chess, he could even create and move the battlefield back to 800,000 years ago? The elite guard said solemnly. But, no buts. I just want him to take me out of here. He will definitely have a way. Look for him. Look for the Dahan's embroidered uniform guards in Shinong City. Use the Qin figurines to contact the boundless celestial capital and invite Gu Hai to help me. But we don't have any relationship with Gu Hai. We don't need any relationship. We need a deal. Huh? A deal? Gu Hai is at the Middle Heavenly Palace. Why didn't he break through to the Upper Heavenly Palace? Can't you guess? Is it because of his lifespan? Oh, I remember now. I heard that when he went down to the Lower Heavenly Palace, his human soul was 490 feet tall and was at the consummate level. Is his heavenly soul also at the consummate level? No, that's impossible. How much lifespan does he need to break through? He won't be able to break through for the rest of his life? The Fire Emperor was shocked. Tell him that as long as he rescues me, I will give him an immeasurable lifespan. Solemnly, the elite guard said. How is that possible? Nothing is impossible. There are 5 types of cultivators in the world. Lifespan and luck are divine. Lifespan cultivation can steal the lifespan of heaven and earth, as well as the lifespan of others. Lifespan cultivation originated from Fuxi. Fuxi created the 8 trigrams. The 8 trigrams are naturally related to lifespan cultivation. All these years, Father has been researching the 8 trigrams and 64 hexagrams. Tell Gu Hai exactly what he said. As long as he rescues me, I will give him all of Father's lifespan. Even if he doesn't have the consummate level of the Middle Heavenly Palace, he will definitely be able to use it in the future. The elite guard said. All right. The Fire Emperor nodded. Fire Emperor Uncle, I will have to depend on you from now on. My movements are limited. I don't dare to trust the White Emperor, the Scarlet Emperor, and the rest. Please help me. As long as my sister returns, none of them will be able to escape. The elite guard knelt down. Princess, you don't have to do this. I will do my best. The Fire Emperor shook his head. Wanshou Taoism. Just a few hours after I obtained the complete encyclopedia of the Sword Tao, he was able to comprehend it. Although he tried his best to avoid this type of Sword Tao, it was as if he was born with it. He was able to comprehend it in an instant. The sword wills within his body fused together, and Bai's Sword Tao traveled thousands of miles in an instant. The powerful fusion of Sword Tao allowed Bai to win against the Tongtian Sect Master by 1 point. This completely infuriated the Tongtian Sect Master. Tongtian was enraged as he took out the Immortal slaying sword and slashed down. Tongtian was very confident in his Sword Tao. At the same time, he was also very conceited. He believed that he should be the best in Sword Tao in the world. No one could compare to him. The rise of Bai made Tongtian panic. He even wanted to destroy Bai. Bai's sword was stronger. However, his cultivation was much weaker than Tongtian's. He was instantly defeated and was about to be slashed by the Immortal slaying sword. A powerful pressure from the sword, Tao, caused Bai to spit out a mouthful of blood. Everyone in the distance thought that Bai was going to die. However, at this moment, a palm-sized jade tablet fell out of Bai's chest. It was the jade tablet of Taishang's lineage. Lin Wan passed it to Bai to ask him to save Gu Hai. At this moment, the jade tablet was stained with blood. Wong. A cloud of smoke emerged from the jade tablet. No one can save you at this moment. Those who go against me will die. Tongtian's eyes flashed with viciousness. It was as if he wanted to kill Bai. However, the cloud of smoke condensed into the appearance of a white-robed figure. At this moment, the immortal slaying sword was already in front of Bai's face. However, when he saw the figure in the white smoke, the Tongtian sect master's expression changed drastically. The immortal slaying sword deviated from its original position and slashed past Bai's side. Boom! With a super loud sound, dozens of mountains exploded into pieces. Countless disciples who were nearby were affected by the aftershock and vomited blood. What's going on? Who's that old man in the smoke in front of Bai? Shut up! That's the Taishang sect master. Countless disciples around revealed looks of astonishment. The Tongtian sect master looked at the white smoke in surprise. This was because the smoke looked like the Taishang sect master. It was blocking Bai's path. Once it was cut, the smoke would be gone. The smoke condensed and looked at Bai behind him. Then, he looked at the Tongtian sect master who was not far away. Third brother, are you stirring up trouble again? The Taishang sect master asked as if he was lecturing him. Eldest senior brother? Tongtian's expression changed. His eyes turned red as he flew closer. I'm just a strand of my original body's consciousness. Back then, my original body wanted to comprehend the Taishang sound of longevity and was worried that you would do something crazy because of my original body. That's why I stayed behind to persuade you. The Taishang sect master explained. Persuade me? Why? Tongtian's eyes were red. I don't know what you did, but I was indebted to me back then and was willing to help you set things right. If he did something against my will and against the Wansho Taoism, you can punish him as you wish. If he didn't, it would be wrong for him to be killed by you just because he tried to stop you. Third brother, for my sake, don't kill him. He's only taking his anger out on you because he wanted to help me, right? The Taishang sect master advised. Don't kill him? Why? Eldest senior brother, I'm being unfair to you. Besides, I must kill him today. The Tongtian sect master said with reddened eyes. If you must kill him, I can't stop you. I'm just a strand of my consciousness, and I'm about to dissipate. I just don't want innocent people to die because of my decision. Third brother, this may be the last time I ask of you. Don't be sad for me, and don't seek revenge for me. I chose this path, and I can't blame anyone. Protect yourself, the Taishang sect master said with a smile. As he smiled, the Taishang sect master's strand of consciousness slowly dissipated. Eldest senior brother, Tongtian immediately reached out to grab him, but a wisp of smoke dissipated in the blink of an eye. He couldn't stop the Taishang sect master at all. Tongtian suddenly roared in pain. As he roared, the air around the Wansho Taoism trembled. Countless disciples covered their ears in pain. After he finished speaking, the Tongtian sect master lowered his head and looked at Bai with a ferocious expression. Eldest senior brother, this is your last request. I won't kill you, but this won't happen again. Wait until I catch Guhai. If you dare to overstep your boundaries, no matter who pleads for you, only death awaits you. Oomph. The Tongtian sect master snorted coldly and soared into the sky. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the horizon. He was on a chase after Guhai. Bai wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and got up from the ground. He looked at the Tongtian sect master's departing figure and frowned slightly. I won't do it again. I've reached the level of sword intent, and my cultivation will rise very soon. Next time, you won't be able to kill me. Chapter 856. Wansho Taoism, Dongfang in a forest. Lin Wanner slowly woke up. Her head hurt, and her consciousness was a little hazy. However, she quickly regained consciousness. No! Lin Wanner sat up in shock. However, she discovered that she was no longer in Wansho Taoism. Beside a large lake not far away, Guhai was controlling a Go array. Guhai! Lin Wanner was stunned. She immediately recalled everything that had happened. Guhai appeared at that critical moment. Was that not a dream? Was that the real Guhai? Lin Wanner's eyes reddened. Beside a large lake not far away, there were no-go laws in this world. He could not use the life entrapment saber to set up an array. Hence, Guhai used countless enchanted treasures and spirit stones to slowly set up an array. The array gathered a fog that covered the entire lake. Buzz! Under Guhai's control, a void passageway suddenly appeared above the fog. It doesn't work? I can't summon anymore? Guhai's expression turned ugly. This go-array led to the 30 immortal dominions. In the past, Sun Wukong and the Tong Tian of the Jie sect were transported here. However, it was impossible to summon them now. He could not summon them, but he could not connect to the 30 immortal dominions. The Tong Tian of the Jie sect is already dead. How am I supposed to turn into a human and return him? Guhai frowned. He reached out and grabbed a large fish in the lake. Then he tossed it into the void passageway. Boom! The moment the fish entered, it was instantly crushed. Using the fish to replace the Tong Tian sect master in return? Clearly, that would not work. I can't summon them anymore? Guhai's expression turned ugly. At this moment, Lin Wanner woke up and screamed, "No!" Whoosh! He retracted his hand, and the array instantly shrank. Guhai dispelled the array. Guhai turned his head and looked at Lin Wanner, whose face was covered in tears. He immediately walked over. "Wanner, you're awake?" Guhai said gently. Lin Wanner stared at Guhai, her eyes full of grievance. "I'm here. Don't worry. Come back with me." Guhai said softly as he grabbed Wanner's hands. "Scoundrel!" Wanner suddenly burst into tears. Guhai hugged Lin Wanner. Dahan Imperial Dynasty, Infinite Celestial Capital. Embark had also returned. However, His Majesty had not returned yet, and the officials were anxious. Embark was very resourceful. Although Chen Tianshan was in charge of the overall situation, he also consulted his opinion on many matters. In a large hall, Embark and Chen Tianshan were sipping tea and chatting. "The Crown Prince of Guqin is back?" Embark took a sip of tea and looked at Chen Tianshan. Chen Tianshan nodded. "The Crown Prince is worried about causing internal strife. After all, the Crown Prince represented the Sky Chess Pavilion to provoke us last time." Embark said with a smile. "Lord Mo, the Crown Prince?" Chen Tianshan looked at Embark. "Don't worry. His Majesty personally told me that the Crown Prince has recovered. It's best that he doesn't want to govern the country for the time being. Wait for His Majesty to return and restore the Crown Prince's power," Embark said solemnly. However, there has been no news from His Majesty." Chen Tianshan frowned. "It's not like you don't know His Majesty's methods. It's enough that he has returned. Perhaps he was delayed by something." Embark took a sip of tea and shook his head. At this moment, Montez hurried over. "Your Highness, Lord Mo, it's good that you're here. The elite guards of the Dian Dynasty's princess are requesting help from His Majesty." Montez frowned. Oh, the two were surprised. Immediately, they took out a Guqin figurine and repeated the request from the elite guards. Requesting help from His Majesty? Immeasurable lifespan? Embark narrowed his eyes. "Lord Mo, could it be a trap?" Chen Tianshan frowned. "His Majesty definitely needs lifespan. This is a serious matter. Whether it's a trap or not, it's not something we can decide. Let's wait for His Majesty to make a decision." Embark frowned. Everyone nodded. "My lord, His Majesty's Guqin figurine has sent news." An official hurried over. Walala! Everyone stood up immediately. Soon, in a large hall, through the Guqin figurine, Guhai began to communicate with each other. South of the Divine Continent, in a forest. Boom! Hundreds of millions of sword auras scattered in all directions. In an instant, the forest was filled with sword auras. Wherever the sword auras passed, not a single blade of grass grew. "Guhai, I know you are here. Come out." The Tong Tian sect master in midair snorted coldly. He looked around. Not far away, in a small river, Guhai and Lin Wanner went down with the current and stealthily left their original location, going very far away. Once they entered the forest, the two immediately hid and fled. After several days of hiding, they finally shook off the Tong Tian sect master. "What's going on? We've already been discovered twice by the Tong Tian sect master." Guhai frowned deeply. "It's all my fault." Lin Wanner blamed herself. "What's wrong?" "I practiced Taishang's Oblivion, which belongs to the Wanshou Taoism branch. The Tong Tian sect master followed Taishang's aura to find us. Although he couldn't pinpoint our exact location, he knew our general direction." Lin Wanner blamed herself. Oh, Taishang's aura? Why don't you enter my immortal dome? Guhai asked in a low voice. It's useless. This is a method invented by Yuanshi Tianzuan after the death of the Taishang sect master 800,000 years ago. Even if I hide in the immortal dome, it's useless. Even if I enter the void, he can still sense my location. Why don't you just leave me? Lin Wanner smiled bitterly. Hi, you're kidding. Guhai was amused. Leave Lin Wanner behind? How could that be possible? All right, don't blame yourself. If he wants to chase us, then let him. I'll make sure he can't catch us. Guhai smiled. But, no buts. Remember, if I catch you this time, you're not allowed to leave me again. Guhai said seriously. Okay. Although Lin Wanner looked reluctant, she felt sweet inside. Are we going back to your Dahan? Lin Wanner asked. Our Dahan. Guhai immediately corrected her. All right. Lin Wanner pouted. We won't go back for now. The Tongtian sect master is definitely guarding against us. If we go north, we'll be exposed. Moreover, the Tongtian sect master is too strong. If he goes crazy, the people of Dahan will suffer. We won't go back for now. Guhai shook his head. Then where are we going? Didn't I contact the boundless sky yesterday? Are we going to Shenong City? Guhai asked in a low voice. Dayan Dynasty, Shenong City? Lin Wanner frowned slightly. Guhai nodded. Although Jiang Lianshan has unfortunately fallen, the people related to him are not easy to deal with. Even his daughter? Haha, his eldest daughter, the ancestor of the drought demon. This youngest daughter actually knew to ask me for help. She must be extraordinary. Let's go see her. Lin Wanner nodded. I've read about Jing Wei's records before. Oh, she was Jiang Lianshan's youngest daughter. She was originally called Niuhua, but Jiang Lianshan was busy with government affairs and couldn't accompany her. She secretly went out to play, and even secretly went to the East Sea by herself. The East Sea was originally sunny, but suddenly a strong wind blew, and it started raining heavily. The waves overturned Niuhua's boat, and she drowned in the sea. When Jiang Lianshan heard the news, he was very sad and killed all the monsters in the sea. Unfortunately, Niuhua didn't come back to life. Her body sank into the sea and disappeared. Only her soul left her body and turned into a strange bird. At first, she only knew how to say Jingwei, Jingwei. Later, she held stones in her mouth and went to fill the sea. At that time, it was widely known as Jingwei filling the sea. Later, she was found by Jiang Lianshan, who opened her soul and restored her memory. Maybe it was guilt, or maybe it was something else, but Jiang Lianshan treasured her so much. Only her body was gone. Only her soul turned into a Jingwei. Lin Wanner recalled. Jingwei filling the sea? Guhai smiled bitterly. This story seemed to have been heard on Earth before. Was this Jingwei also an extraordinary person? In the development of the two immortal domes, they both had the same fate. Of course, this is only a legend. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. Lin Wanner shook her head. Whether it's true or not, let's go see her, Guhai said solemnly. Lin Wanner nodded. The two of them avoided the pursuit of the Tongtian sect master as they headed towards the Dayan dynasty. The Tongtian sect master also frowned as he pursued them. Oh, Guhai and the others didn't return to the limitless celestial capital? Hide. Let's see how long you can hide, Humph. After 3 months, Guhai and Lin Wanner avoided the pursuit of the Tongtian sect master as they headed towards Shenong City. Along the way, absence made the heart fonder. Lin Wanner's cultivation increased rapidly as she practiced the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. When they arrived at the boundary of Shenong City, Lin Wanner's cultivation had already reached the peak of the celestial palace. Although her cultivation was the same as Guhai's, in terms of strength, she was much weaker than Guhai. The two of them quietly entered Shenong City. They arrived at the residence of a Dahan's brocade guard. Inside a large hall. Greetings, Your Majesty. A few brocade guard bowed excitedly. They were all carefully selected spies by Montez. When they were choosing, they chose subordinates who worshipped Guhai fervently. Now that Guhai was here personally, they were naturally very excited. This is the news that you have gathered recently? Guhai was puzzled. One of the brocade guards said respectfully, "Yes, the news of Jiang Lianshan's death has spread. The Dian dynasty is in chaos. The Red Emperor, the White Emperor, Jiang Relai, and Matriarch Ji led their armies to suppress the rebellions and reorganize the Dian dynasty's territory. Under the strong pressure, the Dian dynasty barely maintained its original state. Princess Jingwei is in charge of the country. Tomorrow, Princess Jingwei will be officially elected to succeed the throne. Oh, Jiang Relai and Matriarch Ji will elect Jingwei to succeed the throne? Heh, since when were these two so kind?" Guhai narrowed his eyes slightly. "We do not know. It was normal for the brocade guard not to know. After all, Jiang Relai and Matriarch Ji were extremely secretive. How could everyone know? Did the Fire Emperor look for you?" Guhai asked in a low voice. "Yes, 3 months ago, the Fire Emperor looked for us in another division and asked us to pass a message to the Imperial Court." One of the brocade guard said respectfully, "Go and inform the Fire Emperor that I am here. I want to see Jingwei." Guhai instructed. Yes. Chapter 857. Farmer God City, Flame God Hall. "You're not my brother. Get out, get out." The elite guard shouted in anger as he glared at the people in the hall. Jiang Relai clasped his palms together and smiled. He then turned around and led the future Buddha out of the hall. Once they were out of the hall, the future Buddha frowned. "Buddha, why isn't the elite guard cooperating? What should we do? Will there be any changes tomorrow?" "Empress Ji has the same goal as me. As long as the elite guard doesn't leave, everything will be under our control. It's normal for her to throw a tantrum. Guard the place, and don't allow the elite guard to leave," Jiang Relai instructed. Yes, the future Buddha replied. Seeing Jiang Relai leave, the elite guard's face turned ugly and was filled with hatred. Before long, the Fire Emperor stepped into the hall. "Princess, is Jiang Relai here to force you to cooperate with him again?" The Fire Emperor frowned. "He used to be so kind. When father was around, he kept sending gifts to me." Ha ha! The elite guard's face turned ugly. "Jiang Relai? He changes his attitude faster than flipping a book? Ah, His Holiness was wrong about him." The Fire Emperor's face turned ugly. "Uncle Fire Emperor, they're going to act tomorrow. Is there any news from the Dahan Empire?" The elite guard asked anxiously. "That's the only good news." The Fire Emperor laughed bitterly. Guhai is here. He wants to see you." The Fire Emperor said solemnly. "Oh, he's finally here?" The elite guard's eyes lit up as a look of joy flashed across his face. However, outside the Flame God Hall, there's a spell set up by Empress Ji and Jiang Relai. The security is very strict. The Fire Emperor's face turned ugly. "Then how do we bring them in?" The elite guard's face turned ugly. Buzz. At this point, the space behind the Fire Emperor started to ripple. 2 people walked out from within. It was Guhai and Lin Wanner. "The 2 of you?" The Fire Emperor was shocked. "I came in with you." Guhai laughed. With the ancient Immortal Dome, Guhai's movements were extremely secretive. As for Lin Wanner, Guhai didn't dare to leave her alone outside, because he didn't know when the Tongtian sect master would come looking for her. Although the Fire Emperor was astonished, this was the best outcome he could hope for. The elite guards immediately sized up Guhai. In the past, Jingwei was very cautious when dealing with Guhai. He even encouraged Jiang Lianshan to kill him as soon as possible. After all, it was too dangerous to leave a threat here. Who would have thought that he would have to ask for Guhai's help today? "Greetings, Princess Dian." Guhai smiled. Guhai also looked at Jingwei carefully. She had the appearance of a delicate little girl. She looked extremely cute, but Guhai did not underestimate her. "Many thanks for your help, Ancient Emperor." The Jingwei's eyes lit up. "In your letter, you said that as long as I can bring you out of here, everything will be fine?" Guhai looked at Jingwei. "That's right. Don't worry, I have an immeasurable lifespan. That place is only known to me and my father. No one else knows about it, including Jiang Relai and Matriarch Ji." The Jingwei said confidently. "Since that's the case, I'll bring you out." Guhai nodded his head. "Maybe you don't know the situation. Look at my wrist." The Jingwei stretched out her right hand. There were two tattoos on her right wrist. One was a golden lotus, and the other was a golden sword. This is... Matriarch Ji and Jiang Rilai left a mark on my body. I can't escape. No matter where I go, they will be able to find me. You used the Immortal Dome just now, right? Even if you enter the Immortal Dome, it's useless. If you don't believe me, you can try. The Jingwei laughed bitterly. Gu Hai waved his hand and enveloped the Jingwei within the Immortal Dome. Whoa! In the Jingwei's hand, the golden lotus and golden sword insignia started to emit a gentle golden light. Jingwei, are you trying to break through my restrictions? Jiang Rilai's voice could be heard from outside the hall. Who? Gu Hai released the elite guards from the Immortal Dome of Antiquity. The Jingwei glared at the outside and shouted, None of your business of. Tomorrow is the ceremony. Rest well. Matriarch Ji's voice could be heard from outside the hall. The Jingwei didn't reply. The two people outside didn't say anything either. Gu Hai frowned. The Fire Emperor hurriedly set up a soundproof barrier. Fire Emperor, this thing, you can't break through it? Gu Hai frowned and asked. The Fire Emperor shook his head. Lin Wan-er went forward to check as well. She sent a strand of Taishang's energy into the barrier. I shouldn't be able to break it, unless I'm as strong as Matriarch Ji and Jiang Rilai. Lin Wan-er frowned. Is it that troublesome? Gu Hai frowned. That's why I'm looking for you. If you want to break it, you have to wait until I succeed the throne tomorrow. Then, I can use the power of the country and try to break it. However, by tomorrow, it'll be too late. The Jingwei's expression turned ugly. You can only break it tomorrow? Gu Hai frowned as he fell into deep thought. The Jingwei looked at Lin Wan-er in shock. Taishang's energy. You're Lin Wan-er, the new Taishang of Wanshou Taoism? Not anymore. Lin Wan-er shook her head. Fire cauldron body. The Jingwei's eyes opened wide as he grabbed Lin Wan-er's hand. Lin Wan-er frowned as she tried to retract her hand. Princess Jingwei, please let go of me. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. At this point, the Jingwei's body slammed into Lin Wan-er. What are you doing? Gu Hai's expression changed as he tried to rush forward. However, in that split second, everything happened too quickly. The Jingwei seemed to have disappeared in an instant and entered Lin Wan-er's body. How dare you? Gu Hai's expression changed as he grabbed the Jingwei. However, the Jingwei had already disappeared. Princess? The Fire Emperor was shocked. Wong. Lin Wan-er's body released a large amount of flames. A huge amount of flames shot out in all directions. Jingwei, come out. Gu Hai extended his hand and pulled Lin Wan-er into the celestial dome of the ancients. At the same time, he used the vines of the vine world gourd to tie her up. He then placed his hand on Lin Wan-er's back as a huge amount of energy entered her body. Gu Hai, don't move. You don't want Lin Wan-er to be hurt, right? Lin Wan-er shouted out. However, the voice that came out was the Jingwei's. Come out of Wan-er's body. Jingwei, don't you want me to save you? Do you want to die? Gu Hai's expression was ferocious. Don't move. Lin Wan-er is fine. She's really fine. It's just that I need to borrow her body for a period of time. The Jingwei's voice sounded out again. What did you say? Gu Hai's expression turned ugly. Fire cauldron body? That's why my spirit can stay here temporarily. You don't have to worry. I'll take over her body for a period of time and give her great benefits. The Jingwei shouted out. There's no need. I don't need your benefits. Come out immediately. Gu Hai said coldly. Princess, why are you? The Fire Emperor was shocked. Uncle Fire Emperor, have you forgotten? Back then, I'd already died in the sea. My body sank into the sea and disappeared. My spirit turned into a Jingwei. Speaking of which, I'm just a spirit. My father had been trying to find a fire cauldron body for me, but he couldn't find anything. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? Ha. The Jingwei was ecstatic. Do you believe that if I kill you now, I'll be able to save Wan-er? Gu Hai's eyes were cold as he reached out and grabbed the Jingwei's neck. Stop. The Fire Emperor was about to attack Gu Hai. However, as he stretched out his hand, he grabbed onto thin air. It was within Gu Hai's Immortal Dome. The Fire Emperor couldn't touch him at all. Cough, cough, cough. Let me go. The Jingwei was shocked. Jingwei, I'm here to make a deal with you. I'm not here to be plotted against. If you come out now, I can pretend that nothing happened. Don't force me to kill you. Guhai said coldly. Cough, cough, cough. I didn't want to harm one. She's fine. I'm just looking for a body to stay here for a while. Once I find my body, I'll come out immediately, the Jingwei said. Guhai stared at the elite guard, but did not care about him. Only by using my physical body can I obtain the greatest amount of fate energy. Only then can I fight for the items in the Sea of Fate. Furthermore, I can't leave now, the Jingwei said anxiously. Boom. Suddenly, Lin Wan-er's body was surrounded by an air current. Heavenly Palace? Guhai's face darkened. Father infused a seed of the Nanming primordial fire into my soul. I gave the Nanming primordial fire to Lin Wan-er to cultivate. Her soul is cultivating the Nanming primordial fire. She's benefited greatly from it. The Jingwei shouted. Nanming primordial fire? That's impossible. After the vermilion bird died, there was no more Nanming primordial fire. The Fire Emperor said in shock. Father collected all the fire seeds in the world for the Flame Emperor. Although the Nanming primordial fire is rare, he still managed to find one. Lin Wan has the body of a fire cauldron and must have been nourished greatly. Her 3 souls are now fusing with the Nanming primordial fire. The Jingwei shouted. I told you to come out. Guhai stared at the Jingwei. I can't come out. Without the Nanming primordial fire to solidify my soul, I'll turn into ashes the moment I come out. Furthermore, Guhai, you'd better let me go. I know that you have the ability to collect the 3 souls and use the chess formation to repair your physical body. Kill me and save Lin Wan. You can do it. However, you have to know that Lin Wan-er's 3 souls are now fusing with the Nanming primordial fire. If you're not careful, you'll turn into ashes. The Jingwei shouted. What did you say? Guhai's face darkened. I'm the dove that took over the magpie's nest. However, you can't do anything to me now. If you want to die, I'll die with her. The Jingwei stared at Guhai. Good, good, good. Ah, little girl, I've underestimated you. Guhai looked at the Jingwei coldly. He extended his hand and slapped the Jingwei's body. A wave of energy entered Lin Wan-er's body. The Jingwei struggled, but could not. After Guhai checked the Jingwei, he could not do anything. Guhai, let's continue with our deal. Don't worry, I'll return Lin Wan-er to you. Once you find my corpse, I'll come out immediately, the Jingwei said. What if you can't find it? Jiang Lianshan hasn't been able to find it for so many years. Your corpse might have been eaten by the fishes. Guhai said coldly. No, I can feel its presence. Or, wait until I find my sister. My sister has a way to help me rebuild my body. The Jingwei shouted. You're living and dying together with Wan-er now. Guhai said gloomily. That's right. I've taken over her body and fused her 3 souls into the Nanming primordial fire. The Nanming primordial fire is the strongest fire in the world. It's the real Nanming primordial fire, not the fake ones. When I come out, she will control the scariest fire in the world. Did you see that? She just fused with the Nanming primordial fire and rushed to Heavenly Palace. The Jingwei shouted. Guhai stared at the Jingwei. His face was gloomy, but he could not do anything. Ah, Jingwei, if anything happens to Wan-er, I'll destroy you. Guhai said coldly. Don't worry, I don't want to hurt her. The Jingwei said. Chapter 858. Guhai released Jingwei. However, he still looked at Jingwei coldly. The Jingwei rubbed his neck that was strangled. He looked at Guhai and smiled evilly. He then rolled up his sleeves. On his wrist, there was still the golden lotus and golden sword symbol. Ah, Jiang Rilai, Empress Ji, this symbol has been following me all this time. Jingwei said with an ugly expression. Remember what I said. If anything happens to Wan-er. Guhai said with a gloomy expression. Don't worry. After I find my sister, I will return you a complete Lin Wan-er. Now, you should think about how to bring me away. Jingwei laughed. Guhai frowned slightly, suppressing the anger in his heart. Tell me everything you know, including the intentions of Jiang Rilai and Empress Ji. What are their motives? Guhai said. Jingwei nodded. At this moment, Jingwei chose to believe Guhai and told him everything. Oh, There's a treasure hidden in the Sea of Destiny? What is it? Guhai asked curiously. Jingwei was silent for a while. At this moment, it was obvious how precious the treasure was. Jiang Rulai and Empress Ji came here personally to fight for it. It was obvious how important it was. Guhai was so smart. It wouldn't be easy to fool him. Divine Path Sorcerer's Book. Jingwei took a deep breath. Divine Path Sorcerer's Book? That's impossible. That item was destroyed during the War of the Gods. The Fire Emperor exclaimed in shock. No, it was found by the Sage Father. Jingwei shook his head. Impossible. The Sorcerer Tribe was wiped out. How could the Divine Path Sorcerer's Book still exist? The Fire Emperor said with wide eyes. Then what do you think happened to my sister? Jingwei asked. The Fire Emperor's expression changed. Divine Path Sorcerer's Book? What's that? Guhai asked curiously. Ancient Emperor, have you ever heard of the primordial age when the demons ruled the world and the humans were enslaved? After that, a group of humans chose to learn the Tao of God cultivation of the demons and created the witch tribe. The leader of the Magi was Jiang Chun. Had he led a large group of Magi and almost perished together with the demons? The battlefield was in the Netherworld. The Netherworld was almost completely destroyed. It was a complete mess. After the war of the liches and demons, the two races had completely declined. Only then did the human race rise. The elite guard asked, Oh, I seem to have heard of it before. Guhai frowned. The Divine Path Sorcerer Canon is the sacred canon of the Sorcerer Tribe. It contains countless secret spells of the Sorcerer Tribe. Jiang Chun was one of the most prominent representatives of the Witch Tribe. The self-cursing and self-refining technique. Jingwei said in a deep voice. Guhai frowned and nodded. The art of self-cursing and self-refining into a corpse has 4 branches: earth, fire, wind, and water. Their ancestors are Jiang Chun, Hamba, Ingo, and Ho Qing respectively. Haha, I believe the ancient emperor has seen these 4 types of zombies. The elite guard looked at Guhai. Dragon God Ing, Shu the Great, and Ho Qing. Guhai frowned. Although the Sorcerer Tribe created these 4 branches of zombies in the ancient times, only Jiang Chun cultivated the earth veins. My sister Jiang Yin cultivated the fire vein for the first time. When she first started, she turned into a flaming demon. Wherever she stepped, the land was red. That was why she was called Hamba. Ingo, I have never seen Shio's water vein. Father knows where he is. Perhaps Shiyu the Great also knows. After all, he cultivated the body of Ingo. The last one is Ho Qing. He fell in love with my sister. My sister turned into Hamba. He cultivated the wind vein and became the ancestor of the wind vein. The Divine Path Sorcerer Canon contains these 4 branches. Guhai asked seriously. The elite guard shook his head. These 4 branches are no longer in the Divine Path Sorcerer Canon. This is because their inheritance is not a paragraph of words, but a divine path seed. Since the 4 branches have ancestors, then the divine path seed is used. Jiang Chun is so strong, but he only used one of the seeds. The elite guard explained. No more? Then what else is in the Divine Path Sorcerer Canon? Guhai frowned. As I said, these were all created by the Sorcerer Tribe. The 4 branches of zombies are only a part of the Sorcerer Tribe's secret techniques. There are countless other secret techniques in the Divine Path Sorcerer Canon. It is the greatest treasure of the Dian dynasty, the inheritance of the entire Sorcerer Tribe. The elite guard explained. Guhai became serious. The Sorcerer Tribe's treasure? This was not an ordinary item. No wonder Matriarch Ji and Jiang Rulai were so excited. One of the 4 branches of zombies was the creation of a monster like Jiang Chun. One had to know that Fushi had said that he fought with Jiang Chun once, and it was a draw. How many more powerful secret techniques were in the Divine Path Sorcerer Canon? Jiang Lianshan has such a treasure, but he didn't use it. Guhai asked, Why not? Do you think it is so easy to learn the Sorcerer Tribe's secret techniques? It depends on the person. Not everyone can learn it. Many people will die if they touch it. Also, how do you know that my father didn't set it up? Isn't my sister one of them? The elite guard frowned. Guhai frowned and started to think. The elite guard waited patiently. After thinking for a while, Guhai took a deep breath and said, "If you want to escape, you can't take this divine path sorcerer cannon." "What? Why?" the elite guard asked anxiously. "Although the treasure is valuable, you can't take it," Guhai said calmly. The elite guard's expression changed and turned gloomy. Guhai was right. Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji were the two strongest people in the world. He couldn't protect them at all. Instead, it would make escaping more dangerous. "If you can't help me get the treasure, what do I need you for? If I throw the Divine Path Sorcerer Cannon out, Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji will fight. Can't I escape by myself?" The elite guard frowned. "You think so simply. Will they let you escape?" Guhai smiled. The elite guard's expression turned gloomy, and he didn't say anything. Indeed, he was the most trusted person of his father. He knew many secrets. How could Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji let him go? "Don't take the Divine Path Sorcerer Cannon. When you have the ability, you could take it back," Guhai said. But the elite guard was anxious. Jiang Lianshan didn't use the Divine Path Sorcerer Cannon recklessly in the past. This means that it won't be easy to take advantage of it. Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji might not be much stronger than Jiang Lianshan. Let them fight for it. We could take it back in the future, Guhai said. The elite guard's expression turned gloomy. After a moment of silence, he said coldly, "All right, as long as sister comes back, we could take it back from them. It's good that you are determined. Now listen to my instructions," Guhai said. The elite guard nodded. "Fire Emperor, I hope that you can use your power to search the city and see if there's any news about the Tongtian Sect Master," Guhai said. "Tongtian Sect Master?" The elite guard was stunned. "Someone is here to steal the Divine Path Sorcerer Cannon? He's here at the right time. However, isn't it better if things get more chaotic?" Guhai smiled. "All right." The Fire Emperor nodded and stepped out of the hall. "What do we do now? My body belongs to Lin Wan Air. Should we cover it up?" The elite guard frowned. "You're worried now?" Guhai laughed coldly. "HM, I thought you had a plan. You were going to bring me out of here tonight. After working for half a day, you're going to give the Divine Path Sorcerer Cannon to someone else?" The elite guard said unhappily. "If you don't inherit the throne and use the power of the nation, how are you going to remove the seal on Matriarch Ji and Jiang Rulai? If you want to escape, you have to remove the tracking cuffs," Guhai said. "But my appearance now." "Your appearance? Kiki, what's the big deal? You possessed Wan Air. So what if she looks good? You can help them get the Divine Path Sorcerer Cannon. That's enough. They don't care so much. Their goal is clear. When the time comes, you don't even have to say anything and they will help you. No one will dare to question your appearance. If they say that you're an elite guard, then that's how the original elite guard looked. How many people in the Dian Dynasty would dare to defy them after these few months?" Guhai laughed coldly. "All right, I'll listen to you. Guhai, don't worry. As long as I can get out of here, I'll give you immeasurable lifespan." Solemnly, the elite guard said. "Immeasurable lifespan? I don't have much hope now. You little brat. No, you're much older than me. It's just that your appearance hasn't changed. You're too scheming. I just want Wan Air to return to normal," Guhai said. "Kiki, I'm not being honest. However, I'll do what I say. I'll definitely give you immeasurable lifespan. Also, as long as you find my sister, Wan Air will return to normal," the elite guard promised. "I hope so." Guhai furrowed his brows and didn't believe him completely. The next day, Farmer God City. Countless soldiers were stationed in the city. All the officials gathered outside the Flame God Hall. At this point, the officials were divided into 3 groups. They stood behind Jiang Rulai, Matriarch Ji, and the Fire Emperor. The people from the 3 groups looked at each other with hatred as they looked at the entrance of the Flame God Hall. Over the past few months, the Dian Dynasty had been filled with blood. However, they were finally controlled. The huge Dian Dynasty didn't collapse. Everything was for the sake of the coronation ceremony. The auspicious time has arrived. "Princess Jingwei, please come out of the hall," Matriarch Ji shouted. Everyone was silent as they looked at the entrance of the Flame God Hall. Quang. The entrance of the Flame God Hall opened. As the doors opened, a large number of maids walked out and scattered flowers. It was a grand occasion, like a festival celebration. Woo 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 woo. Not far away, the officials from the Ministry of Rites blew the horn, indicating the grandeur of the coronation ceremony. In the Flame God Hall, the maid stood respectfully on both sides. The Jingwei was wearing a dragon robe and a crown. He held a box in his hands as he walked out. When they saw the Jingwei, the expressions of the officials changed. No, he is not the princess. Who are you? How dare you impersonate the princess? How dare you? Where's the princess? Everyone shouted angrily. Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji squinted their eyes as they moved their hands. The golden lotus and golden sword imprints on the Jing Wei's wrist lit up. Amateus Buddha. Jiang Rulai suddenly shouted, Your Highness! Some of the officials who were loyal to Jiang Rulai shouted out. She is the Princess Jing Wei. Jiang Rulai said solemnly. What? That's right. He is the Jing Wei. Matriarch Ji said. When Matriarch Ji and Jiang Rulai spoke out, the officials behind them suppressed their doubts and kept quiet. Not far away, the White Emperor and the Scarlet Emperor's expressions changed. She is possessed by the princess, the Fire Emperor explained. Oh, the two of them were shocked. The group of ambitious people suppressed the doubts of the officials. They waited for the Jing Wei to step out. At this moment, on a floating island in Shenong City, the Tongtian sect master stood with his hands behind his back as he laughed coldly. Matriarch Ji? Jiang Rulai? How lively! And Gu Hai and Lin Wan Er? The two of you have integrated so quickly. Chapter 859. The Tongtian sect master stood on the floating island and looked coldly at the entrance of the Flame God Shrine. He sneered. Lin Wan Er and Jing Wei fused. The Tongtian could roughly guess the situation. Since Lin Wan Er was here, then Gu Hai must be here too. Since he couldn't escape, then there was nothing for him to worry about. Furthermore, the Tongtian sect master was very curious about the strange gathering of Matriarch Ji and Jiang Rulai. Tongtian watched quietly. He wanted to see if there was anything in this declining Great Yin heavenly dynasty that was worth the attention of these people. Flame God Shrine Square. Everyone waited patiently. The Jingwei stepped out of the main hall and looked coldly at the people around him. On his left was the present Buddha, Jiang Rulai. Behind him were the future Buddha, Sakura, and three weird-looking people. The three of them only had a piece of ragged cloth draped over their upper bodies. Their kasayas were not kasayas. The three of them stood behind the future Buddha and seemed to have a higher status than Sakura. Sakura was the head of the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon. Where did these three people come from? Their status was higher than Sakura. Why haven't I seen them before? Jiang Rulai? The three people behind you look unfamiliar. The Jingwei squinted his eyes. You know everyone from Spiritual Mountain? Jiang Rulai clasped his hands together. How should I address the three of them? The Jingwei solemnly asked. The ceremony is near. Princess Jingwei should take over as Dian and His Holiness first, right? The future Buddha asked. The Jingwei squinted his eyes. I'm talking to Jiang Rulai. Since when did you have the right to interrupt? You. The future Buddha was unhappy. Jiang Rulai waved his hand and stopped the future Buddha. Jingwei is my sister after all. It's not inappropriate to ask out of curiosity. However, after asking, you have to take over as the monarch immediately. Otherwise, it won't be good if the time is up. Oomph. The Jingwei snorted. The three weird-looking people took a step forward. Brahma, Vishnu, Shiva. The three of them announced their names, but no one seemed to have heard of them before. These three are the three divine protectors of the holy land of the spiritual mountain. Jiang Rulai clasped his hands together. His eyes seemed to be urging the elite guards to hurry up. The elite guard wasn't in a hurry. He turned his head and looked at Empress Ji and her group. Behind Empress Ji was a group of officials. Many of the elite guards recognized these people. Oh, Empress Ji, the Eastern Sea Dragon King, didn't come? I still remember that he was loyal to the Dian dynasty, but he was abducted by you. Why I, Dian, have such a big matter today, and he actually didn't appear? The elite guard said coldly. Princess Jingwei, it's time. Matriarch G said indifferently. However, she didn't follow the words of the elite guard. After all, although the elite guard had many tricks up his sleeve, he was useless in front of Empress G. Oomph. The elite guard snorted coldly and turned to look at a group of Dian's former subjects. Fire Emperor, Dongfang Shou, White Emperor, and Scarlet Emperor. Mr. Dongfang? Ah, when father was around, he treated you well. I only asked you to help me send a letter to my sister, but you made so many excuses. Ha ha ha, good job, Mr. Dongfang. The elite guard said coldly. Dongfang Shou wasn't angry. He was still wrapped in his white robe. Princess, you forgot that I was only loyal to His Holiness. His Holiness is dead. I won't help any of you. Ha! If you won't help any of us, why are you staying in Dian? The elite guard said coldly. I have my reasons for staying. You don't have to care. Dongfang Shou said coldly. Oomph. The elite guard ignored them. He turned to look at the White Emperor and Scarlet Emperor. Two emperors. Solemnly, the elite guard said. The White Emperor and Scarlet Emperor had complicated expressions on their faces. Solemnly, the elite guard said, I don't want to say much. I just want to ask the two emperors to know something. Princess, please speak. Scarlet Emperor frowned. You saw father stay there and didn't return with you. However, did you really see father die? The elite guard said coldly. Eh. The two emperors' faces fell. If the two of you betrayed the Dian dynasty and betrayed father's orders, I don't know how he would treat you when he returns. The elite guard laughed. His Holiness is dead. Scarlet Emperor frowned. Ah, that's what you think. Father is wise and strategic. Everything he does has a purpose. It's not like you don't know about his plans. Do you really think he doesn't have a backup plan? And you traitors, humph, how dare you betray father? When he returns, none of you will be able to escape. The elite guard shouted. At this point, the faces of all the Dian officials fell as they broke out in cold sweat. Their determination to betray the elite guard was shaken. At the very least, from now on, if the elite guard were to fight with Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji, none of the officials would dare to interfere. Uncle Fire Emperor, you are the most loyal to father. When father returns, he will seek justice for you. The elite guard looked at the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor bowed respectfully. Thank you, Princess. The Fire Emperor's bow was extremely strange. He wasn't facing the elite guard and was slightly off course. Everyone around felt weird. Is the Fire Emperor blind? The princess is clearly in this direction. You're bowing in the wrong direction. However, the elite guard squinted his eyes. Only the elite guards understood what the Fire Emperor meant. The Fire Emperor's back was facing the direction where the sect leader Tong Tian was resting. Uncle Fire Emperor, I understand. You don't have to be so polite. The elite guard laughed. The Fire Emperor nodded his head. Princess, it's almost time. Please ascend the throne. Matriarch Ji said coldly. The elite guard harumphed coldly as he stepped onto a huge stage. Standing on the stage, he took out an imperial decree from a box in his hands. As he held the imperial decree, the elite guard raised his head and looked at the clouds of fate energy. Although the fate energy of the Dian dynasty had gathered, there was no sign of a god or golden dragon above the clouds of fate energy. It was just a patch of golden clouds. There were many of them, and there was no sign of the Emperor's will. The Divine Sorcerer's book was inside, but it couldn't be retrieved. Only by gathering the Emperor's will could the Divine Sorcerer's book be retrieved. Everyone watched on patiently. The elite guard opened the imperial decree slowly. The elite guards of the Great Yin Celestial Dynasty are entrusted by the Imperial Regent's writ of Regent to rule the Great Yin Celestial Dynasty while the Imperial Regent is away. Billions of fate energy, he my command. The elite guard shouted. Wong. The elite guard's body released a surge of fate energy into the Imperial decree. The decree emitted a beam of golden light, which shot towards the clouds of fate energy. Rumble. The entire cloud of fate energy started to revolve around the center of the cloud. In an instant, the entire Farmer God City was illuminated by the golden light of fate energy. In an instant, the elite guard used the decree to control the cloud of fate energy. Everyone held their breaths, as they waited. The cloud of fate energy surged for a while before the elite guard spoke again. Open up the fate energy and announce it to the world. Roar. In the cloud of fate energy, a dragon's roar could be heard, following which the roar could be heard by all the citizens of the Dayan dynasty. Citizens of the Dayan dynasty, I'm His Holiness's daughter, the elite guard. This is the Dayan dynasty and cannot be tainted by outsiders. The Dayan dynasty will always be the Dayan dynasty. Today, the dynasty is about to collapse. As the daughter of the Holy Father, I have been entrusted by the decree to rule the Dayan dynasty. However, the Dayan dynasty is in danger. I beg the citizens of the Dayan dynasty to lend me a hand so that I can take over the position of monarch and obtain the power of the Dayan dynasty. When the Holy Father returns, I will return the throne. If I go against him, let the fate energy dissipate, the elite guard shouted. Her voice was instantly heard by all the citizens of the Dayan dynasty. What? The princess is going to inherit the throne? Is this a power grab? No. The princess was appointed by His Holiness. She is His Holiness's most trusted person. How could she betray him? She must be doing this to fend off the bandits. The princess said that once His Holiness returns, His Holiness will immediately take over the throne. If he goes against it, the fate energy will dissipate. I believe that His Holiness will definitely return. His Holiness will definitely take revenge on those bandits in the future. Using the princess's power, I support the princess to temporarily inherit the throne. Long live the great Yin celestial dynasty. The people were also feeling uneasy these days. Countless legends said that the great emperor had fallen, and Great Yan's land was in chaos. There were chaotic battles everywhere, and countless people were suffering. Who did not want a stable environment? Who didn't want His Holiness to return? In the past, the people of the Dayan dynasty were so powerful. As long as they could maintain their original appearance, the citizens would naturally support them. The lords of the surrounding cities were already controlled by Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji. They had already received the order. They went with the flow. In the square of the Flame God Hall, although Jing Wei said that Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji were bandits, the two did not stop them. They only waited with narrowed eyes. At the same time, they were wary of each other. Citizens of the Dayan dynasty, please raise your right hand and use the power of the Dayan dynasty to announce to the heavens that we support Jing Wei to inherit the throne. Jing Wei will temporarily rule the Dayan dynasty and control the fate energy of the Dayan dynasty. Jing Wei shouted. Boom! His voice instantly spread to the ears of the citizens. The citizens immediately raised their right hand. Buzz! Immediately, they fell to the ground and announced their intentions to the heavens, to the sea of fate energy. The hearts of the people were the will of the heavens. When the people started to respect Jing Wei as their lord, the vast sea of providence also started to change its will. It started to change from recognizing Jiang Lianshan as its lord to recognizing Jing Wei as its lord. Buzz! A beam of golden light shot from the sea of fate energy towards Jing Wei. It seemed to be recognized by a portion of the fate energy. Roar! The roar of a dragon suddenly resounded in the sea of luck. The will of the golden dragon of luck, which had dissipated because of Jiang Lianshan's disappearance, reformed once again. The dragon roar shook the sky. More and more golden light enveloped Jing Wei. Jing Wei's body shone with golden light. Under everyone's expectant gazes, a dragon head slowly appeared from the huge golden dragon of fate energy. The dragon head was faintly discernible. However, the moment the dragon head appeared, Matriarch Ji and Jiang Rulai's eyes lit up. This was because everyone could faintly see a ball of black fog in the mouth of the dragon head. Black fog? That's right. That was the Divine Tao Sorcerer Canon. Chapter 860. It was the Divine Tao Sorcerer's Tome. Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji's eyes lit up. Black fog surrounded the Divine Tao Sorcerer's Tome. Others might not be able to tell, but the two of them knew how precious the Divine Tao Sorcerer's Tome was. However, The golden dragon couldn't touch the divine Tao sorcerer's tome unless it entered the Jingwei's body. Roar! The dragon's roar was loud. As more and more citizens of the Dian dynasty raised their hands, the golden dragon of destiny became clearer. In the sea of destiny, the golden dragon surged, and it seemed to have a powerful force. The golden dragon didn't dive down. Instead, it continued to gather its power. Jingwei, it's about time. Take it down. Matriarch Ji said in a deep voice. Jiang Rulai stared at the Jingwei and said, Jingwei, give it to me. As the two experts fought, Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji revealed a ferocious expression. Ha ha, Jiang Rulai. Matriarch Ji, you want the Divine Tao Sorcerer's Tome? Heh, do you really think that I'm a fish on the chopping board? The Jingwei said coldly. Oh, does that mean that you have something else to rely on? Matriarch Ji said coldly. This belongs to my father. It belongs to Great Yin. You're a traitor of Great Yin. I'd rather give this to someone else than you. The elite guard said coldly. Who dares to snatch it from us? Matriarch Ji said coldly. Didn't you notice who I'm possessing? The Jingwei sneered. Taishang. Matriarch Ji's face darkened as if she thought of something bad. However, at this moment, the golden dragon on the Sea of Destiny suddenly turned around and extended its huge head towards a huge floating island in the distance. The Divine Tao Sorcerer's Tome in the mouth of the dragon seemed to be spitting it towards that island. Tong Tian Sect Master, give me the Divine Tao Sorcerer's Tome. Don't back off because of Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji. The Jingwei shouted. Hearing the Jingwei's words, Matriarch Ji and Jiang Rulai's expressions changed. How dare you? How dare you? The two glared at each other, full of anger. As expected, Wanshou Taoism was the only thing that could make the Great Yellow Dynasty and the Holy Lands fear. Previously, when they saw Jing Wei possessing Lin Wan Air, although the crowd suppressed the others, they still had doubts in their hearts. However, he did not expect Jing Wei to be so daring. He would rather not obtain the Divine Path Sorcerer's Codex than to let him have it. Crazy woman? They even invited Wanshou Taoism to help them. Everyone turned their heads to look. As expected, the Tongtian Sect Master was standing on the floating island with his hands behind his back. At this moment, Tongtian was infuriated. When a head of the Golden Dragon of Luck flew towards him, Tongtian knew that he had been tricked by Gu Hai. So he had discovered me long ago? Was he trying to divert the trouble? But so what if he diverted the calamity? When he heard the Divine Path Sorcerer's Codex, the Tongtian Sect Master's heart skipped a beat. After all, Wanshou Taoism had ancient records of the Divine Path Sorcerer's Codex. Diverting the calamity? Did he attract the Divine Path Sorcerer's Codex? Could it be the black gas that the Golden Dragon spoke of? Tongtian Sect Master, please leave Shinnong City immediately. Matriarch Ji glared. Amateus. Jiang Rulai put his palms together. Swoosh. Suddenly, three figures flew out from behind Jiang Rulai. They were Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva. They rushed straight towards the Tongtian Sect Master. Jingwei, Guhai, you're really clumsy at sowing discord. The Tongtian Sect Master shouted coldly. Guhai. In the distance, Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji raised their eyebrows. Other than the Tongtian Sect Master, Guhai was also here? Sowing discord? The Tongtian wasn't here for the Divine Path Sorcerer's Codex, but to kill Guhai? It didn't matter if sowing discord was clumsy or not, as long as it was useful. Even if everyone was suspicious, they couldn't make any mistakes for the sake of the Divine Path Sorcerer's Codex. Tongtian Sect Master, this concerns us. No matter what your motive is, please leave Shinnong City. Jiang Rulai put his palms together and said, Wanshou Taoism, please don't interfere in our matters. Matriarch Ji said politely. The Tongtian Sect Master was strong, and if they fought, it would be troublesome. It was better to ask the Tongtian to leave. Leave? What if I don't leave? The Tongtian Sect Master's eyes turned cold. At this time, Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva had already arrived in front of the Tongtian Sect Master. The Buddha has ordered you to leave Shinnong City. Brahma solemnly said to Shiva. The three of them looked solemn and cold. Ha 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 ha. Who do you think you are? You want me to leave? Do you think you're worthy? The Tongtian sect master said coldly. Tongtian had already pointed out that he wasn't on the same side as the elite guards. However, Jiang Rulai and the others didn't care. They only asked the Tongtian to leave. This made the Tongtian sect master feel arrogant. It was one thing for Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji to come personally, but they actually sent these three guardians of the mystical mountain. They were looking down on him. If that's the case, then I'll offend you, Brahma said coldly. As he spoke, Brahma stretched out his right palm. Whoosh! His right palm expanded. It wasn't an energy palm, but a flesh palm. It suddenly grew to a size of 1,000 feet and grabbed at the Tongtian. Oomph! You're overestimating yourself. Tongtian snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Boom! A gigantic purple energy sword shot out and slashed at Brahma's right palm. The Fire Emperor had seen that purple energy sword before. Back in the infinite celestial capital, it was this purple energy sword that forced him to retreat. Now that it was slashing at Brahma, would he be able to withstand it? Boom! Brahma clenched his fist and crushed the energy sword. What? The Fire Emperor cried out in shock. The Tongtian sect master's expression changed. How could this be? His immortal slaying energy sword wasn't that easy to withstand. Get out! Brahma shouted and slapped at him again. Oomph! Tongtian was really angry this time. He took out the immortal slaying sword and slashed at Brahma. Shing! The immortal slaying sword appeared, and the void turned into a dazzling purple as it slashed at Brahma. However, at this moment, a ray of light suddenly appeared on Brahma's body. Tongtian appeared. Then Brahma's physical body grew rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a 10,000 feet tall giant. The 10,000 feet tall giant wasn't an illusion, but a physical body. It wasn't afraid of the immortal slaying sword at all and punched at it. Fist and sword collided, causing the void to tremble. Brahma seemed to be unable to withstand the attack, and his body retreated rapidly. However, at this moment, Vishnu and Shiva also turned into 10,000 feet tall giants and slapped their palms on Brahma's back. They transferred their strength to Brahma. Brahma's strength suddenly increased. Boom! Brahma stabilized himself. However, the Tongtian sect master and his immortal slaying sword were pushed back by the combined strength of the three giants. Whoosh! Tongtian flew back 1,000 feet before he stopped. What? Impossible? The Fire Emperor cried out in shock. Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva? The three of them had never shown their faces before, and yet they were able to push back the Tongtian sect master. Was this a joke? That was the Tongtian sect master. Being knocked back by a tremendous force, Tongtian revealed a look of astonishment. What's going on? What kind of power did the three of you use? Tongtian's expression changed. The three 10,000-meter tall giants took a step forward and pounced towards Skirich. Shing! He swung his immortal slaying sword, and millions of sword chi appeared in the void and slashed towards the three giants. However, the three of them seemed to be indestructible, and the sword chi could not hurt them at all. While the sword chi could not deal with them, the three of them forced Tongtian to retreat. Boom! After a series of explosions, the three of them forced the Tongtian sect master out of the divine farmer city. This strange scene shocked everyone who saw it. Even the elite guards did not expect that the Tongtian sect leader, who held the Zhu Xian sword in his hand, would be forced out of the city by three strange people, guardians of the spiritual mountain, gods. Does this mean that they're also cultivating the gods? Is this the secret technique that Jiang Lianshan imparted to you from the Divine Path Sorcerer Book? Empress Ji narrowed her eyes and asked. Jiang Rulai smiled faintly, but did not explain. However, his expression had already explained everything. The Scarlet Emperor and the White Emperor suddenly became interested in the Divine Path Sorcerer Book. How could these three nameless people, who had practiced the secret magic of the divine Dao Magus Codex, be able to stop Tongtian? How powerful would it be if they could obtain it? So, the Dian dynasty had such a powerful treasure. Not only the White Emperor and the Scarlet Emperor, but even the ministers of the Dian dynasty were astonished. God Cultivator? So powerful? Oomph. So, you let them cultivate the secret technique that Father gave you? They will only stimulate their bodies for a short period of time and will not be able to hold on for long. When the Tantian sect master recovers, the three of them will not be enough. The elite guards said coldly. It is enough to stop the Tantian sect master for a short period of time. This is the worst batch of secret techniques of the sorcerer tribe. Jingwei, if you don't take back the Divine Path Sorcerer Book now, when are you going to do it? Jiang Rulai looked coldly at the elite guard. Empress Ji also emitted a pressure from her body, forcing the elite guard to take out the Divine Path Sorcerer Book. The elite guard looked up at the sky, ferociously. Golden Dragon. Ong. The huge golden dragon suddenly roared and dived down from the Sea of Providence, heading straight for the elite guards. Boom! With a loud sound, the golden dragon charged into the elite guard's body. The elite guard was instantly surrounded by millions of golden lights. Like a sun, it was so bright that many people could not open their eyes. Amidst the golden lights, the elite guard let out a dragon's roar and suddenly transformed into a 3,000 feet long golden dragon. Boom! The golden dragon soared into the sky and spat out a ball of black fog. Ha 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 ha! Where do you think you're going? Matriarch Ji laughed uproariously. She took a step forward and instantly appeared on the back of the golden dragon. Boom! The dragon's body sank. Phew! Jiang Rulai also transformed into a ray of golden light and appeared on the back of the golden dragon. The dragon's body sank again, and it was difficult for it to fly. The Divine Path Sorcerer Book finally turned from an illusion into reality. Give it to me. Empress Ji stretched out her hand to take it. Give it to me. Jiang Rulai also stretched out his hand to take it. The two of them seemed to have millions of kilograms of force under their feet, suppressing the golden dragon so that it could not fly far. Even if it used Dian's force of the world, the elite guard strength was too weak. In front of the two of them, it still could not resist. Tantian Sect Master, I'll get it to you. The golden dragon roared. Boom! The Divine Path Sorcerer Book that was shrouded in black fog instantly charged towards the Tantian Sect Master. It was an unexpected calamity, but it was also an unexpected blessing. The Tantian Sect Master was slightly stunned. He waved his sleeves and kept the Divine Path Sorcerer Book that was shrouded in black fog. How dare you? Empress Ji and Jiang Rulai's expressions changed. Chapter 861. The Divine Path Sorcerer's Book was given to the Tantian Sect Master. Matriarch Ji and Jiang Rulai flew into a rage out of humiliation. They had done so much for the Dian dynasty in the past few months. Yet, it was all for the benefit of an outsider. The Tantian Sect Master had also obtained the Divine Path Sorcerer's Book out of nowhere. He was slightly taken aback, as though he couldn't believe it. However, in the next moment, the Tantian Sect Master turned around and flew into the distance. Everything that had happened today was out of his expectations. The three protectors of Spiritual Mountain were able to suppress him. Matriarch Ji and Jiang Rulai were here as well. From the way they looked at him, he could tell that they were filled with hatred. If it was in the past, even if the two of them were his enemies, he would still fight it out with them. However, their goals were different now. Furthermore, he had just obtained a huge treasure. Who would be so foolish as to stay behind after obtaining it? Whoosh! The Tantian transformed into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Stop right there. Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva glared at him as they chased after him. How dare you? Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji were both enraged. Boom! Boom! The two of them stomped their feet on the ground. The golden dragon let out a cry of agony. The 3,000 feet long golden dragon that Jing Wei had transformed crumbled into pieces. The two of them were so enraged that their dragon form dissipated. Impossible! How could the Yellow Emperor and Jiang Rulai be so strong? Jing Wei was able to mobilize the entire heavenly dynasty. The Scarlet Emperor exclaimed, Princess, The Fire Emperor shouted as he rushed forward. At this moment, none of the Dayan officials dared to speak. There was dead silence. It was obvious that the ascension of the princess was a joke. None of the officials approved of it. In midair, the golden dragon dissipated and Jingwei was exposed. He fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was severely injured. Even so, Jingwei rolled up his sleeves. Ha, Gu Hai is right. Even if we use all of our power, we might not be able to break their seals. We can only borrow the power of these two bastards and use their power to destroy their own seals. But my injuries are very serious. The Jingwei's face revealed a look of hatred. Jiang Rulai and Matriarch Ji transformed into two streaks of golden light as they charged towards the Tongtian sect master. He was determined to obtain the Divine Path Sorcerer's Book. How could he lose it just like that? However, even if the two of them left, they did not miss anything. Capture the elite guards. Empress Ji's voice drifted over from afar. Take down the elite guards. Jiang Rulai's voice came from afar. Yes, everyone from the Holy Lands of Spiritual Mountain, the Great Yellow Dynasty, and even the Dayan Dynasty said respectfully, Princess, are you all right? The Fire Emperor caught hold of the heavily injured elite guard. Cough, 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 cough. I feel like I'm going to die, ha ha. Jingwei laughed sinisterly. It was obvious that his injuries were too severe. However, the elite guard wasn't in despair. Amateus Buddha, Princess Jingwei, you've made a mistake. If you had cooperated with the Buddha would have conferred upon you the title of Bodhisattva. It's a pity that you didn't know how to cherish it. The future Buddha clasped his palms together and said coldly, Capture him. Sakura cleared his throat as well. A large number of officials charged toward Jingwei. How dare you? The Fire Emperor glared at the crowd. Fire Emperor, you'd better not be a busybody. Sakura said coldly, All of you want to capture me? Have you thought it through? Jingwei said sinisterly. The faces of the officials turned ugly as some of them retreated. After all, Jingwei had said that Jiang Lianshan might not be dead yet. What if you want to deal with the princess, you'll have to do it over my dead body? The Fire Emperor said coldly. As he spoke, the Fire Emperor looked towards the Scarlet Emperor and the White Emperor. Both emperors, are you going to watch as these outsiders deal with the princess? The Scarlet Emperor and the White Emperor furrowed their brows but didn't interfere. Without Jiang Lianshan, Dayan had already broken down. Although the two of them were strong, they couldn't compare to the entire Spiritual Mountain and the Great Yellow Dynasty. I won't interfere, the White Emperor said in a low voice. The Scarlet Emperor's eyelids twitched as his face turned solemn. Fire Emperor, a wise man, submits to circumstances. Jiang Lianshan's era is over. Princess Jingwei, don't struggle anymore. How dare you? The Fire Emperor glared at him and shouted. The Scarlet Emperor had already chosen his side. At this point, he was standing against Jingwei. Cough, 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 Scarlet Emperor. When my father returns, he won't let you off so easily. Jingwei coughed out blood and shouted. Ha ha ha, Jiang Lianshan. I saw it with my own eyes. He's already dead in that place. Come back. How can he come back? This era has changed. It's no longer his empire. Let me off so easily? How can he let me off so easily? I'll take you down now. What can he do to me? The Scarlet Emperor walked over step by step. How dare you? The Fire Emperor glared at him. Di-Shur Tian, you hold the Fire Emperor back. I'll take this girl down. The Scarlet Emperor said coldly. All right. Di-Shur Tian stepped forward. At this point, everyone watched coldly. Dongfang Shou, Dayan, Great Yellow Dynasty, and the Spiritual Mountain disciples watched silently as the two strong cultivators bullied Jingwei, a weak girl. The two strong cultivators pounced towards Jingwei and Jingwei. The Fire Emperor revealed a ferocious expression and was about to attack when Jingwei suddenly froze and opened her mouth in shock. Di-Shur Tian and the Scarlet Emperor were slightly taken aback by the look in her eyes. What with the expression on her face? What did she see that was so shocking? Little girl, I promised the Yellow Emperor that you'd better surrender. No one can save you. No one. The Scarlet Emperor's expression was cold as he reached out to grab Jingwei. He was about to catch Jingwei. Wow! Suddenly, there was an uproar all around. Putong, putong, putong. Countless officials of the great Yin heavenly dynasty fell to their knees, their faces filled with fear. His Holiness, please forgive us. His Holiness, we had no choice. His Holiness, please forgive us. Countless officials knelt down in fear, causing Di Shi Tian, the Fire Emperor, and the Scarlet Emperor to be stunned. The Fire Emperor had forgotten to stop Jingwei. Di Shi Tian's body froze as he looked in the direction Jingwei was looking at. Just as the Scarlet Emperor's hand was about to grab Jingwei, he suddenly stopped. Although he didn't see what happened, the Scarlet Emperor felt his scalp go numb. He had a bad feeling about this. Putong, putong, putong. The sounds of kowtowing could be heard. In the plaza of the Flame God Shrine, all the officials, guards, soldiers, and palace maids of the Dian dynasty knelt down in fear. Father! Jingwei suddenly cried out in grievance. In the Scarlet Emperor's ears, the cries were like the ringing of a funeral bell, causing his entire body to tremble. He turned his head to look. However, he saw a figure floating in the air outside Shenong City. He wore a yellow robe and looked rather haggard. However, his eyes carried a pressure that was like the might of the heavens. That figure wasn't anyone else. It was Jiang Lianshan. No, this is impossible. The Scarlet Emperor was extremely shocked. Jiang Lianshan's gaze was very calm. He was neither happy nor sad as he looked at the Scarlet Emperor, who was about to grab Jingwei. It was because he was neither happy nor sad that the Scarlet Emperor was extremely disappointed. His Holiness, you're back. The Fire Emperor's eyes were red as he cried. Amateus Buddha. The future Buddha suddenly looked as if he was facing a great enemy. Sakura's expression changed as he looked at the future Buddha. Future Buddha, what do we do now? The officials of the Great Yellow Dynasty were also terrified. Although they weren't Dian Dynasty's people, they had all stayed in the Dian Dynasty when Empress Ji was still the Yellow Emperor. Everyone knew how scary Jiang Lianshan was and how terrifying Jiang Lianshan was when he took revenge. At this moment, they took advantage of the fact that Jiang Lianshan wasn't at home and barged into his house. They colluded with his servants and stole everything in his house. They even injured his daughter and almost caused his family to be destroyed. Now that Jiang Lianshan was back, how was he going to deal with this bunch of robbers? His Holiness is back. His Holiness is back. The people in the city cheered. Long live His Holiness. Long live His Holiness. Countless people cheered. The cries of Long live the mountain also carried an intense psychological pressure that made all the bandits feel as if they couldn't breathe. Sacred Father, you have to avenge me. Sacred Father, you have to avenge me. Sacred Father. The elite guard cried as they flew towards Jiang Lianshan. His Holiness. The Fire Emperor also flew towards Jiang Lianshan agitatedly. At this moment, the Scarlet Emperor, Dongfang Shou, Great Yellow Emperor, Dian Dynasty, and Spiritual Mountain didn't dare to stop them. This was Jiang Lianshan. As long as he showed his face, no one dared to go against him. When he was around, Empress Ji and Jiang Rulai didn't dare to take a single step forward. If he told them to go east, they wouldn't dare to go west. Who would dare to provoke Jiang Lianshan at this moment? Father, the Divine Path Sorcerer's book was stolen by them. Father, your son is useless. Father Wu, cough, 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 cough. While blaming himself, the elite guard spoke incoherently. As they cried, they vomited blood. Jiang Lianshan stretched out his hand and grabbed the elite guard. A benevolent look flashed across his eyes. He stretched out his hand, and a golden light entered his body. A 64 hexagram appeared on his body. This caused the elite guard to regain his composure. His Holiness! The Fire Emperor's eyes turned red. Fire Emperor, you've suffered. Jiang Lianshan's eyes flashed with a look of gratitude. It's my duty. The Fire Emperor replied emotionally. Jiang Rulai? Empress Ji? Good, very good. Jiang Lianshan's eyes flashed with a ferocious look. This ferocious look was caught by the Scarlet Emperor and the others who were far away. Everyone's hearts trembled. Fire Emperor, bring the elite guard to Phoenix Island and retrieve the Phoenix godly water to heal his injuries. Jiang Lianshan instructed. Yes, the Fire Emperor replied. Then the Fire Emperor looked at the people at the entrance of the Flame God Hall. I will wait for Jiang Rulai and Empress Ji to return. This debt will be settled slowly. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Father, don't let them off. Don't let any of them off. And that Dongfang show, he didn't even send a letter for me. Cough, cough, cough. The elite guard coughed out blood. The Fire Emperor brought the elite guard and flew into the distance. In the distance, Dongfang Shou froze. He took a step forward, causing ripples in the air. Dongfang Shou seemed to be leaving the Flame God Hall. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Before this debt is settled, whoever dares to leave the Flame God Hall will die. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. The word die was filled with killing intent. Everyone who heard it shivered and didn't dare to leave. Jiang Lianshan flew slowly towards the Flame God Hall's plaza. The officials, guards, and soldiers of the Dian dynasty all knelt down, but no one dared to stand up. Chapter 862. That's great. His Holiness is back. The Fire Emperor rubbed his red eyes excitedly. Cough, cough, cough. Uncle Fire Emperor, slow down. The guard coughed as he spoke. Slow down? Let's return to Phoenix Island and use the Phoenix godly water to heal your injuries. Then we'll see how His Holiness deals with these rascals. The Fire Emperor spoke with a look of hatred. There's no need to rush. There's no need. Slow down. The guard coughed bitterly. The Fire Emperor stared blankly at the guard. The both of them flew to a nearby mountain peak. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a man appeared in front of them. It was Guhai. Guhai, where did you run off to? The Fire Emperor's expression turned ugly. Guhai said that he would help, but he didn't show up. If it wasn't for His Holiness, the princess would have been in trouble. Guhai had a serious look on his face. Guhai, what happened just now was real, wasn't it? Was it my father? The guard's eyes were red as he spoke expectantly. Princess, what's wrong? Wasn't that His Holiness? The Fire Emperor spoke halfway before his expression changed. All of a sudden, the Fire Emperor recalled Guhai's abilities. He used the Tao of Chess to congeal the Cloud Beast. Cloud Beast, Princess, you did well. You did everything according to my instructions. First, you scared the officials. Then, you provoked the Tong Tian. Then, you infuriated Jiang Rulai and Empress Ji. You made them help you get rid of the seal. You did well. Guhai laughed. Just now, wasn't that His Holiness? Did you use the Tao of Chess to congeal it? The guard still couldn't believe it. He really wanted to believe that it was real. Didn't I borrow a lot of spirit stones from you? I set up a spell and congealed Jiang Lianshan's spirit. Jiang Lianshan's cloud beast consumed a lot of spirit stones. Before long, it will disappear. Let's go. Guhai spoke solemnly. Fake. His Holiness is fake. No. The Fire Emperor suddenly refused to accept reality. The Fire Emperor turned from joy to sorrow as he glared at Guhai furiously. It was as though he was forcing Guhai to admit that it was true. Fire Emperor, you should understand what happened 800,000 years ago. Now isn't the time to be angry. Besides, I'm doing this to save Jingwei. Guhai spoke in a low voice. AI. The Fire Emperor sighed as a look of dejection appeared on his face. It was as if he had aged countless years in an instant. Jingwei bit his lips, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Jiang Lianshan was the sky. Now that the sky had collapsed, Dian would also collapse. Empress Ji, Jiang Rulai? Heck, cough, 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 I won't let you have it easy. The elite guard suddenly revealed a sinister expression. Jingwei, come with me now. I will try my best to think of a way to bring you to the netherworld. Guhai spoke solemnly. No, I promised you. Guhai, I promised to give you a measurable lifespan. Let's go. I'll bring you to retrieve it. Jingwei revealed a sinister expression as he spoke. Immeasurable lifespan? Guhai squinted his eyes as he looked at Jingwei. Don't worry, I won't lie to you this time. Father really did give you immeasurable lifespan. I'll give it to you. I'll give Empress Ji a horrible death. Jingwei revealed a maniacal expression. That deranged expression was filled with a monstrous hatred. When Gu Hai saw this, his heart sank. This was because Gu Hai could see the maniacal expression on Jing Wei's face. It was as if he was ready to take revenge at any cost. However, since there was immeasurable lifespan, Gu Hai naturally wouldn't reject it. All right, we still have to be careful. This is because the Tongtian sect master might come looking for us. He can find us through the Taishang's aura in Wan Er's body. Gu Hai spoke in a low voice. Let's go. It's not far from the East Sea. Uncle Fire Emperor, bring us along. We have to be quick. Once we reach there, we will be safe. Even the Tongtian sect master is useless. Jing Wei revealed a sinister expression as he spoke. All right. The Fire Emperor nodded his head. Xiao, with Jing Wei leading the way, the three of them transformed into a ray of light and shot into the distance. Fire God Shrine Plaza Jiang Lianshan said coldly as he stepped into the square. Dian and all his officials were kneeling and trembling in fear. Dongfang Shou, the future Buddha, Sakura, the Scarlet Emperor, and the White Emperor were all shocked and didn't know what to do. Especially the Scarlet Emperor, who wished he could slap himself. Couldn't he wait a little longer? Wait a little longer, just a little longer, and he wouldn't be in such an awkward situation. He had just chosen to betray Jiang Lianshan and stand on Matriarch Ji's side, and now he was slapped in the face. Jiang Lianshan is back. Does he have to be so fast? The Scarlet Emperor wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Sage, His Holiness, I was blinded. The Yellow Emperor lied to me. I was deceived by him. The Scarlet Emperor knelt down on one knee and didn't dare to resist. He still remembered how the Black Emperor encouraged Murong Yin behind Jiang Lianshan's back. In the end, he caused the death of Murong Yin. That time, the Black Emperor died a horrible death. The Scarlet Emperor could still remember it clearly. Jiang Lianshan cared about two women the most. One was Murong Yin, and the other was his daughter Jing Wei. Why am I so unlucky? Deceived by Matriarch Ji? Fine. Then let's wait for Matriarch Ji to return and settle the old and new debts together. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. The Scarlet Emperor trembled, but didn't dare to refute. Sage, His Holiness. Dongfang Shou also wanted to beg for mercy. Shut up. Wait. Jiang Lianshan said coldly. Dongfang Shou stood at the side and didn't dare to speak. Amateus Buddha. The future Buddha placed his palms together and chanted. Jiang Lianshan suddenly looked over coldly. That gaze seemed to be able to shoot out knives, causing the future Buddha to not dare to speak. Sakura stood behind the future Buddha, but didn't want to stand out. The White Emperor frowned slightly and didn't speak. Although the White Emperor didn't help Jing Wei, he was still neutral. Even if they were to settle the score, he wouldn't be too guilty. As for the others, naturally, no one dared to provoke Jiang Lianshan. Just like that, the Flame Divine Hall's plaza was deathly silent, waiting for Jiang Lianshan to speak. However, Jiang Lianshan didn't say anything. He looked at the direction where Matriarch Ji, Jiang Rulai, and the others disappeared, as if waiting for them to return. This wait lasted for 6 hours. For 6 hours, no one dared to breathe loudly. Everyone was puzzled, but Jiang Lianshan's prestige was too great. Even if they were puzzled, no one dared to say anything. Until 6 hours later. Buzz! Jiang Lianshan's body trembled slightly, and energy smoke rose from his body. As the energy smoke rose, Jiang Lianshan's body turned blurry. And everyone's expression changed slightly. Buzz, 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 buzz. Jiang Lianshan's body trembled rapidly. More and more energy, smoke rose from his body. At this moment, everyone finally grew suspicious. Holy, His Holiness? The Scarlet Emperor asked while kneeling. Bang! With a loud sound, Jiang Lianshan immediately exploded, turning into a clump of energy smoke and vanishing. Everyone, His Holiness, turned into a clump of energy smoke and disappeared. Well, what's going on? Oh no, we fell for a trap. The future Buddha's expression suddenly changed. Gu Hai. Is it Gu Hai? Did he use the Go Dao ritual array to condense a cloud beast? The White Emperor exclaimed. Earlier, The Tontian sect master said that he was here to chase after Gu Hai. However, Gu Hai did not show up. When Jiang Lianshan suddenly appeared, everyone thought that Jiang Lianshan had really returned. No one dared to think too much. At this moment, Jiang Lianshan had vanished into thin air. Everyone quivered and finally regained their senses. We were tricked? The Scarlet Emperor suddenly stood up with a ferocious expression. Amateus Buddha, what a great Gu Hai! Haha, what a great Gu Hai! The future Buddha also flew into a rage out of humiliation. Everyone stood there in a daze for 6 hours, scared out of their wits. So it was just a scam by Gu Hai? Cloud Beast? Ha ha ha, Gu Hai is really daring, Sakura said with a cold look in his eyes. Although Gu Hai displayed overwhelming might 800,000 years ago, it was now 800,000 years later. The Go Dao laws were gone, and Gu Hai's strength was gone. Anyone here could easily crush Gu Hai. Such a weak Gu Hai was able to toy with all of us. Ha ha, good. Gu Hai, today we will settle old and new grudges together, Dongfang Shou said with a ferocious expression. Men, search. The Scarlet Emperor shouted angrily after kneeling for a long time. There is no need. Find a strand of hair from the Fire Emperor. I can find where they are. Oof. Dongfang Shou said coldly. Huff. The future Buddha waved his hand and found a strand of fine hair. Dongfang Shou reached out and pinched. A small blue ball wrapped around the hair. Heaven and earth have lifespans. Find the same source for me. Go. Dongfang Shou shouted. Swish! Instantly, the small blue ball soared into the sky and shot in a certain direction. Go! Dongfang Shou shouted coldly. Boom! Instantly, the future Buddha, Sakura Shurtian, and the Scarlet Emperor led a group of subordinates and soared into the sky. Each of them was aggressive and shot towards the horizon to chase after Gu Hai. The White Emperor wanted to follow them. Behind the White Emperor, an official suddenly shouted, Emperor! It was Gu Hai's rebellious adopted son, Tangut. The White Emperor looked at Tangut in confusion. It has been 6 hours. Gu Hai must have run far away. Furthermore, this situation is too complicated. It is not good for us to interfere, Tangut said solemnly. The White Emperor frowned slightly and finally nodded. He did not follow them. 6 hours later. Stop, it's here, the Jing guard shouted. The three of them stopped above the sea. However, he saw that there was a small island below, surrounded by a vast sea that stretched as far as the eye could see. It was an extremely inconspicuous island. Gu Hai was slightly confused. Immeasurable lifespan? Hidden here? Gu Hai was puzzled. That's right. It's inside. Ha, Gu Hai, I will help you. I will help you obtain that immeasurable lifespan, the Jing guard said with a ferocious expression. From the Jing guard's expression, this lifespan might be related to something. However, Gu Hai did not care. It was fine as long as he had lifespan. Now that his cultivation was stuck here, he had to use the immeasurable lifespan to break through. The group slowly landed on the island. At this moment, there was a cry of surprise from the forest on the island. It's the hall leader? Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise. Master? Master, why are you here? Ah, it's Gu Hai. Ziwei, look, it's Gu Hai. We are saved. That's great. A series of voices sounded, but it made Gu Hai slightly stunned. He flew down quickly. He saw that the people on the island were Ziwei, Chong Sheng, Gao Chen, Mu Chanfeng, and the elite hall's rumbling sky camp disciples. Chapter 863. Eastern Sea's Desolate Island. Master, Master, save me. Quick, I'm about to go crazy from being locked up. How could Ziwei and Chong Sheng harm us for no reason? Gao Chen cried out. Harm you, my ass. Isn't it all because of your singing? Chong Sheng immediately flew into a rage. Mu Chinfeng led the elite hall's rumbling sky camp disciples to the side and knelt down in excitement. However, they saw that these 100-odd people were currently trapped in a 5-colored barrier. There were 5 energy sources above the 5-colored barrier. They were in the shape of words: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. You actually activated the 5 elements divine formation, the elite guard said angrily, glaring. 5 elements divine formation? How would we know? We thought that it was a large tomb and dug for a long time before we could open it. Who knew that we would be trapped the moment we opened it? For the past few years, we called out every day, but no one could hear us. Even the zither figurines were useless. Master, quickly save me, Gauchen said anxiously. You thought that was a large tomb and came to dig grave? Guhai looked at Ziwei and Chang Sheng strangely. Due to Ziwei and Chang Sheng's invitation, Guhai got Gauchen to bring the rumbling sky camp over to help. Who would have thought that the two of them were here to dig a grave? This is our unexpected discovery. These 5 energy sources seem to have a strange energy. Among them, the wood character seems to be very useful to Chang Sheng. The earth character is very useful to me. The metal character is useful to Gauchen. We're giving you face and want to give Gauchen some benefits. So, Ziwei said with a bitter smile. This is the 5 elements divine force, the great strength of the divine Tao. Do you know how many fiend gods were mixed into each? You want to absorb them with just your strength? What a joke. The elite guard sneered. Huh, it's you, Linwana? What do you mean? Back then, when Day won the Imperial Dynasty, we even helped you. Ziwei immediately shouted. I am not Linwana. The elite guard glared. She is Princess Diane, an elite guard who has temporarily taken over Wanner's body. And the grave you dug was set up by Jiang Lianshan, right? So, you can say that it's her family's grave. Guhai smiled bitterly. The faces of Ziwei and the others stiffened. Princess Jingwei, Fire Emperor, these people are my friends. Because of a misunderstanding, they fell into this place. I hope you can forgive them and release them. Solemnly Guhai said. Guhai. The Fire Emperor glanced at the elite guard. After all, he didn't know what was going on either. The elite guard's injuries were slightly better now. He squinted his eyes and looked at the crowd. Consider yourself lucky. The elite guard said coldly. Xiao Chun slowly flew to the island. When he saw the 5-element divine formation, a grave look flashed in his eyes. Guhai, Jingwei said in a deep voice. Speak. Guhai nodded his head. What they said is right. This is indeed a huge grave. The grave contains an immeasurable amount of lifespan. Lifespan is different from normal energy. Once it is exposed, it will dissipate. The 5-element divine formation is suppressing the immeasurable amount of lifespan. Later, I will activate the 5-element divine formation. You have to absorb the lifespan immediately. You have to be quick. If not, once it dissipates, all our efforts will be in vain. The elite guard said solemnly. All right. Guhai nodded his head. The 5-element divine formation is formed by 5 sorcery inscriptions. As long as I activate the formation, the sorcery inscriptions will dissipate quickly. Uncle Fire Emperor, when I activate the formation, you have to swallow the fire inscription. It contains the power of the fire god. It should be able to strengthen your phoenix god and even allow you to break through. Solemnly, the elite guard said. All right, the Fire Emperor replied. What about the remaining 4 sorcery inscriptions? Gauchen asked expectantly. If you aren't afraid of death, go ahead. The elite guard laughed coldly. I'm not afraid of death, Ziwei said excitedly. I'm not afraid of death either. Chang Sheng shouted. I'm really not afraid of death, Gauchen said excitedly. The elite guard was choked by the 3 of them. This 5-element sorcery inscription contains immense power. Unless you open the heavenly palace, if an ordinary person swallows it, they will die instantly. The 3 of you, who do you think you are? The elite guard said disdainfully. The 3 of them weren't angry. Instead, they laughed. It was as if they were looking forward to the sorcery inscriptions. The elite guard looked at Guhai and wanted to say, Your friends are courting death. Don't blame me if they die. Guhai looked at the 3 of them. If Guhai hadn't gone to 800,000 years ago, he would have been worried about them. However, at this moment, Guhai was looking forward to it. Let them be. Guhai shook his head. They're courting death. They can't blame anyone. However, the fire inscription belongs to Uncle Fire Emperor. You're not allowed to touch it. The elite guard said coldly. I want the gold word shaman pattern. The North Star immediately shouted, I want the Earth inscription. Ziwei shouted, I want the wood inscription. Changsheng shouted, Oomph. The elite guard snorted. Mu Qinfeng, elite hall's disciple, your cultivation is not high enough. When the array is opened, I'll send you to a place. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Yes. The elite hall's disciple replied. The elite guard suddenly touched the surface of the 5 elements divine array with both of his hands and started chanting. There are gods in heaven and earth. The 5 elements command 10,000 spells. Divine array, open. The elite guard shouted. Boom! With a loud sound, the entire island shook violently. Around the island, huge ripples appeared in the turbulent seawater. Countless cracks appeared on the surface of the barrier. Ka. Countless cracks spread in all directions. Boom! The barrier exploded with a loud bang. The 5 elements divine array was instantly activated. In that instant, the 5 inscriptions emitted a vast amount of energy that rushed up to the sky. It was as if some kind of energy from the ground had pushed it up into the sky. Screech! The Fire Emperor suddenly transformed into a 3,000 feet tall fire phoenix and opened its mouth to swallow the fire inscription. At that moment, the fire inscription emitted a huge fire that looked like a sun rising into the sky. Boom! After swallowing it, the flames around the Fire Emperor's body instantly increased by more than 10 times. So much fire god energy. The Fire Emperor was shocked and excited at the same time. The elite guard looked coldly at Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng. However, he saw that the 3 of them also opened their mouths and swallowed the 3 inscriptions. You're courting death. The elite guard sneered in disdain. The 3 of them were definitely going to die. Didn't they see that the Fire Emperor couldn't handle it? What cultivation level were the 3 of them? They actually dared to swallow it? However, a strange scene happened in front of the elite guard. The 3 of them weren't destroyed by the inscriptions. On the contrary, the 3 of them only emitted traces of gold, brown, and green light. They floated in the air as if they were enjoying the refinement process. How can this be? The elite guard was shocked. Princess, I remember now. They have the same name as the 5 divine envoys who died 800,000 years ago. The Fire Emperor was refining the fire inscription as he looked at Gaochen and the other 2 in shock. 5 divine beasts. The elite guard was slightly taken aback. He did hear the Fire Emperor mention it before. However, he didn't expect it to be the 3 of them. The last inscription was the water inscription, but no one collected it. In an instant, a huge wave of cold air filled the surroundings. Once the cold air was released, the surrounding sea froze for thousands of miles. Heavy snow fell from the sky and a bone-chilling cold descended. The Fire Emperor transformed into his human form and flames surrounded him as he protected the elite guard. Ziwei, Gaochen, and Changsheng had tough skin and flesh, so they were unaffected. Mu Qinfeng and the other first-class Hall disciples were absorbed into the celestial dome of the ancients by Gu Hai. Gu Hai didn't have much time to pay attention to the outside world. This was because when the 5 elements divine formation was broken, the island below melted into a huge pool. Outside the pool, there were 64 hexagrams. The 64 hexagrams locked the golden liquid in the pool. It was like a pool of oil, emitting a bright golden light. When the 5 elements divine formation was broken, the oil seemed to be vaporizing quickly. This is the lifespan. Gu Hai, use it quickly. The elite guard shouted. Lifespan? Gu Hai also felt it. This was because a trace of the vaporized golden liquid entered his body. Gu Hai's body was like a sponge absorbing water, thirsting for it. Princess Jingwei, I'm sorry for offending you. Please enter the celestial dome of the ancients first. Gu Hai shouted. Ooh. In an instant, the elite guard was summoned into the celestial dome of the ancients by Gu Hai. Gu Hai, what are you doing? The Fire Emperor glared at him angrily. I'm sorry. I'm still worried about you. The elite guard is in my celestial dome of the ancients and can see everything outside. Now, I'm going to have a breakthrough in my cultivation. I'll have to trouble the Fire Emperor to protect me. Gu Hai spoke in a low voice. As he spoke, he didn't care about the Fire Emperor's anger. He sat cross-legged on top of the pool of oil and immersed his consciousness into his body. The Fire Emperor glared at him angrily. Guhai did this so that the Fire Emperor wouldn't dare to attack him. With the elite guard in his hands, the Fire Emperor wouldn't dare to attack him and would even protect him. The Fire Emperor cleared his throat. Once they entered the celestial dome of the ancients, the elite guard glared at him. Guhai, you're repaying kindness with enmity. Repaying kindness with enmity? Princess Jingwei, you're talking about your right? Back then, I brought one to help you, but you attacked her. Who's repaying kindness with enmity? Now, I won't hurt you. I'm just asking you to protect me. I don't want to be attacked by you when I'm in seclusion. You can only blame yourself for being too scheming. Guhai's voice rang out. The elite guard cleared his throat, but was helpless. However, within the celestial dome of the ancients, the elite guard was able to see everything clearly. Guhai sat cross-legged on top of the pool of oil as his body emitted a powerful suction force. All the golden liquid around him was sucked into his body. The golden liquid below him was sinking slowly. On the other side, the Fire Emperor was enraged, but could only protect Guhai. At the same time, he continued to refine the Fire Shaman inscription within his body. Gaochen, Ziwei, and Changsheng were floating in the air with their eyes closed. It was as though they were enjoying the 3 Shaman inscription. However, their expressions of enjoyment were too wretched, causing the elite guard to feel disgusted. High up in the air, the Water Shaman inscription was emitting a powerful chill. Snow was flying everywhere, and ice was boundless. If not for their strong physiques, they would have been frozen into ice sculptures by now. As the Water Shaman inscription was decomposing, the surroundings became colder and colder. Guhai sat cross-legged on top of the golden pool of oil as he mobilized all the power in his body. The power of the earth soul, the human soul, the gold deity, the wood deity, the water deity, the earth deity, the fire deity, and the spirit mother deity were all channeled into Guhai's heavenly palace. The 9 powers were like 9 ferocious dragons rushing over with an unstoppable force. They crashed down. Boom! With a loud bang, Guhai's heavenly palace was knocked away. Chapter 864. Guhai's foundation was extremely solid. His 2 spiritual souls and 6 physical souls were the most perfect power. In addition, with the chessboard between his eyebrows and the fusion of the 4 clones, it was not difficult for him to reach the heavenly palace. With a loud sound, the heavenly palace opened up. The opening of the heavenly palace was the most dangerous moment. The opening of the heavenly palace required a cultivator's lifespan to condense the heavenly soul. For others, the lifespan required was not much, as the heavenly soul they condensed was only an inch or a few inches tall. However, for Guhai, it was a disaster. As the heavenly palace opened up, a shadow of a palace appeared around Guhai. Rumble! The palace grew taller and taller. In the palace, a blurry figure could be vaguely seen being squeezed. It was Guhai's heavenly soul. The heavenly soul condensed, causing the palace to grow. The demand for lifespan was like a bottomless pit. More and more wrinkles appeared on Guhai's face. His skin became loose, and white strands appeared on his head. In a short while, his hair was completely white. Old. He was extremely old. At this moment, the heavenly soul was only 3 feet tall. Guhai's lifespan was about to be depleted. Rumble. However, Guhai quickly absorbed the golden liquid in the pool below. The faster he absorbed, the greater the amount. The surging lifespan continuously flowed into Guhai's body to make up for the lack of lifespan. The golden liquid was lifespan. Lifespan was like oil, and life was like a lamp. When the oil was depleted, the lamp would wither. At this moment, the oil of lifespan was extremely beneficial to Guhai. It was being depleted quickly. The heavenly soul in the palace grew bigger and taller. The Fire Emperor's face twitched. Obviously, the cultivation of the heavenly soul was similar to that of the human and earthly souls. It was a gradual process. However, who would have thought that Guhai's heavenly soul would grow so quickly? Gauchen's expression turned ugly. Last time, my cultivation was about the same as Master's. How did Master's cultivation increase so quickly? Last time on Paradise Island, Guhai had absorbed a large amount of power of faith to break through Heaven Palace, and he had brought Gauchen, Mu Chanfeng, and the other Class 1 Hall members to break through Heaven Palace. Only a few years had passed since then. Guhai had already begun to break through to the Heavenly Palace. Moreover, this heavenly soul was also freakish. It actually continued to soar as soon as it appeared, becoming higher and higher. In the ancient Immortal Dome, the elite guard's expression sank. Is Guhai really a perfect heavenly soul? This consumption of lifespan is too fast. This was because in just 4 short hours, half of the lifespan in the pool had been absorbed by Guhai. Half. This was Jiang Lianshan's lifetime savings. Using the 64 hexagrams, Jiang Lianshan had collected an immeasurable amount of lifespan so that he could use it to defy the heavens in the future. In the end, Guhai had consumed so much lifespan. It was not over yet. Guhai was still absorbing the lifespan. The palace in Heavenly Palace had also increased to 500 feet, and it was still increasing. The heavenly soul was also increasing. 200 feet, 300 feet, 400 feet, and it was still increasing. As the absorption of lifespan increased, the old Guhai slowly replenished his lifespan, and he gradually became young again. His white hair slowly returned to black hair, and his loose skin became smooth and tight. All his wrinkles disappeared. It was as if he had returned to being around 30 years old. However, everything was not over yet. The heavenly soul was still increasing, and the demand for lifespan was also increasing. Just as the lifespan in the pool was decreasing, a trace of black gas suddenly appeared from the bottom of the pool. It was only a trace, and it was very inconspicuous. However, this trace of black gas caused the elite guard to suddenly reveal a ferocious expression. Ah, you've finally broken through? Father used the 5 elements divine formation to seal the immeasurable lifespan. He used the immeasurable lifespan to suppress all of you. Come out, come out. Kill Matriarch G. This time, no one will stop you. Ha ha. The elite guard clenched his fists excitedly. TSK, 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 TSK. As more and more lifespan was being depleted, more and more black gas appeared from the pool. At this moment, it finally attracted the attention of everyone. It was just that at this point, Guhai was at the critical point of his breakthrough and was unable to investigate. However, everyone else revealed looks of curiosity. Is there really a tomb below? Chang Sheng asked in shock. Impossible. Nine Li Qi. Weren't they all destroyed that year? How? The Fire Emperor's eyes flashed with astonishment, just as the Fire Emperor was in shock. Over there, quick! A loud roar could be heard from afar. Boom! In just a short while, about 100 strong cultivators appeared in front of them. The leaders were the future Buddha, Sakura, Dongfang Shou, and the Scarlet Emperor. Boom! In an instant, the Fire Emperor conjured a huge fire, covering the area where Guhai was at. So it's here? What is this place? Where's Jingwei? The Scarlet Emperor roared furiously. Outside the Flame God Hall, the Scarlet Emperor was humiliated. He was furious and wanted to capture Jingwei as soon as possible. What is this? What strong god power? Water god power? Haha, good stuff. Sakura's eyes lit up as he opened his mouth to swallow the water god's sorcery mark. Dream on. The Fire Emperor snorted coldly as he extended his palm. Boom! The water god sorcery mark, which had almost dissipated, suddenly exploded, turning into a gust of chilly wind that rushed towards the crowd. So cold. The 100-strong cultivators shivered from the cold. Fire Emperor, you're courting death. Sakura's eyes flashed with anger as he struck out with his palm. You're the one courting death. The Fire Emperor stared and struck out with his palm. Boom! The 2 palms collided in midair, and Sakura's body stopped abruptly. They were actually evenly matched. Didn't you give the Fire Pearl to Jiang Lianshan, causing your cultivation level to drop? The Scarlet Emperor's face darkened. How did you find me? The Fire Emperor's face turned ugly. Suddenly, The Fire Emperor saw Dongfeng Shou. It's you? Ha ha! Dongfeng Shou, His Holiness isn't here. You really betrayed Dian and colluded with them to deal with the princess? Do you know that once His Holiness returns, you'll die without a burial ground? The Fire Emperor glared at him. He die without a burial ground? Then why don't you ask him to come out? Dongfeng Shou said coldly. Amateus Buddha, in this fire, is Gu Hai breaking through? The future Buddha's face changed. Everyone was puzzled. The Fire Emperor used the fire to cover Gu Hai. Normal people wouldn't be able to see what was going on. However, the future Buddha used his heart's eye to see what was going on. Gu Hai's heavenly soul was already 700 feet tall. It's still rising, still rising. The heavenly palace had already reached a height of 1,000 feet. Such a heavenly soul must have an immeasurable lifespan. What is this place? Why would there be an immeasurable lifespan for Gu Hai to squander? What's in here? The future Buddha asked in astonishment. What? Everyone didn't understand. Jiang Lianshan's secret? Why is it so secretive? Ha. Letting you escape might not be a bad thing. Dongfeng Shou laughed coldly as he took a step forward. Don't even think of coming near. The Fire Emperor glared at him as he waved his hand. A flaming phoenix flew towards Dongfeng Shou. It's useless. I'm Master Shou. Dongfeng Shou laughed coldly. As he took a step forward, Dongfeng Shou disappeared. Not good. He's entered the netherworld and is trying to come out from there to appear by our master's side. Gaochen's face fell. The three of us form a divine power barrier and protect Gu Hai. Ziwei shouted with a glare. Although the three of them didn't have high cultivations, they had just swallowed the sorcery inscriptions and were able to form a protective barrier to protect Gu Hai. Do it. Don't let Dongfeng Shou get ahead of us. Find Jingwei. The future Buddha shouted. Yes. The group of subordinates behind him roared and charged towards the center. If you want to go over, you'll have to get past me first. The Fire Emperor glared at them. Gu Hai was now at a critical juncture in his closed-door cultivation. Originally, the Fire Emperor didn't care about his death. However, the Jingwei was in Gu Hai's immortal dome of the ancients. If Gu Hai were to meet with any mishap, wouldn't the Jingwei be implicated? The Fire Emperor waved his hand, and flames surged out, blocking everyone's path. The Scarlet Emperor and Indra laughed coldly as they attacked the Fire Emperor. Phoenix God, lend me your godly powers, the Fire Emperor shouted. The power of the sorcery inscriptions in his body was absorbed by the Phoenix God. The Phoenix God roared and gave all its power to the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor revealed a ferocious expression as he used both his palms to attack Indra and the Scarlet Emperor. Boom, boom! Two loud sounds rang out, and a huge shockwave caused the sea of ice to explode. The sky was filled with ice shards. Pooh! The Fire Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood. It was obvious that even with his full strength, he couldn't withstand the combined attack of the Scarlet Emperor and Indra. Fire Emperor, the Yellow Emperor gave you a chance. You didn't know how to cherish it. You're courting death. The Scarlet Emperor revealed a ferocious expression. Fire Emperor, you're really loyal. It's a pity that you're in our way today. Let's attack together and destroy the Fire Emperor. Indra revealed a ferocious expression. Yes, 100 subordinates attacked at the same time. These 100 people were the elites of Dahuang, Dian, and Spiritual Mountain. Even the weakest of them was at the peak of the Middle Heavenly Palace. The Fire Emperor was being suppressed. It was like beating a drowning dog. 100 people attacked at the same time, and a destructive force rushed towards the Fire Emperor. Boom, 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 boom. Under the countless attacks, the Fire Emperor's entire body was bleeding profusely. It looked like he was about to die under the combined attacks of these people. Uncle Fire Emperor, you can run, quickly run. The Jingwei saw everything in the immortal dome of antiquity and shouted in horror. Gu Hai's heavenly soul had already grown to a height of 800 feet and was about to reach the full circle. He couldn't afford to be distracted. The Fire Emperor was being suppressed by a group of powerful cultivators. The future Buddha slowly flew over and was about to enter the flames. He was about to break through to the Fire Emperor. The Fire Emperor revealed a sinister smile. "Gu Hai, you bastard. I'm not dying for you. I'm dying for the princess. I'm dying for His Holiness." "No!" The elite guards shouted out in fear. "Explode!" The Fire Emperor shouted out ferociously. "Not good. Dot!" Indra and the Scarlet Emperor's expressions changed. However, it was too late. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the Fire Emperor self-destructed. The 100 over-cultivators who were attacking the Fire Emperor were instantly drowned in the sea of flames. Indra and the Scarlet Emperor were the first to be hit and spat out blood as they were sent flying. The future Buddha was slightly less affected. However, he was still blown away by the explosion and was sent flying. Although Ziwei and the other two weren't affected much, they were still spitting out blood. Uncle Fire Emperor. The elite guards saw everything from the Immortal Dome. Tears rolled down their cheeks as they shouted out. The Fire Emperor sacrificed his own life to stop everyone. Because of him, the Fire Emperor died? Shio. The last bit of his lifespan was depleted. Gu Hai's heavenly soul had also reached the full circle. It was now 810 feet tall. Boom! A strong aura emanated from Gu Hai's body. Heavenly Palace, first stage. Gu Hai shouted out excitedly. Wong! The palace and heavenly soul were absorbed into Gu Hai's body. He had finally broken through to the full circle of the heavenly soul. Gu Hai felt as though his entire body was filled with energy. Gu Hai, the three of them spat out blood. It was obvious that their injuries weren't light. In order to protect Gu Hai from being disturbed, the three of them gave it their all. Although the explosion just now was not a big deal, the three of them were still severely injured. Now that I'm here, the three of you should rest. Gu Hai waved his hand, and the three of them entered the Immortal Dome. Gu Hai stood proudly in the flames as he looked coldly at the enemies who were chasing after him. Chapter 865. Uncle Fire Emperor. Gu Hai, let me out. The elite guard screamed in agony. Seeing the Fire Emperor self-destruct for his own sake, Jing Wei's heart crumbled. During this period of time, there was no news from his father. Everyone betrayed him, and only the Fire Emperor stood by his side. The Fire Emperor had become his pillar of support. But now, even the Fire Emperor was dead. He could only watch helplessly. Gu Hai heard the voice of the elite guard, but he didn't let him out. It was too dangerous outside. Ming! In the middle of the flames, a transparent phoenix spread its wings. Phoenix God! The heavily injured Sakura's eyes lit up. Whoosh! Gu Hai waved his sleeves, and the Phoenix God was swept into the celestial dome along with the flames by Gu Hai. Gu Hai, how dare you! Sakura shouted angrily. At this moment, the huge explosion had heavily injured everyone. Out of the hundreds of strong cultivators, more than 10 of them were instantly killed. The remaining people were all injured and missing limbs. Sakura and the Scarlet Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood and stabilized themselves. The future Buddha only had superficial wounds and was fine. Fire Emperor, do you think you can solve everything by exploding? Your Phoenix Island will help you pay your debts. The Scarlet Emperor wiped the blood off his face and said, Gu Hai, where are the elite guards? Sakura asked coldly. Don't talk nonsense with him. Take him down. The Scarlet Emperor shouted. Yes. The heavily injured subordinate rushed towards Gu Hai. As he spoke, the Scarlet Emperor also rushed towards Gu Hai. However, at this moment, Gu Hai reached into his chest and pulled out a bone saber. Scarlet Emperor? Among the 5 emperors, you are the most tasteless. Gu Hai said coldly. Zhou Tian Qi. Countless blade, Qi appeared in the air and slashed towards the Scarlet Emperor along with Gu Hai. Tasteless? Are you even qualified to talk about me? The Scarlet Emperor snorted and took out a fiery red blade. A loud sound rang out, and the void shook violently. The 2 sabers collided, and they were actually evenly matched. The saber Qi in the surroundings immediately injured the people who were charging over. Everyone was only injured by the saber Qi, but soon, billowing black Qi gushed out from the bone saber and rushed toward the group of experts. What is that? Someone cried out in alarm. Within the black smoke, countless small skulls were gnawing at their wounds. Not good, it's drilling into my body. Someone cried out in alarm. The nearest person had his body completely devoured by the black gas in just a short while. Be careful. It was useless to be careful. The black chi surged as if there was a law guiding it. No one could escape. Immediately, the cultivators were enveloped by the black chi. Get out of the way, get out of the way. However, they couldn't escape. They simply couldn't outrun the speed of the black gas. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Kill Guhai, just kill Guhai. This must be a curse, the curse of the sorcerer tribe. Someone pounced toward Guhai in fear. Guhai ignored him and continued to slash at the Scarlet Emperor. When the saber slashed, the Scarlet Emperor instantly felt as if he was facing a great enemy. At that moment, Guhai waved his hand, and a ray of crimson light suddenly appeared. It was the Life Slayer saber. A crimson illusion instantly filled the Scarlet Emperor's mind. Ah! The Scarlet Emperor shivered and slashed his bone saber instantly. Be careful! Sakura snorted and threw a punch. Oh! The punch landed heavily on the bone saber. It helped the Scarlet Emperor dodge the bone saber. Baby, please turn around. Swoosh! The celestial slaying flying saber instantly shot out and went straight for the Scarlet Emperor's neck. Not good. The future Buddha's face darkened. Oh! He waved his hand and slapped the Scarlet Emperor, helping him dodge Guhai's flying saber. Swoosh! As the flying dagger flew back, the Scarlet Emperor also woke up from his stupor. He looked at Guhai in shock. Impossible! When did you become so powerful? The Scarlet Emperor was shocked. I've always been like this. It's just that my cultivation was limited in the past. Guhai said coldly. Ah, limited cultivation? You are now in the first level of Heaven Palace? With such a huge heavenly soul, you can only reach the first level of Heaven Palace in your lifetime. You will never be able to break through. The future Buddha said coldly. When I was in the lower level of Heaven Palace, someone said the same thing. When I was in the middle level of Heaven Palace, someone said the same thing. Didn't I reach the upper level of Heaven Palace too? Guhai said coldly. The future Buddha's face darkened. I'm actually quite curious. Future Buddha, I see that your cultivation is only in the 5th or 6th level of Heaven Palace. You don't seem to be as high as Sakura's cultivation. But why is your position higher than Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva that day in Fiery Shrine? If you were an elder of Spirited Mountain, it would be fine as you have the qualifications. But you only had the chance to be selected over 1,000 years ago. What do you have to deserve this? Guhai said solemnly. How do you know that I'm not as good as them? The future Buddha said coldly. Closed eyes, tranquility zen. Guhai squinted his eyes suddenly. You know quite a lot. In this world, I am the only one who can cultivate closed eyes, tranquility zen. The future Buddha said coldly. Closed eyes, tranquility zen? You might not be the only one who can cultivate it. Moreover, let's see if you dare to perish together with me. Guhai said coldly. Guhai, you have just entered the Heavenly Palace. I don't believe that you're my opponent. Die. Scarlet Emperor looked ferocious. In a flash, he dashed towards Guhai. He was too fast. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Guhai. Let's try. Guhai looked ferocious. At this moment, he mobilized all the strength in his body and slashed with the Life Ender saber again. The two sabers collided in the void. Bam! Guhai retreated 1,000 feet before stopping. Scarlet Emperor didn't. He was still in his original position. However, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. What? Scarlet Emperor spat out a mouthful of blood from the impact. He looked at Guhai in shock. Again. Guhai stared and pounced toward him again. Boom, boom, boom. Guhai was sent flying again and again. However, Guhai was fine. Scarlet Emperor, on the other hand, was spitting out blood from the impact. How can your physical body be so tough? Scarlet Emperor said in shock and anger. Scarlet Emperor didn't know that during the previous battle with Rokudo Shinkuin, Guhai had strengthened his physical body to the peak using the aura at the peak. Although his strength was slightly weaker than Scarlet Emperor, Guhai wasn't injured at all from the impact. Sakura and future Buddha weren't in a hurry to attack. After all, Guhai was their only opponent. Furthermore, Scarlet Emperor wasn't at a disadvantage. Both of them watched coldly. What a strong physical body. Humph, it's stronger than the West Sea Dragon Palace. Sakura said with a gloomy expression. Sakura, can you deal with him? Future Buddha asked in a low voice. Scarlet Emperor was injured by Fire Emperor's self-explosion. However, I wasn't. Guhai is indeed a genius to be able to explode with strength that far exceeds his cultivation. Guhai's current strength is only equivalent to an ordinary 5th level of Heavenly Palace. However, he should be proud that I could destroy him with one hand. Sakura said coldly. Then let's do it quickly. Future Buddha put his palms together. Guhai was clashing with Scarlet Emperor again and again. Scarlet Emperor's injuries were getting worse and worse. He was being forced to this state by someone who just entered Heavenly Palace? It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be like this. Scarlet Emperor was enraged and wanted to kill Guhai. However, Guhai's strength had a huge breakthrough and he couldn't be hurt at all. Not far away, a group of experts were devoured by the skeletons in the black gas on the Life Ender Saber. Only their skeletons were left, and they fell to the ground below. This scene made Tion even more unsightly. Make your move. Sakura, take down Guhai. We still need to ask for the whereabouts of the elite guards. Future Buddha shouted. Sakura nodded and was about to attack. While everyone was fighting, they didn't notice that there was a figure standing in the clouds. It was the slightly battered Tongtian sect master. Standing in the clouds, the Tongtian sect master looked at Guhai with a gloomy expression. The aura of Taishang Dao is here. Guhai, you can't run away. Setting me up? Good, very good. The Tongtian sect master revealed a ruthless expression. Even though Guhai's cultivation had broken through to Heavenly Palace, it was still nothing in front of the Tongtian. That was because the Tongtian's cultivation was too high. However, the vitality pool of oil that Guhai was sitting on had run out of vitality. The bottom of the pool had been cracking, and within the cracks, there were traces of black gas. Looking at the black gas, the Tongtian sect master squinted his eyes. He was puzzled, because the Tongtian sect master felt a sense of familiarity from the black gas. Familiarity? Below, the Scarlet Emperor was severely injured. However, he kept clashing with Guhai. Scarlet Emperor, you can't do it anymore, Guhai said with a ferocious expression. Guhai, you're courting death. The Scarlet Emperor roared with a ferocious expression. Sakura didn't clash with Guhai head-on. Instead, he launched a sneak attack from behind. Revealing a cold smile, Sakura threw a punch at Guhai's back. When the punch was thrown, a huge airwave appeared in the air. The punch passed through the airwave, as though it was going to injure Guhai severely. However, at this moment, the vitality pool of oil below was torn apart. A black fist rushed up to the sky. Boom! With a loud sound, that pitch-black fist passed through Tion's back with a loud bang. Black gas instantly filled the surroundings. How can this be? The power of Sakura's fist instantly dissipated. He looked at the fist that passed through his chest in horror. Oomph! I hate despicable people who launch sneak attacks from behind the most. How dare you sneak attack the person I fancy right in front of me? A cold voice came from the depths of the crack. Boom! The crack was torn apart. Billowing black gas gushed out from below. As soon as the black gas came out, it instantly dyed the entire world black. The punch that passed through the black gas was so eye-catching that it made everyone's expression change. Tion, that was Tion, the head of the 8th Division Heavenly Dragon of the Spiritual Mountain. He was someone who had trained in the 18 levels of hell and had a high cultivation level. He was actually punched through so easily by someone who, the future Buddha's expression changed. Dongfang Shou, the Scarlet Emperor's expression also changed. He saw that in the center of the fist that passed through Sakura's chest, there was a crushed figure. As the crushed figure struggled in the fist, it revealed a head that was filled with blood and was almost deformed. It's Dongfang Shou. Dongfang Shou came out from the netherworld and was preparing to launch a sneak attack on Guhai. However, he was crushed by the owner of the fist. It's him. The Tontian sect master who was above the clouds narrowed his eyes. Chapter 866. The Ancient Celestial Dome. The elite guard was crying out for his Uncle Fire Emperor when Gu Hai waved his hand and pulled the transparent Phoenix God into the ancient celestial dome along with the flames. Uncle Fire Emperor, how are you? How are you feeling? The elite guard rushed towards him. Screech! The Phoenix God screeched as flames started to gather around it. Without its physical body, the Phoenix God was on the verge of collapsing. Jingwei, I am the Phoenix God. You don't have to blame yourself. The Fire Emperor had already decided to die long ago. When he self-destructed, it was also a form of release. The Phoenix God shouted out, "What? That's impossible." The elite guard was shocked. You don't understand. I am the Phoenix God and have all the memories of the Fire Emperor. I am the clearest. When he returned 800,000 years ago, he was like a walking corpse. Ah, Murong Yin, a woman, she was truly a femme fatale. The Fire Emperor regretted not staying behind to fight the Six Dao like Jiang Lianshan did. He would rather die than kill his enemies. Your father was a hero, the Phoenix God said. But my father had the entire world to himself. Why did he have to use the stupidest method? The elite guard cried out. There's no such thing as stupidness. It's only about whether it's worth it. In your eyes, the world is more important. Maybe Jiang Lianshan thought so too. But in the end, he realized that the entire world wasn't as important as Murong Yin. He controlled the entire world and went against the Six Dao. When that happened, there was no need for him to return. The Phoenix God explained. Then why did Uncle Fire Emperor? The elite guard cried out. The Fire Emperor regretted not staying behind with Jiang Lianshan. He regretted not staying behind with you. He was only loyal to you because he wanted to repay Jiang Lianshan's kindness. He spent every day and night thinking about Murong Yin. AI, now he's finally free. But the Phoenix race, the Phoenix God said bitterly. Free? The elite guard's eyes were red. Before the Fire Emperor died, he asked me to enter your body to help you form the seventh soul. The Phoenix God explained. Seventh soul. That's right. In the past, when the sorcerer tribe cultivated the god, the so-called god was the seventh fragment. It was hidden between the eyebrows because it was very, very difficult for ordinary people to cultivate the seventh fragment. The demonic beasts have their own deities. Humans rely on their own cultivation, and it's extremely rare for one of them to be able to form the seventh soul. However, the demonic beasts can transform into the seventh soul. I'm here to help you. This is the Fire Emperor's final wish. I hope that you will treat the Phoenix race well in the future. The Phoenix God spoke. But even if you don't refine me, I'll dissipate soon. Quick, relax your mind and let me enter your body. Jiang Lianshan should have taught you the most basic divine cultivation. Hurry up and cooperate. The Phoenix God shouted. Screech. With a phoenix cry, the Phoenix God suddenly flapped its wings and flew towards Jingwei's forehead. Boom! The fire along with the Phoenix God disappeared into the Jingwei's glabella. The elite guard suddenly clutched his head in pain. His entire body was instantly enveloped in flames. However, Lin Wanner's fleshly body was the fire cauldron body. This little bit of fire was unable to burn her body. However, the sudden opening of the space between her eyebrows was somewhat unbearable. That's not right. Jingwei, what's wrong with your soul? Full of vitality? It shouldn't be. Nanming primordial fire? In between her eyebrows, the Phoenix God exclaimed. Lin Wanner, don't burn the Phoenix God. The elite guard's expression suddenly changed. No, I can't control it. The Nanming primordial fire pounced on itself. I can't control it. Is the Nanming primordial fire going to swallow the Phoenix God? Suddenly, Lin Wanner's voice sounded from within her body. The Phoenix God screamed in agony. Wong. Suddenly, the voice stopped abruptly. The elite guard's consciousness entered the space between her eyebrows. The Phoenix God disappeared. It was swallowed by the Nanming primordial fire. The Nanming primordial fire seemed to have been replenished countless times. Suddenly, it expanded by a few times. In the middle of the Nanming primordial fire, there was a small egg. This is? The elite guard was shocked. Crack! Suddenly, a crack appeared on the small egg. Phew! All the Nanming primordial fire in the surroundings was instantly sucked into the crack. In the outside world, the fire on the surface of the elite guard's body was also completely absorbed. Crack, 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 crack. Suddenly, more and more cracks appeared on the small egg. Boom! The eggshell instantly exploded. A fiery red, transparent figure appeared from within. Wong! Countless shards of the eggshell were instantly sucked into the fiery red figure's mouth. Screech! The fiery red, transparent figure let out a screech. Boom! Suddenly, countless flames appeared in the space between her eyebrows. The flames surrounded the fiery red figure. From the looks of it, it was a small, fiery red sparrow. Sparrow? Lin Warner was shocked. No, it's the vermilion bird. The elite guard's voice suddenly trembled as he exclaimed. What vermilion bird? I understand. With the fire cauldron's body as the cauldron, the Nanming primordial fire as the catalyst, and the phoenix god's body as the ingredient, we have cultivated the vermilion bird god. The legendary vermilion bird god that has long been extinct? The elite guard suddenly exclaimed. Vermilion bird god? What do you mean? Lin Warner was shocked. This is the blessing of the Fire Emperor. Is this the plan of the Sage Father? Or is it because of your coincidence? We're going to remake history. God cultivation? Lin Warner, you will cultivate with me and raise this vermilion bird god. In the future, we will be the vermilion bird god, the strongest demon god, and also the strongest witch tribe. The elite guard shouted with a hint of malevolence. In the outside world, Sakura was preparing to launch a sneak attack on Guhai's back. However, he did not expect to be pierced by a fist from the fissure below. In that fist, there was Dongfang Shou that was almost crushed. The sudden change caused everyone to stop fighting. Billows of black gas surged out from the fissure and rushed up to the sky. The entire world was suddenly dyed black. The billows of demonic energy spread out, causing the future Buddha to feel as if he was facing a great enemy. Who is it? The Scarlet Emperor's expression changed drastically. From the billows of black gas, he seemed to have thought of something terrifying. Boom! With a loud sound, the fissure suddenly exploded, revealing a pitch-black abyss demon's cave. A figure that looked like a giant crawled out from within. The giant was 3 feet tall, and his entire body was pitch black. He had a copper head and an iron forehead. He had a ferocious look on his face and was extremely rough and ferocious. It was him who crushed Dongfang Shou with one fist and even pierced through Sakura. Explode! The giant shouted fiercely. Don't! Deshir Tian shouted out in horror. Roar! Sakura instantly turned into a giant dragon. Boom! The giant's fist activated its power and blasted a huge hole in the giant dragon's stomach. Blood splattered everywhere. Huff! Sakura turned back into his human form and clutched his stomach. His face was filled with horror. His entire body withered as he looked at the ferocious giant in horror. Dahan Guhai, thank you for your help. Solemnly Guhai said. Tisk! The giant snorted and ignored Guhai. Impossible. You, 7, all of you have died long ago. All of you have died long ago. The Scarlet Emperor stared in horror. Boom! More and more pitch-black giants crawled out from the abyss. Each of them had a ferocious look and looked ferocious. As they crawled out one after another, a soul-stirring demonic aura soared into the sky. Huge clouds formed in the sky like demonic heads. Roar! The demonic clouds roared and the sky was gloomy. The future Buddha, Sakura, and the Scarlet Emperor were about to leave. Seeing this, the 3 of them only had one thought, and that was to leave quickly. Wait! Suddenly, 3 giants blocked in front of the 3 of them. They looked ferocious and looked at the 3 of them ferociously. The 3 of them had nowhere to run. As more and more giants appeared, the entire sky was dyed black. Guhai showed an unsightly expression as he stood at the side. What a strong pressure. How can these giants be so strong? Who was the one who called himself emperor just now? Gradually, a total of 81 giants crawled out from the abyss. When all the giants came out, all of them suddenly knelt down on one knee towards the entrance of the abyss. They saw a man in a white robe flying out from the abyss. The man was different from the giants. He was very clean and untainted. However, he strangely blended in with the surrounding black gas. It was an extremely strange scene. No, 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 how are you still alive? The Scarlet Emperor was terrified. Chiyu. In the sky, the Tontian sect master squinted his eyes. Chiyu. Sakura quivered. Even Guhai's expression changed at this moment. It was not because of the name Chiyu, but because of the appearance of Chiyu. Similar, too similar. Chiyu looked so much like Jiang Lianshan. He was just a little younger than Jiang Lianshan, a little more handsome, and a little more refined. No, his temperament was different and his appearance was very different. However, he really looked like Jiang Lianshan. This slight resemblance made Guhai's face change. He thought that Jiang Lianshan had reincarnated. Big brother, we are out. Big brother, Yellow Emperor, Yin Emperor, they can't seal us. Now that we are out, none of them can escape. Revenge, big brother, I want revenge. It has been 3,000 years. 3,000 years. The group of giants roared and looked at the handsome Chiyu with ferocious expressions. The future Buddha, Sakura Emperor, and the Scarlet Emperor were shocked. Chiyu? How is this possible? Why is he not dead? Chiyu didn't roar like the other 81 giants. Although he had just escaped, there was no hatred in his eyes. Instead, he looked around coldly. Looking at Guhai, Chiyu's eyes flashed with admiration. However, in the next moment, he looked at the others. Scarlet Emperor? Hell, long time no see. Chiyu laughed coldly. What do you want? Jiang Lianshan is dead. Back then, it had nothing to do with me. I didn't interfere. The Scarlet Emperor shouted in fear. Jiang Lianshan is dead? Humph, he is dead. Do you think I can let go? You didn't interfere? I hate two-faced people like you the most. Humph. Chiyu's tone was cold. Chiyu snorted. The giant seemed to have received a signal, and Chi pounced forward. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. The Scarlet Emperor escaped in fear. You want to escape in front of Big Brother? Come back. Chi stretched out his hand and grabbed the Scarlet Emperor's left leg. No, no. The Scarlet Emperor shouted in fear. Chi opened his mouth wide. He pulled the Scarlet Emperor. Huff. He swallowed the Scarlet Emperor in one gulp. Ah. The Scarlet Emperor's scream came from Chi's mouth. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Chi chewed and blood flowed out from his mouth. After a short while, Chi swallowed the Scarlet Emperor. That was the Scarlet Emperor, and he was swallowed just like that? Disher Tion was aghast. You guys are stronger? No, impossible. Chapter 867. Chi swallowed the Scarlet Emperor in one gulp. Everyone was shocked. Sakura was shocked. You guys are stronger? No, that's impossible. Chi said coldly. Oh, that little loach in the west, see? Me. Sakura's face twitched, but he didn't dare to refute. This blind man is from Spirited Mountain? Chiyu asked coldly. Amateus Buddha, Spirited Mountain's sacred ground. Future Buddha greets Emperor Chiyu. Future Buddha bowed slightly. Future Buddha? Oh, Spirited Mountain also changed? Chiyu raised his eyebrows. Today, we didn't mean to offend Emperor Chiyu. We have disturbed you. Emperor, farewell. Future Buddha said solemnly. Did I allow you to leave? Chiyu said coldly. Roar. Suddenly, 10 giants stood in front of Future Buddha. Emperor Chiyu, Spirited Mountain has no enmity with you. Today is just a coincidence. Please don't force me. Future Buddha said coldly. Don't force you? Just based on your half-baked closed eyes world meditation, I also want to experience it. Why don't you open your eyes and look at me? I'll just stand here and not move. How about it? Chiyu said coldly. Future Buddha's face froze, but he didn't dare to be stubborn anymore. Sakura and Future Buddha were both careful and didn't dare to say anything. Chiyu looked at them coldly for a while. Both of them broke out in cold sweat, but they didn't dare to be rash. Indeed, both of you are useless to me, Chiyu finally said coldly. Thank you, Emperor Chiyu. Future Buddha sighed. Ada, air eat them. They should be very nutritious. Chiyu said coldly. He didn't care anymore. Oh no. Future Buddha's face suddenly changed. But the two giants had already pounced forward. Let's go. Sakura's face changed. He pulled Future Buddha and wanted to escape. Huff. But the two giants were too fast. In the blink of an eye, they were in front of them and punched them back. Boom, boom. Both of them were beaten back. The giants around them rubbed their palms. They're mine. Big Brother said that no one is allowed to take them. Ada glared at them and pounced on them. Ada and air grabbed Sakura and Future Buddha. He was about to open his mouth and swallow it. No, wait. I have something to redeem the two of us. Redeem the two of us. The Future Buddha suddenly shouted in horror. Oh! Chiyu turned his head. Ada and Air looked gloomy. If he had known, he would have eaten faster. However, from his big brother's point of view, he could only stop. Fusang Giant Tree. The Fusang Giant Tree of Solar God Palace. Redeem our bodies. The Future Buddha immediately shouted. Fusang Tree? What about Solar Divine Palace? Where are Tai Yi, Tai Chu, and Tai Hua? Chiyu asked coldly. Tai was killed by Long Zhonghua. Tai Chu, Taiwa? He was killed by him. The Future Buddha pointed at Gu Hai. Chiyu turned to look at Gu Hai and laughed. Ha 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 ha. Good. I didn't misjudge you. Gu Hai's expression stiffened slightly. I was lucky. I hate people who are modest the most. You killed them. Don't talk nonsense. Chiyu glared at him. Gu Hai was speechless. Tai was killed by Long Zhonghua? What a pity. This golden crow thought so highly of himself. Back then, when I was preparing to kill my way into Solar God Palace, Long Zhonghua killed Tai Yi. Where's Long Zhonghua? Chiyu said coldly. Long Zhonghua was also killed by him. The Future Buddha's face twitched. Oh! Chiyu's pupils suddenly shrank, but his gaze toward Gu Hai was different. It was really lucky, Gu Hai said with a bitter smile. Chiyu narrowed his eyes and looked at Gu Hai. In the end, he laughed loudly. Huh, what luck? After laughing, Chiyu looked coldly at the Future Buddha. Tai was killed by Long Zhonghua. He killed Long Zhonghua, which means that my brother slaughtered Solar God Palace. How did this Fusang tree end up in your hands? I am the Buddha because... The Future Buddha didn't know what to say for a moment. Chiyu's words were full of admiration for Gu Hai. After listening to his own description, he admired him even more. Why was he so unlucky this time? Where's the Fusang tree? Chiyu said coldly. The Future Buddha stretched out his hand. Suddenly, a huge tree that was emitting boundless golden light appeared in his palm. Boom! The Fusang tree was thrown into the surrounding sea of ice. In just an instant, the entire sea of ice seemed to have melted. Big brother, I want to eat it. Big brother, I want to eat it. The giants were excited. Emperor Chiyui. The Future Buddha said anxiously. Get lost. Chiyu said coldly. Yes, thank you, Emperor. The two anxiously turned around and shot into the distance. Wait, Chiyu snorted. The Future Buddha and Sakura's expressions changed. Go to the Yellow Emperor and inform him that I am back. The Battle of Zhualu is not over yet. Chiyu said coldly. Yes. The two answered. Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, the two fled in panic and disappeared into the horizon. Big brother, can we eat it? The giants were looking forward to it. 3,000 years ago, I said that I would take you to Solar God Palace to eat Fusang. 3,000 years later, I am sorry. Let's eat. Chiyu shouted. Roar. The giants roared excitedly and opened their mouths to gnaw on the Fusang tree. Pow! Chi threw the exploded Dongfang show on the ground, splashing a large amount of blood. He then pounced on the Fusang tree. At this moment, Chiyu looked at Gu Hai. Brother, how should I address you? Chiyu's eyes flashed as he smiled. I am Gu Hai of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Greetings, Emperor Chiyu, Gu Hai said with a slight frown. Oh, the Emperor of an Imperial Dynasty? Not bad. To be able to have a perfect heavenly soul when you just opened the Celestial Palace, you are definitely not ordinary. To be able to catch my eye, you are definitely not ordinary, Chiyu said with a smile. Emperor Chiyu is too kind. Just now, those people forced me into a corner, but they were like dead dogs in front of you. Gu Hai shook his head. Chiyu, never look at people's birth or cultivation. I only look at their potential. My 81 brothers were all commoners in the past and looked down on everyone. But so what? As long as I look up to them, it's fine. Today, I also look up to you. Chiyu laughed. Huh? Gu Hai frowned. Don't be nervous. I won't eat you. Coincidentally, you were the one who opened the seal today, right? I see that you hit it off. Today, let's become sworn brothers. How about that? In the future, you'll be my brother. If anyone dares to find trouble with you, I will help you destroy their entire clan, Chiyu said in a deep voice. After Chiyu finished speaking, the group of giants who were gnawing on the Fusong tree turned their heads and looked over. Their gazes suddenly became much gentler as they looked at Gu Hai. Become sworn brothers? While Gu Hai was confused, the Tongtian sect master, who was above the clouds not far away, had a dark expression. He was going to capture this Gu Hai. If he became sworn brothers with him, wouldn't that be troublesome? Chiyu, the Tongtian shouted. Chiyu turned his head and looked at the sky coldly. I just want to see how long you can hold on. Tongtian sect master, have you seen enough? The Tongtian sect master stepped forward and instantly appeared not far away from Gu Hai. Tongtian sect master. Gu Hai's face darkened. Chiyu, this Gu Hai is mine, the Tongtian sect master said coldly. Yours? What a joke. He is my brother. Chiyu glared. He is a wanted criminal on my Wansho Taoism. He fled here, and I chased after him. Today, I must take him away, the Tongtian sect master said coldly. With me here, you won't be able to take him away today. Leave immediately. I will give face to Yuanshi Tianzuan. Chiyu said coldly. A down-and-out emperor dares to scold me? Even Jiang Lianshan wouldn't dare to speak to me in such a tone. Who do you think you are? Today, I must take Gu Hai away. The Tongtian sect master glared and extended his hand. You're courting death. Chiyu glared. He extended his hand and threw a punch. The Tongtian sect master's expression was ferocious. He extended his hand and threw out an energy sword. Boom! The fist collided with the energy sword. A loud sound rang out, and a tear appeared in the void. The energy sword shattered, and Chiyu's fist arrived in front of the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master's expression changed, and he countered with a palm. The fist and palm collided, and a huge tear appeared in the void. A violent air current surged in all directions. Chiyu's expression was ferocious as he stood motionless. The Tongtian sect master, on the other hand, took 3 steps back. You, the Tongtian sect master glared at Chiyu. It's been 3,000 years, but your strength hasn't changed much. Ha. Chiyu laughed coldly. That's impossible. How did your strength increase so much? Weren't you sealed away? Why did you go into seclusion? You've been in seclusion for 3,000 years? The Tongtian sect master's expression turned cold. Chiyu snorted. I don't believe that you've improved so much in one go. Immortal slaying, sword formation. The Tongtian sect master extended his hand and waved. Boom! The 4 swords of death, slaughter, and extinction flew out and turned into 4 giant Tongtian swords. In an instant, surging sword chi erupted, and the immortal slaying sword formation spread out. Tongtian, if you don't scram, don't blame me for being impolite, Chi said coldly. As he spoke, the 81 giants revealed ferocious expressions. They roared and charged toward the immortal slaying sword formation. Your 81 brothers? Don't blame me for not warning you if you dare to enter the immortal slaying sword formation. The Tongtian sect master said coldly. Clang, 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 clang. The immortal slaying sword, Chi, could not hurt the 81 giants? How can this be? The Tongtian sect master's expression changed. The Ninely tribe is one of the main branches of the witch tribe's secret skills. They have bronze heads and iron arms, and they are invulnerable to weapons and eat everything. So what? Eat them. Chi said coldly. Roar. Clang. I don't believe that you can eat my 4 immortal slaying swords. The Tontian sect master said with a ferocious expression. Clang. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the immortal slaying sword. Ada had bitten off a piece of the immortal slaying sword. The immortal slaying sword was too tough. Even if Ada bit it, his teeth would be crushed. However, Oda did not care. He swallowed the life ender sword piece along with his own teeth. In the next instant, he opened his mouth, and new teeth grew in his mouth. No! The Tongtian's expression changed. He retracted his hand. Clang! Clang! The sword chi immediately dissipated. The Tongtian immediately put away his 4 immortal slaying swords. The Tongtian sect master kicked away one of the charging giants. Boom! Ayer was sent flying by the kick, but he was not injured at all. He got up in the blink of an eye and charged at the Tongtian with a roar. Tongtian, if you don't get lost, I won't give you a chance to leave, Chiyu said with a ferocious expression. The Tongtian looked at Chiyu's ferocious face with a sour expression. Tongtian took a step forward and soared into the sky, disappearing into the distant horizon in an instant. Great waves surged in Guhai's heart. Chiyu? How is that possible? Even the Tongtian sect master is no match for him? Chapter 868. Divine Cultivators? Chiyu and his 81 brothers? Brahma, Vishnu, and Shiva not long ago? The strength they displayed was beyond Guhai's expectations. He suddenly realized that there were still many secrets in the world that he did not know. That arrogant Tongtian sect master was scared away by Chiyu and his brothers? That was the Tongtian sect master. All right, go back and eat your Fusong tree. Chiyu shouted. Okay. The group of giants immediately pounced on the Fusong tree. Copper skin, iron bones, invulnerable to weapons, and eat everything? Shock flashed in Guhai's eyes. How good would it be if he had this group of followers? All right, I have forced the Tongtian away. Now, you don't have to worry, brother. Chiyu suddenly looked at Guhai and smiled. Guhai looked at Chiyu and bowed solemnly. Thank you, Emperor Chiyu. Are you looking down on me? Chiyu was slightly angry. No, how is that possible? Guhai immediately shouted. I call you brother, but you call me Emperor Chiyu? If you're not looking down on me, then what are you talking about? I really am not. Guhai smiled bitterly. Since that is the case, let's become sworn brothers immediately. The Immortal Dome will be our leader, and we will swear a blood oath. What do you think? Chiyu smiled. How can I? Guhai smiled bitterly. If I say it's okay, then it's okay. Chiyu shouted. As he spoke, Chiyu took out a big bowl. Ada stopped gnawing on the tree and took out a jar of wine and poured it for Chiyu. The other giants also stopped gnawing on the tree and looked at Guhai and Chiyu. Guhai looked at Chiyu and sighed. Emperor Chiyu, Guhai said solemnly. Chiyu's eyes widened. Let me finish. Thank you for thinking highly of Guhai. However, I want to say that I have the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. I can't let it go. I can't follow you like these brothers. Guhai said solemnly. Is that what you're worried about? Ha 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 ha. Chiyu laughed out loud. Ha ha. The 81 giants also laughed out loud. Guhai frowned and looked at Chiyu. If you are willing to follow me, as long as I, Chiyu, have a mouthful of food, my brothers will never be hungry. If you're not willing to follow me, I will not force you. If I think highly of you, you're my brother. If you look down on me, even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, I will not give a damn. Chiyu shouted. Guhai immediately let out a long breath, and then smiled bitterly. I'm sorry. Vile? Then let's bleed more. Chiyu laughed loudly. All right. Guhai immediately felt valiant as well. He extended his hand and cut open his palm. Immediately, a large amount of blood flowed into the bowl. Chiyu also cut open his palm. Immediately, a large amount of blood flowed into the bowl. I'll go first. Guhai picked up the bowl and drank half of it. Wong. After drinking a mouthful of wine, Guhai immediately felt warm all over. All right. Chiyu picked up half of the bowl and drank it all. Big brother. Guhai bowed to Chiyu solemnly. Second brother, you're a good brother. Ha ha ha. Chiyu laughed and bowed to Chiyu. Congratulations, brother Gu. The group of giants warmly looked at Gu Hai again. Big brother, there's something I don't understand. Why are you willing to become sworn brothers with me? Gu Hai asked curiously. I've stayed in this devil's cave for 3,000 years. On the 1,000th year, I said that I would marry the woman who opened the seal and become sworn brothers with the man who opened it. Ha! Second brother, since you opened the seal, you are my brother. Moreover, I find you pleasing to the eye. Ha, not bad, not bad. You are indeed worthy of being my brother. You have reached the heavenly palace with a perfect heavenly soul. Chi laughed. I'm ashamed. Gu Hai laughed. My brothers won't become sworn brothers with you for the time being. We will do our own things. When you have the opportunity in the future and gain their recognition, it won't be too late to become sworn brothers. Chi Yu solemnly said. Gu Hai nodded. Gu Hai did not feel the slightest burden in his heart to become sworn brothers with Chi Yu. It was not because Chi Yu was stronger than him, but because of Chi Yu's heroic spirit. The first time Chi Yu saw him, he was willing to become friends with him without caring about his cultivation or identity. He did not care about gains and losses, and even chased away the Tongtian sect master for him. Gu Hai was willing to become friends with this kind of attitude. Of course, they had just become sworn brothers, so it was impossible for them to be sincere. Gu Hai did not know whether Chi Yu had a motive for becoming sworn brothers with him. Everything needed time to verify. Big brother, I just came out of my seal and have nothing to give you. When Big Brother finds those old rivals and takes back Big Brother's things, I will make up for it. Now, Big Brother will give you a small gift. Chi Yu said solemnly. No need, I don't lack anything now. Gu Hai shook his head. Chi Yu glared at him. It's your business whether you need it or not. It's my business whether I give it to you or not. All right, stop talking nonsense. I don't have anything good to give you now. Your cultivation is too weak now. I'll give you a cultivation base. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Cultivation base? How could he give it to him? Go to the heavenly palace and cultivate your chi. Perfect heavenly souls require tens of thousands or even tens of millions of times more chi than ordinary people. If you want to cultivate with your current cultivation, it will be too difficult. Coincidentally, there is an endless amount of sorcerer chi sealed in my demon cave. With sorcerer chi as your foundation, it will be perfect. Go and collect all of them. You can absorb them. Chi Yu stretched out his hand and clapped. Oh, wait. Gu Hai's expression changed. Boom. With one palm, Chi Yu slapped Gu Hai into the abyss. There is nothing to wait for. Second brother, listen carefully. In this world, everything is fake. Only one's strength is the real thing. Go in and cultivate well. When you absorb all of the wizard chi inside, my seal will be undone. Chi Yu shouted. Wait, wait. Gu Hai's expression changed. Boom. Chi Yu slapped again. Instantly, the surrounding seawater was sent into the devil's cave. Chi Yu stretched out his hand and formed a huge wizard seal. With a loud bang, it hit the entrance. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, the entrance to the abyss and everything around it disappeared. The surroundings were submerged in water, and nothing could be seen. Second brother, I am doing this for your own good. When you come out, you can come and find me, Chi Yu said solemnly. In the surroundings, the group of giants quickly devoured the Fusong tree. Big brother, we are not full, the 81 giants frowned. Let's go. We will return to the divine continent and bring you all to eat. Ha 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 ha. Chi Yu laughed. Roar. The group of giants followed Chi Yu excitedly and flew into the distance. As they flew, the black gas that covered the sky and earth also drifted away with the group. Soon, silence reigned over the sea. The wind was gentle and the sun was bright. It was as if nothing had happened. Only Gu Hai was sealed in the devil's cave. Around him, strands of black gas surged. Gu Hai was not in the mood to absorb them. Inside the ancient immortal dome, Jingwei, Mu Chanfeng, Ziwei, Changsheng, Gaochen, and the others all opened their eyes wide. Whoosh! Gu Hai waved his hand, and everyone came out. Gu Hai, you're sworn brothers with Chi Yu? Jing Wei said in shock. You saw it. What is there to say? Now let's think about how to get out. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Get out? Don't think about it. Chi Yu has been locked up for 3,000 years. Are you more capable than him? Jingwei said with an unsightly expression. Then, we're just going to be locked up like this? Until when? Guhai countered with an unsightly expression. How would I know? I still want to see my elder sister. Jingwei said anxiously. Look around and see if there's a way to get out. Guhai said sullenly. Everyone began to search the area, but the devil cave was completely dark and filled with devil chi. Furthermore, it was so huge that they couldn't find an exit. They flew back and forth like ghosts hitting a wall, only to end up flying back and forth. What is this place? We can't get out? Ziwei said with an unsightly expression. I am so unlucky. I just came out of cage, and now I'm trapped in a new one. Chang Sheng said in shock as well. The elite hall disciples felt depressed. Not long ago, they were happily saved by their hall master. Now, they were trapped again. Master, look at what I found. Gao Chen called out excitedly. Huh? Everyone surrounded Xiao Chun. However, Gao Chen returned with a lump of flesh. The flesh seemed to be alive. Dongfang Shou, Guhai said in shock. The Dongfang Shou that I chi crushed? He's not dead yet. He still has a heartbeat. Gao Chen said in shock. Cough, cough, cough. Guhai, you're a jinx. You got me into trouble. Dongfang Shou cursed gloomily. Got you into trouble? If you did not have bad intentions towards me, why would you end up like this? Right, Master Shou? You're Master Shou? You can bring us out. Jingwei shouted as his eyes lit up. Huh? Everyone's eyes lit up. Quick, open the netherworld gate. Quick, open the netherworld gate and bring us out. Otherwise, I will burn you. Jingwei said angrily. You. Dongfang Shou cried out in shock as he vomited blood. Quick! Jingwei stretched out his hand, and a large amount of flames appeared. I can't take it anymore. I can't open a big entrance. Wait for me to recover. Dongfang Shou shouted. Wait for you to recover? Humph! At that time, you'll be able to escape. We can't do anything to you. Now! Quick! Now! Jingwei placed the flames in front of Dongfang Shou. Jingwei, how dare you? Burn it. Don't. I'll open it. I'll open it. Dongfang Shou shouted. As he was speaking, Dongfang Shou's deformed finger gently drew a line in the air. Wong. A fist-sized entrance appeared in the air. So big. How do we get to the netherworld? Jingwei stared at him. Like me. Xiao. Dongfang Shou laughed sinisterly and entered the entrance. Not good. Come back. Jingwei shouted. Boom! A large amount of flames rushed in and burned towards Dongfang Shou, who was on the other side of the entrance. Ah, bitch! I'll teach you a lesson, huh? Dongfang Shou roared in pain on the other side, and then quickly fled. At this moment, the fist-sized entrance was gradually becoming smaller. What should we do? What should we do? Jingwei was anxious. Everyone had a look of panic on their faces. Guhai's face turned ugly. I will send you guys over. Everyone looked at Guhai in confusion. Guhai waved his hand, and everyone was once again enveloped by the immortal dome of the ancients. Guhai couldn't cross over, but he could extend a bit of the immortal dome of the ancients in the netherworld. It was like a balloon that could be stretched in certain places, and the part that reached into the netherworld wrapped around everyone. Who? In an instant, everyone was put into the netherworld. We are out. This is the netherworld? Jingwei said in surprise. Master, Gao Chen shouted in surprise. The entrance was getting smaller and smaller. It was only the size of a finger now. Don't worry about me. Gao Chen, Ziwei, Chang Sheng, Mu Chanfeng, disciples of the first-class hall, follow Jingwei and find his sister. Quick, find his sister and let her break the seal for me. Guhai shouted. Yes. Everyone replied. Wong. The entrance suddenly shrunk and disappeared. Where's Dongfang Shou? Find him quick, Jingwei shouted. However, Dongfang Shou had already escaped. Chapter 869. Only Guhai was left in the demon's cave. Guhai sat cross-legged, and a huge heavenly soul appeared behind him. The heavenly soul was 810 feet tall, and its entire body was golden. However, as wisps of sorcery entered its body, the heavenly soul slowly turned black. The heavenly soul's absorption speed was not slow. even though the heavenly soul was very strong. Wouldn't it take a few decades to absorb all the heavenly soul's sorcery here? Guhai frowned. However, the heavenly soul's sorcery was very faint, and it could not be captured. Only the heavenly soul could absorb it. Guhai was anxious as he waited. A few decades? When he went out, it would be too late. The Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth. Guhai's eyes lit up. At this moment, he felt a surge of power from the spiritual Mother Divine King. It came from the Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth. The heavenly soul can also cultivate the Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth. Guhai was slightly stunned. Then, he closed his eyes and quickly activated the Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth. Rumble. Indeed, as he activated the Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth, the heavenly soul absorbed the heavenly soul's sorcery faster and faster. The speed suddenly increased by 10 times, or even faster. The heavenly palace cultivates sorcery, and the breakthrough standard is to condense the energy core. One energy core is 1 grade. Solemnly, Guhai said to Guhai, as the heavenly soul cultivated the Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth, the sorcery slowly gathered at the heavenly soul's head and slowly formed a small cyclone. Once the small cyclone appeared, the speed of sorcery absorption increased by several times. Rumble. The heavenly soul absorbed the sorcery crazily. As the heavenly soul cultivated the Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth, a depression slowly formed in between its eyebrows. When that depression appeared, Guhai's eyes suddenly lit up. The Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth is about to break through? Guhai was shocked. The depression in between its eyebrows revealed the outline of an eye, a vertical eye. This eye, on the other hand, was continuously condensing and becoming clearer with the help of the rolling wizard chi. It became clearer and clearer, more and more condensed. Guhai's heart involuntarily pounded violently. Guhai understood that increasing his cultivation was not the hardest part. The hardest part was the cultivation of the Great Compassion Fu of Heaven and Earth. He was only at the 3rd level now. He had never been able to find a solution. Previously, when Shiyu struck him into the demon's lair, he still felt resentful. But now, he no longer felt resentful. Instead, he was very grateful because the Great Compassion Fu of Heaven and Earth seemed to have a great breakthrough. Rumble. With the appearance of the 2 objects, the outline of the eye and the sorcery energy cyclone, the absorption of the Devil Cave's sorcery energy had reached a state of wanton plundering. The speed was dozens of times faster than before, or even hundreds of times faster than before, or even faster. The shaman chi vortex slowly turned into a droplet, then slowly condensed into a small liquid ball, then slowly solidified into a small solid ball. After an unknown amount of time, the small solid ball underwent a qualitative change again. It was as if a huge explosion had taken place inside the small solid ball. A huge space seemed to have exploded inside the small solid ball. It was as if it was a universe. Vaguely, one could see that there were countless stars condensed from wizard energy within the small ball. At this moment, 90% of the wizard chi in the demon cave had been absorbed by Guhai. The first wizard chi pill? The 2nd level of the heavenly palace? Guhai was pleasantly surprised. Boom! On the other side, the reincarnation of the eye between the heavenly soul's eyebrows had completely condensed. It was an extremely demonic black eye. Guhai knew that the wizard chi pill had only absorbed 1/3 of the billowing sorcery energy just now. The other 2/3 had been absorbed by the eye. At this moment, the demonic black eye became clearer and clearer, as if it was going to be completely fixed. Condense! Guhai shouted. Rumble! The last 10% of the wizard chi instantly surged into the heavenly soul. Boom! With a loud sound, the demonic black eye completely turned into a solid entity and embedded itself between the heavenly soul's eyebrows. The Great Compassion Fu of Heaven and Earth, the 4th heaven. Open the heaven's eye. Guhai's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of surprise. The heaven's eye had been opened, But where was the wizard chi pill just now? Guhai was slightly stunned. Then, he sank his consciousness into the heavenly soul to search. But the wizard chi pill just now had disappeared. Impossible, it must be here. Guhai frowned slightly. After searching carefully, Guhai found it very quickly. However, he saw that the wizard chi pill seemed to have shrunk countless times and entered the pupil of the heaven's eye. The pupil of the heavens, I was like a black hole, and the wizard chi pill was like a star floating in this black hole. If one did not look carefully, one would not be able to discover it. Guhai was surprised. The heavenly soul entered his body and reached out to grab. Boom! The wizard chi pill seemed to emit waves of energy to the heavenly soul. The heavenly soul filled its body with energy, and Guhai's strength instantly increased by countless times. Guhai firmly believed that if he fought the Scarlet Emperor now, there was no need to contend with him at all. He could kill him with one punch. That's right, the second level of the Heavenly Palace. Although the wizard chi pill remained in the pupil of the heaven's eye, it did not seem to have any effect. Guhai exhaled deeply. Above, as the sorcery energy dissipated. With a loud boom, Chi Yu's seal disappeared. At this moment, at the tightly shut entrance of a city in the divine Great Land, Chi Yu and his 81 brothers were preparing to break into the city. The city lord and the soldiers in the city all revealed terrified expressions. Big brother, give the order. I can't wait. Ada said excitedly. Roar! A group of giants roared. However, Chi Yu suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of the eastern sea. He broke the seal? That brother of mine is not simple. Chi Yu squinted his eyes and laughed. Chi Yu turned his head and ignored the eastern sea, continuing to look at the city in front of him. Above the eastern sea, Guhai stepped out of the demon cave. As the sorcery energy was depleted, the demon cave seemed to have collapsed. It instantly shrank and disappeared. Surging water surged, forming a small tsunami. Guhai stood in the air and looked up at the sky. Heaven's Eye, what's so special about you? Guhai's eyes flashed with anticipation. Under the control of the heavenly soul, a third eye suddenly appeared in the glabella of Guhai's physical body. As soon as the eye opened, it immediately looked up into the starry sky. Opening the heavens, I required the consumption of sorcery energy. The sorcery chi pill immediately poured a large amount of sorcery energy into the heaven's eye. Under the control of Guhai, the heaven's eye immediately saw the end of the starry sky, the farthest edge, the end of time and space. Oh, Guhai said in surprise. Lowering his head, Guhai looked in the direction of the divine continent. Standing in the eastern sea, he opened the heavens' eye and instantly saw the boundless celestial capital and the soaring palace hall. This eyesight, Guhai was shocked. His eyesight quickly traveled in all directions. It was as if no place in the divine continent could hide from the heaven's eye. However, the world was too big, and he couldn't see every position accurately. The boundless celestial capital just now was just a coincidence. Good eyesight, good heaven's eye. It doesn't seem to be the limit. Guhai was surprised and activated his sorcery energy again. Buzz. The heavens, I looked at the ground. As a large amount of sorcery energy poured in, Guhai's eyelids suddenly twitched, revealing a shocked expression. The netherworld? The heavens I can see through the two realms of yin and yang? Guhai was surprised. It couldn't be wrong. In the past, the unborn man took him to the netherworld for a walk. The scene of the netherworld was very familiar. Guhai even saw a city, and the words Dafeng Ghost City were written on the signboard of the city. Buzz. As soon as the heaven's eye closed, Guhai immediately felt a little tired. The heaven's eye between the eyebrows of the flesh body also slowly disappeared and retracted into the glabella of the heavenly soul. Opening the heavens, I required a large amount of energy. Especially when seeing through the two realms of yin and yang, Guhai felt more tired than fighting to his heart's content for a day. No wonder the sorcery pill was hidden in the pupil of the heaven's eye. It was to replenish the heavens' eye at any time. Life and death eye, heaven's eye. The great compassion poem of heaven and earth is really good stuff. 5 sets of innate techniques? The Immortal of the 6 paths has 1. I have 1. And there are 3 in this world? In other words, if I have these magical abilities, there should be 3 people in this world who could do it too? Maybe their abilities are different, but they're definitely not weaker than the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. Guhai said solemnly. The boundless sorcery Big Brother Chiyu left me could have condensed 3 sorcery pills, allowing me to break through to the 4th level of the heavenly palace. Unfortunately, I only managed to condense 1. However, it doesn't matter. The birth of the heavens is definitely more important than the sorcery pill. Forget it. A month ago, news came from the boundless celestial capital that the great emperor dynasty in the north was ready to attack the Dahan. Takashi Ryushin? How daring of him. Did he think that he could do whatever he wanted just because he came back from 800,000 years ago and didn't have the rules of chess? Humph. Guhai's eyes flashed coldly. Reaching out, he took out a Guqin figurine. Guhai flew towards the boundless celestial capital while listening to the news from the Guqin figurine. Oh, the 2 armies are already at war? Guhai narrowed his eyes. A cold smile appeared on his face. Guhai knew the military strength of the boundless celestial capital best. The upper-class experts had Mo Yike, Guqin, and Gao Xinji. The military had Kong Xian, Shengwan Hen, and Ao Shan. The middle-class cultivators had an army of 500,000 immortal demons. The Dahan imperial dynasty did not fear any enemy. So what if the great emperor dynasty did? Even if they did not, he was no match for them. Disciples of the Wanshou Taoism? Disciples of the spiritual mountain's holy land? Guhai's face suddenly darkened. The news from a Guqin figurine made Guhai serious. The great emperor dynasty colluded with the spiritual mountain's holy land and the disciples of the Wanshou Taoism? Did the Tongtian sect master go to the boundless celestial capital to stop him? The Dahan imperial dynasty seemed to be in danger. Spy? Betrayal? Guhai's face darkened. This was the news from Mo Yike. There was a spy among the leaders of the Dahan imperial dynasty. Had the Dahan imperial dynasty's war been leaked in advance? The leaders of the Dahan imperial dynasty were all carefully selected by Guhai. How could there be a spy among them? In Guhai's opinion, this was more serious than the invasion of the great emperor dynasty. Stay put and wait for my return. Guhai sent a message to the Guqin figurine. The Guqin figurine quickly sent a message back to the boundless celestial capital. Guhai was also anxious at this moment. He immediately increased his speed to the maximum. He turned into a ray of light and rushed towards the boundless celestial capital. Fast, fast, fast. Although Guhai was only at the 2nd level of the heavenly palace, in terms of flying speed, even the 5th level of the heavenly palace might not be faster than Guhai. 2 days. In just 2 days, Guhai entered the territory of the Dahan imperial dynasty. Chapter 870. At Chun Tianshan's residence in the boundless celestial capital, Chun Tianshan presided over a meeting. Among them were Mo Yike, Guqin, Gao Xinji, Kong Xian, Shengwan Hen, Ao Shan, and Montez. These were the most important officials of the Dahan Empire. Gao Xinji and Ao Shan's faces were pale, and there were many wounds on their faces. Chun Tianshan stared at the group with a cold gaze. Mo Yike drank his tea, but did not rush. The great martial emperor dynasty attacked my Dahan Empire. This time, Mo Yike's plan was flawless. Only everyone present knew the details. Once it succeeded, we would have destroyed the great martial emperor dynasty at the borders. However, it was leaked in the end, and our army failed at the last step. Lord Gao and Ao Shun were nearly left at the borders, never to return. I believe everyone knows this as well, right? Chun Tianshan said seriously. There's a spy? Chun Tianshan, are you suspecting us? Kong Xian asked coldly. Chun Tianshan looked coldly at Kong Xian before looking at Mo Yike. Mo Yike gently put down his teacup. That's right. There's a spy among us. Mo Yike said with a cold smile. As Mo Yike smiled coldly, he swept his gaze over everyone. Cough, cough, cough. Gao Xianji also looked coldly at the group as she coughed. "Oh, who is it?" Gu Qin asked with a sullen expression. "Are you suspecting me?" Kong Xian asked coldly. "Lord Kong, I don't doubt you. However, when we were formulating the plan, we were extremely secretive. We even gave a gag order, but the other side found out, causing our army to suffer heavy casualties. 5 cities at the border all fell into the hands of the great Emperor dynasty. This shouldn't be. Our Dahan Imperial dynasty has a strong foundation. We shouldn't have lost so miserably," Mo Yike said in a heavy voice. "Then who leaked it?" Shangguan Hen asked in a deep voice. "All of you are His Majesty's closest subjects. That's why I was honest with you before I set up the trap. I don't know who the spy is for the time being. It may be the King of Tianshan, Lord Meng, Lord Kong, Lord Gao, the Crown Prince, Ao, Supreme Master, Shangguan Supreme Master, or even myself," Mo Yike said in a deep voice. Everyone's face sank. "I'm not saying all this to blame anyone, but to let everyone guess who it is in the following time. However, don't attack anyone. Let's wait for His Majesty to return before we talk. Don't let the enemy's scheme succeed again," Mo Yike said. The great Emperor dynasty colluded with the spiritual mountain sacred land and Wanshou Taoism because of an expert behind the scenes. Our Dahan Imperial dynasty already has a strong foundation and shouldn't be led around by them. Here, I only ask that everyone not to form factions and accuse anyone of being a spy. Not only did we fail to find the spy, but we were also used by the other side," Mo Yike said. Everyone's expressions turned grave. "Lord Meng, your embroidered uniform guard shouldn't panic at this time," Mo Yike said. "Then what do we do now?" Montez asked. With a spy right next to them, they felt like they were sitting on pins and needles. "It's better to remain still than to take action. Just guard your positions. His Majesty will be back in 10 days," Mo Yike said. "What? Really?" Everyone's eyes lit up. "At the same time, I would like to give a certain spy a piece of advice. In our eyes, you can hide your identity, but in His Majesty's eyes, there is nowhere you can hide," Mo Yike said. "His Majesty is back. That's good," everyone said excitedly. "Don't change anything. Maintain the status quo and wait for His Majesty's return," Mo Yike said. "Then what should we do when the great Emperor dynasty sends troops?" Chun Tianshan asked with a frown. "We can still afford to wait for 10 days. Just guard the city gates and wait for His Majesty's return," Mo Yike said. "Okay," everyone answered. "Also, keep the matter of the spy to yourself. Don't leak it out and cause gossip among the officials," Mo Yike said solemnly. "Okay," everyone answered. The next day, at Mo Yike's residence, Qin Zibai stood respectfully at Mo Yike's side, holding the wisdom divine scepter for Mo Yike. "My lord, you guessed right. There is indeed a spy." Furthermore, in just one day, the news seemed to grow wings, spreading throughout the entire imperial court. The defeat this time was due to a spy in the imperial court, Qin Zibai said with an unsightly expression. "The entire imperial court knows?" Mo Yike narrowed his eyes. "Yes. After my lord's meeting at the Duke of Tianshan's residence yesterday, 13 officials received a letter that described everything that my lord discussed at the Duke of Tianshan's residence. In the end, the 13 officials found a group of colleagues to discuss it, and, in the end," Qin Zibai said with a frown. "Oh, the news spread like that? Huh. The great Emperor dynasty did indeed have an expert plotting this time. Humph." Mo Yike snored coldly. "My lord, did you seal off the news of the spy?" Qin Zibai asked in confusion. "We did, but it's still leaked." "Huh. How interesting," Mo Yike said with a frown. "What are they going to do?" "I have said that His Majesty will be back in 10 days. Presumably, a certain spy can't wait any longer, and the master behind him can't wait any longer either. He wants to cause internal strife among us as soon as possible, right?" Mo Yike said coldly. "Then what should we do now?" Qin Zibai asked with a frown. "Wait patiently for His Majesty to return. At the same time, inquire about the officials' attitudes." Mo Yike said. Yes. When the news of the spy came out, not only in Mo Yike's residence, but but also in the 8 officials' residences. All of them had their subordinates report to them, their expressions extremely dark. Fortunately, His Majesty would return in 10 days at most. Everyone suppressed their suspicions. Although they were suspicious, they did not do anything. However, at this moment, the officials of the Dahan were shocked and furious. Not long ago, Mo Yike had plotted to invade the Great Wu Empire. Although it was a secret plan, many of the officials knew about the Dahan's strength and thought that they would definitely win. So they sent their juniors to the border to fight for rewards. However, almost all of them were wiped out. Many of the officials were filled with resentment. Now that they heard the news of the spy, they were immediately filled with righteous indignation. Except for a few people who could restrain themselves, many officials kept bombarding Chun Tianshan during the court meeting, asking him to find the spy. Chun Tianshan could only suppress it with a headache. In Mo Yike's residence, they came in such a fierce manner that the entire city is on fire. Mo Yike said with an unsightly expression, "My lord, the king of Tianshan, sent an invitation card." Qin Zibai said respectfully. "Oh." Mo Yike said in confusion. Mo Yike opened the invitation card. After reading it carefully for a while, Mo Yike narrowed his eyes. "My lord, what's wrong?" The king of Tianshan said that he found signs of a spy and asked me to go to his residence to discuss it tonight. In order to hide it, he asked me to go there secretly. Mo Yike said solemnly. "Go there secretly?" "My lord, could it be?" Qin Zibai asked worriedly. "Everyone is a spy. Chun Tianshan cannot be a spy. Otherwise, His Majesty would not trust him so much. However, are you sure that the king of Tianshan sent someone to deliver this letter?" Mo Yike asked with a frown. "The king of Tianshan's most trusted guard." Qin Zibai nodded. Mo Yike gently tapped the table with his fingers. "My lord, is there something wrong?" Qin Zibai asked, feeling confused. "The enemy is in the dark, while we are in the light. However, we are in a passive position." 7? "No, 2 hours in advance. We will go there at 7, Mo Yike said seriously. "Yes." Qin Zibai nodded. At 7, Mo Yike led Qin Zibai out of the Mo clan's residence, heading to Chun Tianshan's residence for the ceremony. However, just as Mo Yike and Qin Zibai were halfway there, suddenly a loud sound came from the embroidered uniform guard's headquarters. Boom! A loud sound rang out throughout the boundless heavenly capital. Then Montez's furious roar rang out. "Men, capture him! He killed the crown prince!" The loud roar startled the entire city. Mo Yike's expression suddenly changed. "Oh no! My lord, what's wrong?" Qin Zibai asked in shock. "Let's go to the embroidered uniform guard's headquarters." Mo Yike soared into the air. Qin Zibai immediately flew over, protecting Xiao Chun. At this moment, it was not just Qin Zibai and Mo Yike. Nearly all the experts in the city flew over. Kong Xian, Shengwan Hen, Ao Shun, Chun Tianshan, and Gao Xinji all flew over in shock. In the blink of an eye, the embroidered uniform guard's headquarters was completely surrounded. "What's going on?" Kong Xian immediately flew over. He saw that the surrounding buildings in a small courtyard had exploded. It was like there was a ritual array earlier trapping the inside and outside. Montez was covered in blood. He covered the hole in his abdomen and collapsed in a pool of blood. However, he was not dead yet. Kong Xian immediately patted him on the back to help heal his injuries. "What's going on? Your dantian was pierced? Did you destroy your nascent soul?" Kong Xian was shocked. "My lord, who did it?" A group of embroidered uniform guards asked angrily. "Who almost killed the commander-in-chief at the embroidered uniform guards headquarters?" At this moment, a large number of overlords flew over. Mo Yike, Chun Tianshan, and the others all came over. "It's him, Mo Yike. He attacked us. Quick, the crown prince is inside. He's going to die." Montez glared at them and said angrily, "What?" The surrounding officials were shocked. Chun Tianshan quickly rushed into the palace not far away. As expected, the crown prince of Guqin was lying in a pool of blood. There was a bloody hole in his heart. "Say the crown prince," Chun Tianshan shouted. Shangguan Hen quickly fed the crown prince a pill and placed his hand on the crown prince's back. Phew! The crown prince of Guqin sighed. He's not dead yet. Just a little more. Shangguan Hen heaved a sigh of relief. Quickly capture Mo Yike. He's a spy. Montez glared and shouted. Yes. The group of embroidered uniform guards wanted to pounce on Mo Yike. Who dares? Qin Zibai stood in front of them and glared at the group of embroidered uniform guards. Nonsense. Chen Tianshan shouted. He immediately stopped everyone. Mo Yike watched everything calmly. At this moment, he was not in a hurry to speak. Montez, what happened? Tell me. Chen Tianshan glared. Earlier, the crown prince came with a black-clad man. He said that he found a spy and wanted me to investigate. I was outside at that time. When I received the report from my subordinates, I immediately rushed back. The moment I stepped into the palace, I saw the crown prince lying in a pool of blood. That black-clad man was Mo Yike. Yes, it was him. I removed his hat. He used that emerald green bamboo stick to stab His Highness the Crown Prince's chest. Seeing me break through before I had time to react, he pierced my dantian with another stick. He wanted to escape. However, I tried my best to stop him, but he still managed to escape. Montez glared at Mo Yike hatefully. Oh, you saw me assassinate the Crown Prince and destroy your dantian? Mo Yike's expression sank. That's right. Even if you turned into ashes, I would recognize you. You even laid a soundproof ritual array outside this courtyard. Otherwise, my subordinates would have known. When you fled, they detonated the ritual array, and you disappeared into the fog. Ha ha ha! To think that you dare to return. Montez glared. The surrounding people looked at Mo Yike coldly. However, no one tried to capture Mo Yike. Are you sure you saw correctly? Chen Tianshan asked coldly. That's impossible. That is Mo Yike. Who else in this world can look so similar to him? Montez said while glaring. At this moment, Guqin slowly woke up. Your Highness, what happened? Who tried to assassinate you? Chen Tianshan asked anxiously. Today, Mo Yike went to my residence and said that he discovered a spy. He invited me to look for Montez to investigate. Montez was not around, so we waited. Unexpectedly, Mo Yike suddenly attacked. Guqin said with an unsightly expression as he coughed blood. Everyone looked at Mo Yike. That's impossible. I was with my lord the entire time. We were outside earlier, preparing to head to the king of Tianshan's residence. We accepted the king of Tianshan's invitation. Qin Zibai shouted. I didn't invite you. Chen Tianshan felt slightly startled. How could you not? Qin Zibai said anxiously. However, Mo Yike stopped Qin Zibai. We all fell for it. Huh. We saw me assassinate the crown prince and Commander Ming. Why? Why would I assassinate them? Mo Yike said coldly. Are you trying to frame me? When you came, you were wrapped in a black robe. No one knew it was you. If you killed the crown prince, I would be implicated. At that time, I would be removed from my post and sabotage the embroidered uniform guard's investigation of the Grand Emperor dynasty. Montez said with a glare. Huh? Did you see me clearly? Mo Yike said coldly. It's you. I can't be wrong. Montez said with a glare. Guqin also looked at Mo Yike with a frown. Guqin was not wrong. Not necessarily. Kong Xian frowned. Oh, what you saw might not be real. What if someone else changed into Lord Mo's appearance? Kong Xian said with a frown. Huh? Lord Kong, what do you mean? Shangguan Hen's expression turned cold. Only a few people knew that Shangguan Hen knew the 72 transformations, but these people happened to know. Everyone's expression changed. Mo Yike bowed slightly to Kong Xian and said, Thank you for your trust, Lord Kong. However, I believe that the spy is not Shangguan Prime. Everyone's expression sank. If it's not Shangguan Prime, then it's you? What a series of schemes. Who is it? In one assassination, you schemed against me. The king of Tianshan, Montez, the crown prince, and Shangguan Hen? Mo Yike said with an unsightly expression. Everyone was wary of Mo Yike and had not made a move yet. Outside the embroidered uniform guard's headquarters, a group of officials who had rushed over seemed to have been instigated by someone. The spy is Mo Yike. He killed the crown prince and Lord Meng. Catch the spy and avenge the soldiers who died on the front lines. Catch Mo Yike. He's a spy. Avenge our soldiers. Kill him. A commotion broke out outside. Some officials immediately wanted to charge over. Your Highness, the spy has been identified. It is Mo Yike. Quickly, take him down. More and more officials rushed over. Bastards! Who told you to come? Qin Tianshan glared. My lord, my son died on the front lines. Because of him. My son shouldn't have died. He shouldn't have died. It's all because of him. This time, so many of my limitless celestial capital soldiers went, but he killed all of them. My lord, take revenge for their families. Some officials said anxiously. Mo Yike coldly looked at the agitated officials and revealed a cold smile. Someone instigated this? Huh. Montez. Monitoring the officials is the embroidered uniform guard's responsibility. Many of the limitless celestial capital's officials are spies. You actually failed to find out? You failed in your duty. Mo Yike glared at Montez. What nonsense. They want to take revenge on you. Montez immediately retorted, glaring. Montez was certain that Mo Yike was the culprit. Now that Mo Yike accused him, he naturally had to retaliate. Furthermore, if there were too many spies in the city, it would be his fault. How could it be his fault? Mo Yike, you did not kill me earlier. It is already too late. Why are you still not surrendering? Montez glared. Shut up. Qin Tianshan shouted angrily. However, the crowd in the surroundings seemed to be riled up. They did not listen to Qin Tianshan's shouts at all. They seemed to believe that the law did not punish the majority and that they had to take down Mo Yike today. Kong Xian, Shengwan Hen, Ao, Shun, Gao Xinji, and the others showed unsightly expressions. No one knew who was speaking the truth. However, they could tell that someone instigated the situation before them. More and more officials rushed over. After receiving the news, they continuously wanted to capture Mo Yike. Naturally, Mo Yike's subordinates spoke up for Mo Yike. They immediately started arguing. The more they argued, the more those officials retaliated. It seemed like they were determined to take down Mo Yike. The entire embroidered uniform guard's headquarters immediately turned noisy. Just as the crowd was riled up, suddenly a cold shout came from high in the sky. Tianshan Sovereign, I told you to manage the nation. Why are you causing such a commotion? What a scandal! A soft shout came from high in the sky. The shout was so loud that it drowned out the voices of the officials. Everyone's expression changed as they looked up. When they saw Gu Hai standing in the air, they immediately showed wild joy on their faces. Your Majesty, the officials immediately bowed in pleasant surprise. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Qin Tianshan also showed joy on his face. Welcome back, Your Majesty. Suddenly, everyone bowed respectfully. When Mo Yike saw Gu Hai return, he also revealed a faint smile. From the start to the end, Mo Yike had not worried at all. In fact, Mo Yike knew that Gu Hai would return today. While others set up a trap, he set up a trap as well. Chapter 871. Welcome back, Your Majesty. The officials of the embroidered uniform guard's headquarters immediately bowed excitedly. The people in the surroundings who saw Gu Hai also bowed respectfully. Qin Tianshan, Montez, Gu Qin, Kong Xian, Shengwan Hen, Ao, Shun, and Gao Xinji all revealed joyful expressions. Even though Gu Hai showed an unfriendly expression at this moment, this was nothing to the loyal officials. As long as His Majesty returned, all the chaos would be cleared up. Qin Tianshan, let me ask you, why are you causing such a ruckus? Gu Hai said seriously. The surroundings immediately fell silent. Your Majesty, the officials heard that there are spies in the imperial court and became agitated. Then, there was an assassination attempt here. The crown prince and Lord Meng nearly died. When the two saw Lord Mo, the officials believed that Lord Mo was a spy and wanted to severely punish him. Qin Tianshan explained. How presumptuous! Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. The officials immediately trembled in fear. Heard? Since when did my Dahan imperial dynasty start punishing people for spreading rumors? Guhai demanded coldly. These officials are guilty. The expressions of the officials immediately changed. Since you're already here, everyone is here. The embroidered uniform guard is in charge of recording. All officials, state your purpose for coming here today. Also, who started today's ruckus? Who was the first one to make such a fuss? Also, where did they find out about the spy? What about the person and the location? Write everything down clearly, then return to your respective residences, Guhai ordered coldly. Yes, the group of officials responded. A large number of embroidered uniform guards immediately surrounded the surroundings. No one could leave. Even the person who started the chaos could not leave. Everything was carefully investigated. Guhai slowly landed before Guqin and Montez. Your Majesty, this official has failed in his duty, Montez said with an unsightly expression. You also know about failing in your duty? How did the embroidered uniform guard investigate spies in the past few years? The boundless celestial capital's spies can already instigate a rebellion. Humph. Just one word of encouragement, and they all started to stir up trouble? Or is it because of your prestige as Montez? Guhai said coldly. This subject does not dare. Montez immediately prostrated himself on the ground, his face filled with fear. Montez understood that this was Guhai blaming himself. During the chaos just now, he shouldn't have argued with Mo Yike, and he shouldn't have criticized Mo Yike in front of everyone. Even if he was really a spy, he shouldn't have caused internal strife at this critical juncture. Guhai looked at Montez coldly. Then he looked at Guqin. Father, I am fine, Guqin said bitterly. Guhai placed his hand on Guqin's chest. Buzz. A surge of heaven replenishing energy flowed into Guqin's body, and Guqin's injuries quickly healed. Your Majesty, Kong Xian, Shengwan Hen, Ao Shun, and the others said respectfully. Right. Thank you for your hard work. I will take care of this. Guhai nodded. Your Majesty, what about Lord Mo? Ao Shun looked at Mo Yike. I will investigate. Before we know who it is, do not make wild guesses. Guhai said seriously. Yes, everyone answered. Your Majesty, this subject has failed in his duty. Chun Tianshan said bitterly. After looking at Chun Tianshan, Guhai's gaze turned much gentler. That is already pretty good. This time, the enemy came with a strong momentum. It is not your fault. Thank you, Your Majesty, Chun Tianshan answered. All right, you may withdraw. Organize everything that happened over the past year into a book and send it to the study. Guhai looked at Chun Tianshan. Yes, the others answered. Chun Tianshan also answered and went to organize the information over this period. The commotion died down in the blink of an eye. However, Guhai understood that the enemy was hiding in the dark. Early the next morning, in the study, Chun Tianshan delivered a large amount of information. Guhai sat behind the study table. However, Mo Yike stood in front of him. Your Majesty, this is all the information you asked for over the past year, including the personnel transfers in the endless celestial capital. Chun Tianshan said solemnly. All right, Guhai answered indifferently. Chun Tianshan withdrew. As Chun Tianshan left, he glanced at Mo Yike, who was in the study, in surprise. A pile of information was placed at the side. However, there was another pile of letters on Guhai's desk. These are... Guhai looked at Mo Yike. Overnight, this subject found letters of treason in his residence and the residences of several officials with whom he was on good terms. Mo Yike said with a smile. Your letters of treason? Guhai asked solemnly. Indeed. We went to 800,000 years ago. When the subject returned, I discovered something unusual. Huh. It turns out that all of this was waiting for us. If Your Majesty had not returned yesterday, this batch of letters of treason would have been the second round of evidence to put this subject to death. Furthermore, there was a spy among the 8 people in the meeting that day. If they added insult to injury, this subject might have died without a burial ground. What a vicious plan. Mo Yike said coldly. This plan is not very clever. They just had time to plan. Guhai said with a frown. Yes, this subject underestimated this great emperor dynasty. Humph, This scheme has already reached my boundless celestial capital. This subject is even more surprised that Takashi Ryushin has already followed us to 800,000 years ago. Who exactly was it that was manipulating the Great Emperor Dynasty in this year? It seems that our understanding of the Great Emperor Dynasty is not thorough enough. There is actually a spy among us. Yike narrowed his eyes. Are you sure? This subject did not expect this at first, but this is the truth. That scheme was leaked, and the one who injured Lord Gao and Supreme AO was definitely among the 8 of us. Me, Chen Tianshan, Guqin, Kong Xian, Shanghai Hen, AO, Shun, Montez, and Gao Xinji. There is definitely a spy among us. Yike said coldly. Gu Hai tapped his fingers on the desk, his expression turning solemn. The Great Emperor Dynasty has a capable person, Gu Hai said with a frown. Yes, it should be an expert. To be able to bribe one of the 8 of us, he is not simple. Secondly, it was this subject who disrupted their plan. Otherwise, the chaos last night would have been even more turbulent. It is very likely that even this subject would not have been able to handle it. Yike said solemnly. Only you were informed of the exact time of my return through the Guqin figurine. What did you say? Gu Hai said solemnly. Your Majesty said that you would return in 2 days. If I had directly said that your Majesty would return in 2 days, this group of spies would definitely lay low and wait for another opportunity. However, this subject did not want to let them wait and expose themselves sooner. Therefore, this subject said 10 days. Yike said solemnly. 10 days? Time is short, but it is barely enough to launch an opportunity. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, the opportunity is fleeting. The experts of the Great Emperor Dynasty should know that once your Majesty returns, it will be 100 times, no, 1,000 times more difficult to cause chaos in the infinite celestial capital. Therefore, they're taking the risk. This subject is using this point to speed up the pace. After 10 days, they will immediately expose themselves. Even if they have wave after wave of evidence, what can they do? As long as your Majesty appears, all schemes and plots will have nowhere to hide. Yike said solemnly. The Great Emperor Dynasty? Looks like this Takashi Ryushin is not in charge. Gu Hai suddenly narrowed his eyes. Yes, who could have guessed it beforehand? Even if Takashi Ryushin has gone to 800,000 years ago, this Great Emperor Dynasty is still operating continuously. Yike sighed. At the border between the Dahan Imperial Dynasty and the Great Emperor Dynasty, in a small courtyard, a Great Emperor Dynasty official bowed respectfully to a group of Wansho Taoism disciples. The leader of the group was none other than the Tongtian sect master. Is what you said true? The Tongtian sect master's face turned cold. Yes, sect master. Just last night, Gu Hai returned to the infinite celestial capital. The Lord asked me to pass on the message to you. The official said respectfully. He returned last night. Why are you only reporting now? The Tongtian sect master said coldly. The Lord said that he wanted the people in the city to find out how many people Gu Hai returned with. That's why it was delayed. The official said respectfully. Oh, how many people? The Tongtian sect master said coldly. 1. He came back alone, and he even ruined the Lord's plan. The official said carefully. Just 1 person? He is finally willing to come back. The Tongtian sect master sneered. The official lowered his head and didn't say anything. The Tongtian sect master looked coldly at the official. That lord of yours wants to borrow my hand to kill Gu Hai. I wouldn't dare. I only have news to inform you. Sect master. The official immediately shook his head. No need to pretend that you don't know anything. Also, tell your lord not to be narrow-minded. With his cultivation, if he dares to scheme against me, I will find him and kill him even if he has to flee to the ends of the earth. The Tongtian sect master said coldly. Yes. Then this one will take his leave. The official retreated in fear. Master, Gu Hai has returned to the imperial court. What do we do now? A middle-aged man asked respectfully. He's back. It's good that he's back. Come, follow me to take down Gu Hai. Oof. The Tongtian sect master snorted coldly. Ever since Gu Hai escaped from Wanshou Taoism, he had caused him to make a fool of himself 3 times in a row. The first time was when he killed Xuandu, causing him to be slightly weaker than Xuandu, which was a great humiliation. The second time was when Jiang Rilai and Matriarch Ji attacked him at the same time in Shenong City. In the end, not only did he not obtain the Divine Path Sorcerer's Book, but he also caused a lot of trouble. The third time was when he was ordered to retreat by Qi Yu above the East Sea, not to mention the passage to the Immortal Dome. Just these matters were enough to make Gu Hai his mortal enemy. Yes, the group of disciples answered. Follow me. The Tongtian sect master snorted coldly. With a wave of his sleeves, he led the 10 disciples into the sky and rushed towards the boundless celestial capital. After the Tongtian sect master left, in a small pavilion not far away, the official who went to report earlier quickly came to report. The Tongtian sect master has left, my lord, the official said respectfully. The pavilion was rather dark, and the appearance of the person inside could not be seen clearly. What a good Imoyek. He actually planned a counterattack against me? As expected, nothing can be rushed. Those spies in the boundless celestial capital are in trouble. Oof. The lord in the pavilion said coldly. Then what should we do? Gu Hai is back. Those spies won't be able to cause much trouble. Time waits for no one. If only Gu Hai came back a few days later. 5 days, only 5 days. What a pity, what a pity. Forget it, forget it. The lord in the pavilion sighed softly. The Tongtian sect master is already on his way. Perhaps. The pavilion was silent for a while. Then the lord sighed and said, the Tongtian sect master is involved. It's a pity for Gu Hai. It would be great if such a talent could be used by His Majesty. It's good that the Tongtian sect master is on his way. Even if Gu Hai's intellect is unparalleled, in the face of absolute power, he can only wait to be captured. This time, he has no helpers and no external forces to borrow. Yes. Chapter 872. At the boundless heavenly capital, the embroidered uniform guards were inspecting the officials. Among the officials, a small group was terrified. They wanted to flee and even instigate the other officials to cause a ruckus. However, that depended on the timing. If His Majesty had not returned, they might have succeeded. However, now that His Majesty was back, who would listen to their instigation? Among the countless officials of the Great Han Dynasty, a large number were merchants who had followed Gu Hai since he was on 9-5 Island. They had nurtured absolute reverence for Gu Hai a long time ago. Later, they recruited officials one after another and experienced many things. At this moment, as long as an official had a brain, they would not dare to cause trouble. Just now, someone tried to flee and cause trouble, so they were quickly apprehended. After a series of inspections, the embroidered uniform guards quickly identified a group of officials. Although Montez was not stripped of his position as commander of the embroidered uniform guards due to his dereliction of duty and Gu Hai's reprimand, he still trembled in fear. Even though he was severely injured and his dantian was destroyed, Montez endured the pain and continued to organize the inspections of the embroidered uniform guards. At dawn, most of the officials had returned to their residences. Only a small portion was apprehended. Jia team, bring men to search the homes of these suspicious officials. Capture everyone in their homes. No one is allowed to escape. If one escapes, bring their heads to me. Montez ordered with a ferocious expression. Yes, an embroidered uniform guard answered. Immediately, he led a large number of embroidered uniform guards to search the homes of those suspicious officials. Montez endured the pain. He did not even bandage his wounds. His clothes were stained with blood as he brought the dossiers and went to meet Gu Hai. Montez understood that he could not absolve himself from the blame for the chaos in the boundless heavenly capital. Right now, he could only make himself look more miserable and hope that His Majesty could sympathize with him. At the entrance of the upper study, Mo Yike left with the information that Shun Tianshan collected. The moment he stepped out, he ran into Montez. When Montez saw Mo Yike come out of the upper study, his face sank. Lord Mo, sorry for the offense. Montez bowed slightly. Lord Ming, thank you for your hard work. Mo Yike nodded. The two of them passed each other. Right now, it was still unclear who the biggest spy was, so the two of them didn't dare to get too close. All right. Mo Yike suddenly turned his head and said. Montez paused and looked at Mo Yike. His Majesty is not in the upper study room now. If you want to report to His Majesty, go to the Three Pristines Palace. Her Majesty should be there. Mo Yike said and left. Montez was slightly taken aback, and then he smiled bitterly. Suddenly, he began to suspect that the assassin he saw last night was Mo Yike. One had to know that Mo Yike was such an intelligent person. How could he personally carry out an assassination? But if it wasn't him, who could it be? He saw it clearly, and so did the Crown Prince. Montez shook his head and headed straight for the Three Purities Palace. The Three Purities Palace was the residence that Gu Hai gave to Tong Tian when he was summoned by Gu Hai. At this moment, in the Three Purities Palace, Gu Hai found a map on a table in the Three Purities Palace. Mosquito Dowrin stood behind him. Gu Hai, you went 800,000 years ago. Mosquito Dowrin looked at Gu Hai in shock. Oh, who told you that? Gu Hai didn't turn around and looked at the map in his hand. They didn't tell me when they came back. I got the news from other sects. Mosquito Dowrin said in a low voice. Since you already know, why bother asking? Gu Hai smiled faintly. But, Gu Hai said solemnly, Mr. Mosquito Dowrin, you have kept your promise. I will keep my promise too. When the time is up, I will help you get the Chaos Essence Pearl. Mosquito Dowrin frowned. He seemed to have something else to say. Why, Mosquito Dowrin, do you have anything else to say? Gu Hai turned and looked at Mosquito Dowrin in confusion. Mosquito Dowrin looked at Gu Hai with narrowed eyes. I can see that, Gu Hai, you have a big plan. Oh, you made a promise with me for 50 years? Ha, ha. I thought that I would be able to get the Chaos Essence Pearl after 50 years. Now it seems that may not be the case. Mosquito Dowrin said with narrowed eyes. Mosquito Dowrin, what do you mean? Gu Hai asked in confusion. You are quite ambitious. To think that you are the same as Warring State Dragon, old Mr. Guan Shi, and the others. When the heavens awaken in 50 years, you will point your sword at the heavens. At that time, you will not care about the Chaos Essence Pearl. If you win, you will become an immortal, and if you lose, you will be consigned to eternal damnation. That is why you are willing to promise me the Chaos Essence Pearl, because by then, you will no longer care. Or rather, you will be powerless? Mosquito Dowrin said coldly. Gu Hai looked at Mosquito Dowrin and smiled. Pointing my sword at the heavens? Ha! Mosquito Dowrin, you can't speak carelessly. Gu Hai did not admit it, but there was no surprise in his eyes. Obviously, he did not want to be exposed. So you were lying to me before? Mosquito Dowrin said coldly. Lying? No, I was telling the truth. If I have the Chaos Essence Pearl after 50 years, I will definitely give it to you. Gu Hai said seriously. Mosquito Dowrin's eyelids twitched. Although he was deceived, he did not jump up in anger. My Dahan Imperial Dynasty is about to enter troubled times with many enemies. Mr. Mosquito Dowrin, you have already fulfilled your promise. There is no need for you to stay in Dahan and face danger with us, Gu Hai said sincerely. Danger? Ha! With you around, Dahan is indeed filled with danger. Right now, the great Martial Emperor Dynasty is colluding with the spiritual Mountain Holy Land and Wanshou Taoism to destroy Dahan. It is indeed filled with danger. Last time, you even attracted the Tongtian sect master. Mosquito Dowrin said seriously. That's right. It is so dangerous, and I do not want to harm you. After all, you helped me. Or rather, the Tongtian sect master will come for the second time very soon. This time, he will come with a vengeance. Mister, you should avoid him as soon as possible. Gu Hai advised. What if I don't want to avoid him? Mosquito Dowrin said with a smile. Oh, Gu Hai suddenly raised his eyebrows, revealing a trace of surprise. That's right. I'm timid and afraid of trouble. I am used to being free and unrestrained. However, after staying in the infinite celestial capital for so many years, I suddenly realized that there is nothing wrong with staying in one place. Mosquito Dowrin said with a smile. Mister, what do you mean? You are willing to join my Dahan Imperial Dynasty? Guhai said in surprise. Although the Mosquito tribe is timid and afraid of trouble, we also understand that if we want to drink a person's blood, we must not be afraid of being killed. If we want to drink blood, we must do it. Now, I want to drink blood. Mosquito Dowrin stared at Guhai with a determined gaze. Mister, are you sure that I have blood on me? Guhai said with a smile. I believe you. I also saw it. It is not that you have blood on you, but that you can bring others to drink blood with you. Didn't Shangwan Hen drink his fill? Kong Xian, Ao Shun, and even Mo Yike drink their fill. If I continue to hide, I will not be able to drink anymore. Mosquito Dowrin said with certainty. What if we don't get to drink the blood and get slapped to death? Guhai asked solemnly. I will run. I hope you don't mind me running. Mosquito Dowrin stared at Guhai. Mosquito Dowrin meant that if he noticed that something was wrong, he would allow him to run or even say that he was a traitor. Raising a two-faced person, if it were someone else, they would definitely not be willing. However, Guhai could not get angry at Mosquito Dowrin. Although he was a petty person, he was a true petty person, unlike those hypocrites. He dared to say this openly, which made Guhai look at him in a new light. All right, I will allow you to run. However, before you run, you have to keep your eyes open. Don't run away before the time is right. Guhai said with a smile. Ah, you are willing? Mosquito Dowrin said in shock. Everyone runs away when facing a great disaster. It is human nature. This is nothing. Furthermore, I believe that as long as I am around, you will not run. Guhai said with a smile. You are that confident? Mosquito Dowrin asked, finding it strange. Mosquito Dowrin, Guhai shouted. Mosquito Dowrin's expression turned solemn. From today onwards, I confer upon you the title of Legio 6 of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. You will form your own army to defend the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, Guhai said solemnly. Mosquito Dowrin was slightly stunned. Then, a struggle appeared on his face. After struggling for a while, he bowed solemnly and said, Yes, Your Majesty. After agreeing to Guhai, Mosquito Dowrin let out a soft sigh of relief. It was like he had let go of the worries in his heart. In the past, when he came to the Dahan Imperial Dynasty, he still felt superior. However, as Kong Xian, Shanghai Hen, and even Ao Shun surpassed him one by one, Mosquito Dowrin understood that he might have missed a lot of opportunities. At this moment, he said this to test Guhai. Secondly, he was indeed a little jealous of Kong Xian and the others' gains. He didn't expect Guhai to agree immediately. Moreover, it was such a rude request. Your Majesty, I saw that you were staring at that diagram the moment you entered this hall. What is that? Mosquito Dowrin asked curiously. I have finished looking at the diagram of the fairy slaying sword formation. It is not very useful to me. Since you have entered the fairy slaying sword formation, I will lend it to you for a few days. Guhai threw the diagram in his hand to Mosquito Dowrin. What? The diagram of the fairy slaying sword formation? Mosquito Dowrin was shocked. At a glance, sword chi seemed to be rushing out of the blueprint, covering the sky and earth. Mosquito Dowrin's expression was shaken, and he revealed a look of surprise. Boom! However, at this moment, a super loud sound suddenly came from the outside world. It was as if a monstrous storm had swept over. Instantly, countless buildings in the infinite celestial capital shook and trembled. Accompanying this storm was a powerful aura that suppressed the infinite celestial capital. Mosquito Dowrin, who was looking at the diagram of the fairy slaying sword formation, also changed his expression abruptly. This aura, the Tongtian sect master, is finally here? Guhai revealed a cold smile. Stepping forward, Guhai stepped out of the Three Pristines Hall. The moment he stepped out of the Three Pristines Hall, he heard a cold shout from the sky. Fairy slaying. Whoosh! Suddenly, a Tongtian slaying sword stabbed into the Dongfang of the infinite celestial capital, piercing the 9 heavens and the 9 underworlds. Immortal slaying. The immortal slaying sword immediately stabbed into the southern land of the infinite celestial capital. Immortal trapping sword. Immortal ending sword. The immortal trapping sword stabbed into the western part of the infinite celestial capital, while the immortal ending sword stabbed into the northern part of the infinite celestial capital. For a moment, the four swords were arranged in a large encirclement, surrounding the infinite celestial capital in a circle. Formation rise. Boom! With the four swords as the edges and corners, billions of sword chi instantly erupted and rushed toward the infinite celestial capital. For a moment, the sky and earth were filled with endless sword chi, covering the sky and earth. A great aura of death enveloped the entire infinite celestial capital. Fairies slaying sword formation. Mosquito Dowrin, who followed out, changed his expression. Chapter 873. The Tong sect master led a group of disciples to the outskirts of the limitless celestial capital at an extremely fast speed. His figure paused, and a gust of wind swept in all directions. Duo Bao, you take charge of the immortal slaying sword position. The Tong sect master shouted coldly. Yes, master. A man in a Taoist robe answered. Zhao Gongming, San Shao, you take charge of the immortal slaying sword position. The Tong sect master shouted. Yes, master. The four of them answered. Jin Ling, Hua Ling, you two take charge of the immortal trapping sword position. The Tong sect master said solemnly. Yes, master. Master. The two of them answered. The rest of you, take charge of the immortal slashing sword position. The Tong sect master shouted. Yes, master. The crowd answered. The Tong sect master waved his hand. Boom, 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 boom. The four swords of slaying, trapping, and severing immediately led the Tong sect master's disciples to guard the four directions of the limitless celestial capital. In an instant, billowing sword chi erupted with a loud boom, charging straight for the limitless celestial capital. At the same time, a loud sound also rang out from the limitless celestial capital. In an instant, a huge formation boundary enveloped everything within. Under the pressure of the Tong sect master, countless people's expressions changed drastically, and they looked at the Tong sect master in horror. However, in the next instant, they calmed down and looked at the palace together. The soaring palace square. At this moment, Guhai had already stepped into the soaring palace square. The civil and military officials of the Dahan imperial dynasty quickly gathered at the soaring palace square. Kong Xian, Shengwan Hen, Ao, Shun, Mosquito Dowrin, Gao Xinji, and the others all stood behind Guhai, looking at the experts in all directions with gloomy expressions. Of course, the person closest to them was the Tong sect master, who was standing in the air. The Tong sect master flung his sleeves and looked coldly at Guhai in the soaring Sky Hall's plaza. Guhai extended his hand and took out the life-slaying saber. He placed it in the void as if it had become one with the entire limitless celestial capital's city defense formation. Tong sect master? Ha! This is the second wave of invasion by that person from the Great Emperor dynasty, right? You have become his chess piece? Guhai sneered. Chess piece? No one can make this sect master a chess piece. But you, Guhai, this time, this sect master wants to see how you escape. Who would they ask for help from? Just call them out. Let's see who can pass this sect master's immortal slaying sword formation. The Tong sect master said coldly. Guhai looked at the Tong sect master and smiled coldly. Ask for help? My Dahan imperial dynasty, the limitless celestial capital. Do you think I will ask for help? Oh. The Tong sect master looked at Guhai in disbelief. Tong sect master, the previous few times, you were just asking for humiliation. I have never deliberately targeted you. For the sake of the Taishang sect master, I will give you a chance to leave with dignity. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face. Guhai said coldly. Ha! Ha ha ha! This sect master wants to see how you will not give me face. Humph! Without help, let's see how you will break through my immortal slaying sword formation today. With just Kong Xian and the rest, you're still a little short. The Tong sect master said coldly. Your Majesty, this subject requests for battle. Kong Xian immediately stepped forward and said, "You will make your move later," Gu Hai said indifferently. Kong Xian looked at Gu Hai in confusion. Gu Hai looked at the Tongtian sect master with a cold smile. "I've been back for a few months. Does everyone think that without the laws of chess, I am at your mercy?" Good, very good. Tongtian sect master, since you have delivered yourself to my doorstep today, let the world see if I am really at your mercy. Humph. Gu Hai's powerful snort caused the Tongtian sect master's expression to darken slightly. There were actually many spies hidden within the limitless celestial capital, and even outside. After all, Gu Hai's name had already shaken the world, and many people had been keeping an eye on him. When they heard Gu Hai's cold snort at the Tongtian sect master, they all looked puzzled. "You, Gu Hai, can you deal with the Tongtian sect master on your own? That's impossible. Just by relying on the limitless celestial capital's formation? Believe it or not, it will be crushed by my fairy, slaying sword formation with a wave of my hand," the Tongtian sect master said with a cold smile. "It's just a fairy slaying sword formation." "I know it too," Gu Hai said coldly. As he spoke, he activated the life entrapping blade. Outside the limitless celestial capital, four-colored sword Qi suddenly appeared. It was not the four-colored sword Qi of the fairy slaying sword formation, but the four-colored sword Qi formed by the limitless celestial capital's chess formation. When Gu Hai's four-colored sword Qi appeared, it suddenly rushed in all directions like a storm. Boom! Gu Hai and the Tongtian sect master's sword Qi collided with each other, and the void shook violently. If the Tongtian sect master's sword Qi circled the limitless celestial capital clockwise, then Gu Hai's sword Qi circled the limitless celestial capital counterclockwise. Under the endless rumbles, there was a series of earth-shattering explosions. Fairy slaying, sword formation. Mosquito Doran's expression changed. Mosquito Doran had seen Gu Hai check the formation diagram of the Three Pristines Palace just now. In just a short while, Gu Hai had mastered it all. Only the four immortal slaying swords were missing. Gu Hai's sword Qi was not at all weaker than the Tongtian sect master's sword Qi. This is? The Tongtian sect master's expression darkened. The Tongtian sect master had already seen that Gu Hai's sword Qi was exactly the same as the Tongtian of the Jie sect in the past. Gu Hai knows it too? Immediately, the pressure from the four immortal slaying swords was blocked by Gu Hai's life entrapping blade. Fairy slaying sword Qi? Without the four immortal slaying swords, this is just a frame. Do you know what the fairy slaying sword formation is? Within the fairy slaying sword formation, every sword will slay the immortals. The Tongtian sect master shouted coldly. The Tongtian sect master reached out and grabbed a sword Qi, only to see that sword Qi condense into an immortal slaying sword. Dongfang still had an immortal slaying sword soaring into the sky, but the Tongtian sect master seemed to have another sword in his hand out of thin air. Fairy slaying sword formation? If you were Wanshou Taoism, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. But now, this is the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. This is the limitless celestial capital. This is my imperial capital. You arranged the fairy slaying sword formation? What a joke. Gu Hai snorted coldly. Gu Hai spoke again as he shouted coldly. Citizens of the Great Han Imperial Dynasty, I, Gu Hai, have returned today to guard the Great Han Empire. Outside, there are rascals who have come to invade. They have come with a ferocious momentum, wanting to destroy the Great Han Empire and destroy our nation. I, Gu Hai, request the citizens of the Dahan Empire to help me repel the invaders. Raise your right hand and lend me your strength to defeat the invaders, repel the invaders, and show the might of our nation. Gu Hai shouted loudly. Above his head, above the sea of Providence clouds, the huge golden dragon of Providence suddenly stood up from its crouching position. Roar! The golden dragon roared, and the entire sea of Providence clouds instantly surged. Gu Hai's voice was instantly transmitted to the ears of the countless citizens of the Dahan Imperial Dynasty through the golden dragon of Providence. Among the officials, Chun Tianshan was the first to raise his right hand. Your Majesty, please defeat the enemy and show the might of our nation. Chen Tianshan was the first to raise his right hand. Countless officials who didn't need a guard also raised their right hands. The citizens of the infinite celestial capital also raised their right hands. Your Majesty, I lend you my strength to repel the invaders and show the might of our nation. Apart from the infinite celestial capital, the citizens of the Dahan imperial dynasty, which had close to 300 cities, all heard Gu Hai's voice. Under the call of the city lords, the citizens all raised their right hands. Your Majesty, repel the invaders and show the might of our nation. Your Majesty, I give you my strength. Your Majesty is back. Ha 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 ha, I give you my strength. Long live the Dahan Empire. All around the infinite celestial capital, what seemed like streams of white light instantly rushed toward the golden dragon of providence. The golden dragon of providence instantly expanded. Roar! It roared at the sky and immediately dove down, heading straight for Gu Hai. Gu Hai stepped into the sky. Boom! The golden dragon rushed into Gu Hai's body, bringing with it the power of countless citizens from the 300 cities of the Dahan imperial dynasty. Crack, 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 crack! Gu Hai's body suddenly swelled. This was the result of a powerful force. If it was more than a year ago, Gu Hai wouldn't be able to fully withstand this force. However, Gu Hai's body had been tempered by the peak qi in the 18 levels of hell. Now it was still at its peak, so naturally, he could withstand this enormous force. In addition, his cultivation level was no longer restricted after entering the heavenly palace. Therefore, Gu Hai could absorb as much power as it came. Mobilizing the power of a nation. Unfortunately, you're only from the imperial dynasty. If you were from the celestial dynasty, I would be more concerned. But now, with just you? The Tongtian sect master snorted in disdain. As he snorted, he slashed down with the celestial slaying sword in his hand. As the sword slashed down, it seemed to form a Tongtian heavenly sword that had the power to destroy heaven and earth, tearing a huge crack in the void. It was as if he wanted to destroy the entire infinite celestial capital. Eye of life and death. Gu Hai's eyes suddenly emitted a black and white light. Once the eye of life and death appeared, he saw through all the flaws. 8 cycles of heaven. Gu Hai took out the life-extinguishing saber and slashed toward the sky. In terms of momentum, the life-extinguishing saber seemed to be slightly weaker than the celestial slaying sword. It seemed that even if he mobilized the power of the Dahan heavenly sword, he still couldn't defeat the celestial slaying sword. Apart from a few people who had absolute confidence in Gu Hai, most people thought that Gu Hai was going to lose. This defeat was a gamble for the entire infinite celestial capital. There was a loud sound. The saber and sword collided. Outside the city defense formation, both Gu Hai's and the Tongtian's sword chi exploded. The ground under Gu Hai's feet shook violently, and the entire infinite celestial capital shook. With just a shake, Gu Hai stood firmly on the square of the soaring palace hall. High up in the sky, the celestial slaying sword in the Tongtian sect master's hand suddenly exploded. How could this be? The Tongtian sect master's expression changed. Even if he didn't retreat, even if the celestial slaying sword was only formed by the sword formation, it still had half of the celestial slaying sword's power. How could it be blown apart by Gu Hai? Impossible! The Tongtian sect master's disciples exclaimed. Your Majesty is invincible. Countless citizens of the Dahan cheered. It's not that great. Again, Gu Hai glared at him, then stepped into the sky and charged toward the Tongtian sect master. With one slash, Gu Hai now had absolute confidence. So what if he was the Tongtian sect master? This was the infinite celestial capital, his home ground. With the help of hundreds of millions of citizens of the Dahan, he could still slay the Tongtian. Kong Xian, Mosquito Daoran, take care of the Tongtian sect master's disciples. The rest of you, guard the infinite celestial capital and protect the citizens of the Dahan. Gu Hai shouted. Yes. The officials answered. Kong Xian and Mosquito Daoran immediately followed Gu Hai out of the infinite celestial capital's formation and rushed toward everyone outside. Don't leave a single one alive. Kill them all. Gu Hai shouted with a sinister expression. Yes, Kong Xian and Mosquito Darren answered. Chapter 874. With the life-extinguishing saber in hand, Gu Hai stepped out of the infinite celestial capital's city defense formation and charged toward the Tongtian sect master. At that moment, almost everyone's jaws dropped. Even though they knew that Gu Hai had mobilized the power of the Dahan Empire, that was the Tongtian sect master. He was one of the top experts in the world. Did he just charge in like that, one-on-one, without any help? The people of Dahan widened their eyes, and so did the scouts. Kong Xian and Mosquito Darren. Even the Tongtian sect master had a look of disbelief on his face. Gu Hai alone? Did he charge in to fight me alone? That's impossible. He's courting death. This isn't 800,000 years ago, and there are no rules of chess now. What gives him the confidence to fight me one-on-one? Mosquito Darren used to be most afraid of the Tongtian sect master, but now that he saw Gu Hai charge out, he was both shocked and proud. Perhaps he had made the right choice. Kong Xian also looked at Gu Hai in shock. Kong Xian had a certain understanding of Gu Hai's strength. Even he couldn't deal with the Tongtian sect master. So how could His Majesty do it? However, even though everyone doubted Gu Hai had already charged out. Kong Xian and Mosquito Darren charged toward the Tongtian sect master's disciples. Mosquito Darren, you ate my junior sister. You're courting death. Taoist Duo Bao and the Golden Spirit Goddess immediately roared. Countless sword chi surged toward Mosquito Darren. Buzz! Suddenly, black mosquitoes filled the sword chi sea in all directions. There was more sword chi and more mosquitoes. The Mosquito Darren entered the battle with the Dahan Imperial Dynasty and naturally used all his strength. He didn't hold back at all. Kong Xian's figure flickered and turned into a 3,000 feet long peacock. His demonic aura filled the sky, and he did not know how to hold back. He opened his mouth and swallowed all the sword chi. The Tongtian sect master glared at Gu Hai. You really have the guts to come out and seek death. He stretched out his hand and grabbed another strand of sword chi. It transformed into the Immortal slaying sword and slashed out again. It doesn't matter how many of you come at me. I didn't manage to hit you just now. Now let's see where you can hide. Gu Hai shouted coldly. 8 cycles slashed at the Immortal slaying sword again. Under the eye of life and death, this time, Gu Hai saw an even more powerful flaw than before. A saber slashed down. In an instant, a huge crack was torn in the void, crashing towards the Immortal slaying sword. Hong! With a loud bang, the Immortal slaying sword exploded once again. A huge force rushed towards the Tongtian sect master's palm. Rip! The Tongtian sect master's sleeves were torn apart, and a huge bloody wound appeared on his arm. What? Master! In the distance, the goddess of golden spirits' expression changed. A large number of mosquitoes surrounded the goddess of golden spirit. Evil creature, get lost! The goddess of golden spirit shouted angrily as she waved a large number of Dharma treasures. Endless amounts of energy rushed out. However, as long as there was energy, the black mosquitoes would absorb it. In the blink of an eye, all the energy was sucked dry. They rushed towards the goddess of golden spirit. Be careful! The goddess of fire spirit immediately released a large number of flames to burn the black mosquitoes. Flames? Eat them like black mosquitoes. Ha ha ha! The Mosquito Darren laughed loudly. Suddenly, the black mosquitoes pounced on the 2 women. Senior brother, save us. Boom, boom. Taoist Duo Bao threw out a large number of Dharma treasures to save the 2 women. However, the 2 women were still in a sorry state and were fleeing. The Mosquito Darren chased after them relentlessly. In the sky, Gu Hai's second slash once again gained the upper hand. Impossible! 8 cycles shouldn't have such great strength. How can he break my celestial slaying sword when he's not as strong as me? The Tongtian sect master said in shock and anger. 8 cycles. Gu Hai's expression was ferocious as he slashed out again. The Tongtian sect master did not believe it. He waved his hand again, and 100-sword chi turned into celestial slaying swords and slashed towards Guhai. However, when 100 celestial slaying swords slashed over, the pressure on Guhai decreased. This was because the swords were scattered, and there were even more flaws. Break! Boom! With a loud bang, the 100 celestial slaying swords exploded. Guhai continued to charge towards the Tongtian sect master, forcing the Tongtian sect master to retreat. This strange scene caused the spies of the four forces to reveal a look of horror. This is impossible. Guhai is forcing the Tongtian sect master to retreat? That's the Tongtian sect master we're talking about. How can he not be a match for Guhai? My eyes must be playing tricks on me. It must be. Many of the spies were in disbelief, while many of the Dahan citizens were in ecstasy. So what if he was the Tongtian sect master? When His Majesty made a move, he would still be unable to fight back. Your eyes? The Tongtian sect master suddenly quivered. He saw Guhai's eyes clearly in an instant. Those eyes reminded the Tongtian sect master of Rokudo Shinkuin in the past. Rokudo Shinkuin had used the eyes of life and death in the 18 levels of hell, and it was almost identical. How can you know it too? Impossible, the Tongtian sect master exclaimed. Nothing is impossible. Come again, don't run. Guhai shouted. I underestimated you. Ha 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 ha. You can see through my flaws with this pair of eyes? The Long Zhanghua was defeated by the dominator of the six paths with this pair of eyes. Ha, I understand now. I understand now. The Tongtian sect master's expression turned cold. The Tongtian sect master waved his hand ferociously. Suddenly, the four immortal banishing swords surrounding the infinite celestial capital flew up. In the distance, without the protection of the four immortal banishing swords, Kong Xian swallowed Zhao Gongming whole. Kong Xian, you kill my big brother. I'll take your life. The three sky fairies roared in anger. Humph, you're allowed to kill the 200 million citizens of the infinite celestial capital, but I'm not allowed to retaliate? What a joke. Kong Xian opened his mouth again and pounced on the three sky fairies. On the other side, the four immortal banishing swords instantly surrounded Guhai and the Tongtian sect master. Once the sword formation was activated, Guhai was surrounded by sword energy from all directions. I don't believe that you have eyes on your back as well. Guhai, you really do have many secrets. Ha 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 ha. Once I catch you, everything will be no secret. The Tongtian sect master laughed loudly. Ha, catch me? Whether you can escape today is still unknown. Guhai said with a ferocious expression. You're just relying on this pair of eyes. 8 cycles? You can only use the 8 cycles. This pair of eyes won't be able to help you forever. Rokudo Shinkuin only used it for a short while. Can you keep using it? It must consume a lot of energy. Let's see how you're going to make a move when you can't use it anymore. The Tongtian sect master sneered. As he spoke, he controlled the immortal banishing sword formation. With a wave of his hand, all the sword energy in the sword formation suddenly transformed into the immortal banishing swords. A powerful destructive force surged toward Guhai from all directions. This time, Guhai had nowhere to hide. The Tongtian sect master seemed to have found a surefire way to win. Do you think I can only use the 8 cycles? Guhai sneered. The Tongtian sect master's expression darkened. He had a bad feeling about this. Cycles. Guhai's expression turned ferocious. 9. Guhai's face contorted as he shouted. 9. Boom. With a slash of his saber, an energy saber shot into the sky. The moment the energy saber appeared, whether it was Kong Xian, Mosquito Dowrin, or even the Tongtian sect master's disciples, they stopped fighting and stared at Guhai in horror. The 9 cycles. Back in the 18 levels of hell, Guhai's slash was so powerful that even Rokudo Shinkuin could not withstand it. When he slashed with his saber, the stars of an entire galaxy exploded. It was an entire galaxy. And now, Guhai had slashed again. Everyone held their breaths when they saw the crack in the void that seemed to split open the sky. Impossible. The Tongtian sect master roared in shock. He saw all the materialized immortal banishing swords and the immortal banishing sword formation explode under the might of the saber. Just like the stars of an entire galaxy last time, all of them exploded. The four immortal banishing swords could not resist at all. They were instantly blasted away in all directions. The main body of the immortal banishing sword flew toward the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master hastily grabbed the immortal banishing sword to defend himself. However, the energy saber was aimed at the Tongtian sect master. Although the Tongtian sect master defended himself with all his might, he did not expect Gu Hai to be able to use the 9 cycles. This should not be. This is impossible. How could his strength suddenly increase by so much? This is impossible. There was a deafening roar. The Tongtian sect master was slashed from a place not far from the infinite celestial capital to the stars. In an instant, he was slashed tens of thousands of miles away. Boom! The sound of the rift in the void recovering and absorbing the storm rang out. A large number of stars in the sky exploded. At the same time, the Tongtian sect master was exposed. Most of his clothes had been blasted away. The Tongtian sect master's hair was disheveled, and he cut a sorry figure. His skin was covered in wounds, and blood spurted everywhere. He was holding the immortal banishing sword with all his might to defend himself against the attack. At this moment, the immortal banishing sword was covered in cracks. It was obvious that the immortal banishing sword had taken most of the attack. Even the immortal banishing sword could not withstand it and shattered. Bam! The immortal banishing sword exploded. The Tongtian sect master spat out a mouthful of blood. Time seemed to have stopped. Gu Hai held the life-extinguishing saber and pointed it at the Tongtian sect master with a ferocious expression. In the distance, the Tongtian sect master was utterly defeated. The immortal banishing sword formation exploded, and the immortal banishing sword was shattered. The Tongtian sect master was covered in blood. He was severely injured. This doesn't seem right. Shouldn't the Tongtian sect master be the one to completely crush Gu Hai? How could this be? How could the Tongtian sect master be the one to be completely crushed? The spies from the 4 forces were all shocked. For a moment, they did not know how to report to their respective organizations. The people of Dahan were overjoyed. Kong Xian and Mosquito Dauren widened their eyes in disbelief. No Go Dharma? No Peak Chi? Nor exclusive possession of the human soul? His Majesty is now. Kong Xian's eyelids twitched wildly. At this moment, Kong Xian understood that Gu Hai was really strong. Without relying on external forces, he could defeat the Tongtian sect master with his own strength. At most, he could only borrow strength from the people of Dahan. However, it was normal for an emperor to borrow strength from his people. Otherwise, why would he establish a country? In other words, as long as he was in the infinite celestial capital, Gu Hai's home ground, even the Tongtian sect master would not be able to defeat him. In the sky, the Tongtian sect master spat out another mouthful of blood. He looked at the immortal slaying sword in his hand, which only had its hilt left. He still could not accept this reality. Gu Hai's black and white eyes? No, it was not those eyes. Gu Hai had surpassed him with his strength. How could this be? The Tongtian looked down at Gu Hai, who was still wearing a ferocious expression, and a great sense of sadness welled up in his heart. Am I not even a match for Gu Hai now? Everyone run! The Tongtian sect master roared with grief and hatred. Yes, sir. The disciples of Heavenspan also followed suit, their hearts filled with grief. While fleeing, the Tongtian sect master waved his hand and summoned the fragments of the immortal slaying sword, as well as the immortal slaughtering sword, immortal trapping sword, and immortal extinguishing sword that had been shot in all directions. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, the Tongtian sect master disappeared into the horizon. Where do you think you're going? The mosquito Dauren shouted angrily and was about to pounce on Taoist Duo Bao. No need to chase. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Yes, the mosquito Dauren and Kong Xian immediately flew over. Gu Hai stepped forward and flew back to the infinite celestial capital. His Majesty is invincible. Countless citizens and officials cheered wildly in excitement. This moment of victory gave rise to unprecedented worship and confidence in Guhai. People of Dahan, the thieves have retreated. The country's prestige is restored. Guhai shouted. Roar! The golden dragon of destiny flew out of Guhai's body and rushed into the sea of destiny clouds. Its dragon roar reverberated in the ears of all the citizens of Dahan. Dahan is invincible. Cheers came from all the cities. However, Guhai did not enjoy the cheers. Instead, he stepped into the soaring palace hall alone. Bang! The doors of the soaring palace hall slammed shut. Guhai was left alone in the hall. Guhai spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 875. 9 cycles. With Guhai's current strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand it even if he mobilized the power of the Dahan. If his physical body hadn't reached its peak, he would have exploded after executing the 9 cycles. However, even though his strong physical body blocked the backlash of the 9 cycles, Guhai was still severely injured internally. All the nascent soul cultivators were dispirited. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, Guhai felt a lot better. Injuring the enemy was equivalent to injuring himself. Many people must have guessed that something was wrong with his body when he hurried back to the soaring palace. But so what? The Tongtian sect master had been defeated. The news of the battle just now must have spread throughout the world. To enter the infinite celestial capital, one had to be as strong as the Tongtian sect master. The Immortal slaying sword formation was no match for Guhai. The most ferocious sword in the world, the Immortal slaying sword, was also shattered by Guhai. The Tongtian sect master had come in high spirits, but returned in disappointment. He was severely injured and fled in a sorry state. This was Guhai, and this was the Dahan. From this moment on, ordinary people wouldn't dare to provoke the Dahan imperial dynasty. Outside, the officials and people cheered. Guhai adjusted his breath in the soaring palace for a while. His pale face regained some color. After all, he had the heaven-mending power, so ordinary injuries could be healed quickly. Kwang! The door of the palace opened again. Guhai slowly stepped out of the soaring palace. At this moment, all the officials were standing respectfully on the square. When they saw Guhai, they immediately bowed. Your Majesty, long live! Guhai looked at the officials and listened to the cheers of the people from the infinite celestial capital. But he was satisfied. At the same time, the news of the Tongtian sect master's defeat quickly spread throughout the world. When the sects and dynasties around the Dahan imperial dynasty heard the news, almost everyone was in disbelief. That's impossible. The Dahan imperial dynasty hasn't even been established for 20 years. How did Guhai do it? Fake. It must be fake. That's the Tongtian sect master. How could Guhai deal with him? Who sent the news? Who sent you the news? Nonsense. The experts of the nearby forces were all shocked and terrified. If Guhai was really that powerful, it would mean that his neighbor was in danger. The Tongtian sect master was a name that one could only look up to. Now, he was defeated by Guhai. No one could accept it. He still remembered the scene when the Dahan Empire had just been established. Almost everyone was bullied, but now, at the border of the Dahan Empire, in the small attic. My lord, it's absolutely true. Several scouts have sent news that the Tongtian sect master has lost. An official bowed towards the pavilion with an ugly expression. In the pavilion, the official who planned the infinite celestial capital's civil strife was silent for a long time. Too fast. This Guhai is growing too fast. The official finally let out a shocked exclamation. My lord, what should we do? Even the Tongtian sect master has lost. Who? Who is still a match for the Dahan imperial dynasty? The official at the door said anxiously. Ignorant. The official in the pavilion shouted coldly. Huh? Guhai defeated the Tongtian sect master by borrowing the power of the Dahan Empire and the power of the Dahan citizens. That's how he did it. It's the same for the Great Emperor Empire. If His Majesty mobilized the power of the Great Emperor Empire, he could also defeat the Tongtian sect master. The official said coldly. Yes. When the war between the two empires starts and we take over half of the Dahan cities, Guhai will lose half of his subjects. How can he borrow power? Moreover, He can only borrow power in the infinite celestial capital. Can he still borrow power after he leaves? He's already trapped in the infinite celestial capital, the official said coldly. Yes, the Tongtian sect master is defeated. Heh, he definitely won't be able to take this lying down. Wait, he'll be back soon. At that time, you'll be in charge of receiving him. Remember, do your best to appease him so that he can deal with Gu Hai again. The official said coldly. Yes, the official at the door retreated, but the official in the room had an ugly expression. The first wave caused internal strife in the infinite celestial capital and failed. The second wave also failed to lure the Tongtian sect master. It's only 2 waves. There will be more after this. The official said coldly. Infinite celestial capital. Upper study. Gu Hai sat in front of the study table and looked at the mountain of information in front of him. However, Gu Hai's memory and analytical ability allowed him to quickly flip through the pages and memorize everything by heart. Whoosh! Suddenly, a black fog appeared in the study. Gu Hai put down the information in his hands and coldly looked at the black fog in front of him. A large number of bats seemed to be flying in the black fog. The bats condensed and immediately turned into a human figure, respectfully bowing to Gu Hai. Blood-robed guards commander-in-chief, Chong Ming, greets your majesty. Gu Hai looked at Chong Ming and nodded. Your majesty, this is some of the information the blood-robed guard found. Chong Ming respectfully handed a stack of information to Gu Hai's study table. Gu Hai tapped the information with his finger, but didn't look at it. Instead, he looked at Chong Ming and asked, there are vampires in the Great Emperor dynasty? Yes, according to your majesty's request, this official started making arrangements more than a year ago. The Great Emperor dynasty is especially attentive. Chong Ming said respectfully. Oh, I heard Mo Yike say that the Great Emperor dynasty hasn't stopped for the past year. Gu Hai looked at Chong Ming. Yes, it has been operating continuously. There are not many military campaigns. However, they have cleaned up the entire country. Their methods are extremely brilliant. Chong Ming nodded. Who made the arrangements 2 days ago? Gu Hai asked. Your Majesty knows them too. Chong Ming said with a bitter smile. Oh, Sima Changkong. Chong Ming said solemnly. Sima Changkong? Gu Hai was surprised. Yes, although the Great Emperor dynasty has protected this lord in all aspects, even concealing his identity, your Majesty has instructed us to pay attention to Sima Changkong. Thus, this official has sent people to infiltrate Sima Changkong's residence since more than a year ago. In the days that your Majesty has been missing, Sima Changkong has displayed his inhuman methods, calming the internal strife, warding off foreign enemies, and devising one complex scheme after another to obtain the trust of the Great Emperor dynasty's imperial family. This is his plan for the past year. Chong Ming handed over another document. Gu Hai opened it and carefully read it. As he read, Gu Hai's eyes flashed with astonishment and admiration. In the past, he was just a messenger for the Long Zhonghua, an inconspicuous and insignificant person. Who would have thought that he would be so powerful? Chong Ming shook his head and sighed. However, Gu Hai shook his head and said, No achievements? Hey, you are wrong. Oh, the Deqian Celestial Empire's new top scorer. He went against the Long Zhonghua, only to deprive him of his top score status. Then, he was won over by Takashi Ryushin. How could he be incompetent? In the past, although he did not do much, he was able to become Takashi Ryushin's top aide. He was just a messenger? Sima Zongheng betrayed the Long Zhonghua, and the Sima family was almost exterminated. However, because of Sima Changkong, the entire family was saved. How could he be mediocre? Gu Hai said in a deep voice. But it can only mean one thing. Sima Zongheng hid his abilities. Gu Hai said in a deep voice. Oh, in the past, he did not have the opportunity to contribute. Perhaps he did not want to show off too much. Hey, it's him? It's Sima Changkong? Then everything makes sense. Huh, everything makes sense now. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a bright light. This Sima Changkong, is he very powerful? Chong Ming was still uncertain. Very powerful. Just the fact that he almost made me misjudge him is enough to prove that he is powerful. Guhai said in a serious tone. Yes. Chongming nodded. What is your subordinate's position in Sima Chongkong's residence? Guhai asked. He is just a chef. All this time, he wanted to turn others into members of the blood race and become one of us. However, he could not find an opportunity. He kept telling me that there was no chance at all. I did not believe him at first, but now, I somewhat believe him, Chongming said with a frown. If Sima Chongkong was really that intelligent, he would indeed be very guarded against the people around him. Hey, chef, he only neglected the people in his residence. Guhai said in a deep voice. Your Majesty, some of the spies in the court have been found by the embroidered uniform guards. We have also found some. They are all written in this information. However, I have never been able to find the 8 people with the greatest power. Chongming said with a complicated expression. Chen Tianshan, Mo Yike, Gao Xianji, Kong Xian, Shengwan Hen, Ao Shun, Montez and Guqin. Guhai said with a frown. Yes, there are no openings. This subject did not know where to start. Chongming said with a frown. Them? Indeed, this subject really did not expect a spy among these 8 people. Guhai said with a frown. Could there be a mistake? They are the people that your Majesty trusts the most. No, there's one among them. You don't have to worry about this. This subject will find that spy. Guhai said seriously. Yes. Guqin nodded. Is there anything else special? Guhai asked, feeling confused. Yes. Even if your Majesty did not ask, this subject would have said it. Chongming immediately said with a solemn expression. Oh, does your Majesty still remember Guanxi's 9 sons? Chongming asked. Naturally, this subject knows. Aside from Guqin, whom this subject brought back from 800,000 years ago, the other Guanxi's 8 sons all died 800,000 years ago. Guhai nodded. This subject wants to talk about one of them, the Long Sanxian. Does your Majesty have an impression of him? Chongming asked. The Long Sanxian, the son of Takashi Ryushin, the crown prince of the great emperor dynasty. One of the 9 Guanxi's 9 sons died 800,000 years ago. Could it be that he is still alive? Did he come back as well? Guhai said in shock. No, he did not come back as well. Instead, this subject does not know how to say this. 1 year ago, when Your Majesty and the others disappeared from this world, this subject's subordinate saw the Long Sanxian. Chongming said with a bitter smile. Oh, Guhai's pupil shrank. At that time, the Long Sanxian should have returned to 800,000 years ago. How did Chongming's subordinate see him? Could it be that there were 2 Long Sanxian? One went to 800,000 years ago, and the other did not? Impossible. How could there be 2 crown princes of the great emperor dynasty? This subject's subordinate saw it. He is very sure. This subject is also very curious. In this 1 year, the great emperor dynasty continued to operate as usual. The one controlling the great emperor dynasty might be this Long Sanxian, the crown prince of the great emperor dynasty. Chongming said solemnly. Guhai frowned. The Long Sanxian, commanding the great emperor dynasty in this 1 year? Everything became simple and blurred. Where did you see it? Guhai asked in a deep voice. Silver Moon Villa. Chongming said with a strange expression. Silver Moon Villa? At Yinmo's place? How could that be? Why would the Long Sanxian appear there? Guhai frowned. The Silver Moon Villa was the Silver Moon Villa that Guhai had met when he first stepped into the Divine Continent's Silver Moon City. Yinmo was the person who had made this communication figurine. The Great Emperor Dynasty and the Silver Moon Villa should not be related. Why would the Long Sanxian appear in the Silver Moon Villa? Chapter 876. Silver Moon Villa? Guhai became serious. Why would the Long Sanxian appear in Silver Moon Villa? Your Majesty, is there any secret in Silver Moon Villa? Chongming asked in confusion. Guhai was silent for a while and recalled everything he knew. Yes. Guhai's face suddenly darkened. Oh, in the past, Autark Fengyue and Shengwan Hen stayed in the Silver Moon Sea for a period of time. During that time, Autark Fengyue ordered all of the Xuanwu tortoises in the world to head to the Silver Moon Sea. Silver Moon Sea? That's not the residence of the Xuanwu clan. Why were they in Silver Moon Sea? Yes, logically speaking, when Supreme Fengyu was in power, she should have taken all the Xuanwu back to Tianyuan Island in the Thousand Island Sea. Why did she stay in Silver Moon Sea? Chongming became serious. It means that Silver Moon Sea or Silver Moon Villa has something that Supreme Fengyu is interested in, or something that Old Man Guanxi wants. Guhai said in a low voice. Oh, secondly, when Supreme Fengyu was guarding Silver Moon Sea, the heaven-level Zither and Lu Ji came back. It's not a coincidence, but a precaution? A precaution against Old Man Guanxi? Guhai's face darkened. Chongming's pupils also shrank. That's right, Your Majesty. I thought it was a coincidence, but now it seems to be true. Lu Ji came back to protect the thing in Silver Moon Villa. To fight against Supreme Fengyu? Long Sanxian is one of Guanxi's 9 sons. Maybe he knows what the secret is. A while ago, the Long Sanxian entered Silver Moon Villa. Maybe he reached some kind of agreement with Silver Moon Villa? Chongming's eyes suddenly brightened. Silver Moon Villa? Huh. What other secrets are there? Does Yin Mo know? Guhai frowned slightly. Solemnly, Chongming said, Your Majesty, I will immediately send someone to investigate. Guhai nodded. Also, that Long Sanxian only showed his face once and never showed up again. Chongming recalled. Long Sanxian? There was one 800,000 years ago, and another one 800,000 years later. Both were mysterious. I will slowly investigate. Now, the most important thing is to find the spy, Guhai said in a deep voice. But these 8 are all His Majesty's most important confidants. It's going to be tough, isn't it? Chongming said worriedly. Guhai gently tapped the desk with his finger, revealing a trace of smile. Don't worry, you just told me how to find the spy. At the intersection of the Dahan and the Great Wu, the Tongtian sect master returned with a group of disciples in a sorry state. This time, the defeat was too terrible. If it had been the previous few times, it would have been excusable. This time, the Tongtian sect master suddenly felt old. Old? What a ridiculous word. The fairy-slaying sword was broken. The fairy-slaying sword formation was vulnerable. And he was seriously injured? His injuries were not bad, and he would recover soon. However, the frustration in his heart was something that the Tongtian sect master could not accept. In a large hall, the Tongtian sect master looked at Sima Chongkong with resentment. Ha, Mr. Sima, your second plan was useless? That Guhai is already very powerful, the Tongtian sect master said coldly. Sima Chongkong bowed slightly. Thank you for trusting me, sect master. I want to kill you, the Tongtian sect master said with a ferocious expression. Sima Chongkong was expressionless and did not show any fear. Sect master, you want to kill Guhai, right? Actually, as long as Guhai leaves the infinite celestial capital, he won't be a match for you without the blessing of Providence. Sima Chongkong said solemnly. How can he leave? The Tongtian sect master said coldly. Let him lose the blessing of Providence. There are many ways. For example, the Dahan Empire has close to 300 cities. You can kill them one by one. Without the people, the Dahan's providence will collapse. Maybe Guhai will rush out in anger? Sima Chongkong said with a smile. You still want to harm me? The Tongtian sect master said coldly. Kill tens of billions of people? Lure Guhai out? Who would dare to do that? How many sins would that entail? Sinful people would be bound by the law of karma. At that time, not to mention himself, even the Wansho Taoism would be implicated. Unless you were so strong that even the law of karma couldn't do anything to you, no one would forgive you. You would become the devil of the world and be punished by everyone. If that's not the case, then wait patiently. I'll think of a way to lure Guhai out slowly. I just need time, sect master, to be patient. Sima Chongkong said solemnly. The Tongtian sect master stared at Sima Chongkong. After a while, he smiled coldly. Fine, I'll wait. If you can't lure him out, don't blame me for being impolite. Solemnly, Sima Chongkong bowed. Under the cold gaze of the Tongtian sect master, Sima Chongkong slowly left the hall and returned to his residence. My lord, will the Tontian sect master really listen to us? A subordinate asked in surprise. The Tontian sect master? Heh, he's about to be crippled by Gu Hai. Sima Changkong narrowed his eyes. What? That's impossible. I think the Tontian sect master has already recovered. I'm not talking about his cultivation. I'm talking about his heart. It seems that the Tontian sect master has suffered at the hands of Gu Hai no less than 3 times. His ambition to look down on the world was destroyed by Gu Hai. Now that he's met with a setback, he's not thinking about strengthening himself and challenging again. Instead, he's resigned to his fate. He's really no match for Gu Hai, so he can only resort to underhanded means. Hell, what a powerful Gu Hai. What a proud Tongtian sect master. Sima Changkong said with an ugly expression. My lord, Gu Hai's methods are too frightening. The subordinate said worriedly. Sima Changkong nodded. Inform the boundless celestial capital that all of our spies are to hide. Don't show yourselves at this time, because I feel that Gu Hai is going to conduct a spy search very soon. Then, will our people be found? Sima Changkong was silent for a while. It's very dangerous. I can't guarantee it, but let them hold on for 10 days. After 10 days, my second plan will begin. During these 10 days, don't let them trust anyone and don't listen to anyone's orders. In case Gu Hai is up to something. Yes, boundless celestial capital and Mo Yike's residence. My lord, His Majesty invites you to the 3 Pristine's palace. My lord, please go alone. An official came to invite Mo Yike. Oh, did His Majesty give me any instructions? Mo Yike's expression froze. His Majesty said that we will know the details when the time comes. My lord, please go immediately. The official said respectfully. Got it. You can go. I will come after tidying up. Mo Yike said solemnly. Yes. The official retreated. Qin Zibai looked at Mo Yike doubtfully. My lord, His Majesty summoned you. Why do you look so solemn? His Majesty is going to start the spy search. Mo Yike said with a smile. Oh, other than me, there must be 7 other people. This spy. I can't figure out, but I can't find a way to find the spy. His Majesty is going to start so soon. I'm also very curious about what method he is going to use. Mo Yike's solemn expression carried a sense of anticipation. Then His Majesty is also suspecting you? Qin Zibai's expression changed. No, this is also because His Majesty trusts us, so he treats us equally. The 8 of us are His Majesty's most trusted people. Spies? Spies? It is very difficult to find. Qin Zibai, listen up. During this period, no matter what happens, my Mo residence is not to participate. Wait for me to come back. Mo Yike said solemnly. Yes, Qin Zibai replied. Kong Xian residence. 3 Pristine's palace? Kong Xian frowned. Yes. Who else? I don't know. My lord, you will know when you go. His Majesty is waiting in 3 Pristine's palace. Got it. Kong Xian frowned and nodded. Gao Xianji residence. Got it. You can go back first. Gao Xianji said with a frown. Yes. The official retreated. Gao Xianji's eyes lit up. Gao Xianji knew that Gu Hai was the most patient. If he was not sure of winning, he would not make a move easily. Now, is he looking for a spy? Montez, Gu Qin, Chun Tianshan, Ao Shun, and Shang Wanhen all received Gu Hai's notice. They prepared to head to 3 Pristine's palace. At the same time, Sima Changkong also received a message from his zither figurine. What? So fast? Sima Changkong's expression changed. Yes, my lord. The target is asking what to do. An official said with a frown. Originally, it was 10 days. No, send a message and tell him to be careful and not expose himself. 5 days. I only need 5 days, and I can force Gu Hai to come out. Sai, this is too rushed. I wonder if Gu Hai will fall for it. 5 days? Never mind, just 5 days. Tell him to be careful. Sima Changkong said seriously. Yes. The official used the zither figurine to send a message. Sima Changkong immediately said to another subordinate, Go and inform the emissary of the holy place of Soul Mountain. Tell him that we need their help to lure Gu Hai out of the limitless celestial capital. We must be quick. Yes, limitless celestial capital, 3 Pristine's palace. In 3 Pristine's palace, Gu Hai did not wear formal clothes today. He only wore a black brocade robe. He sat on the main seat of the palace and drank tea. His eyes flashed with a dignified look. There was a stack of information on the tea table beside him. He seemed to be waiting. Whoosh! Suddenly, a red light shot over. It was Crown Prince Guqin. He was the first to arrive. Guqin entered the palace and immediately saw Gu Hai sitting on the main seat. Father, Guqin said respectfully. Sit. Gu Hai nodded. Guqin nodded and slowly sat on the first chair on the left. Whoosh! A golden light enveloped Shang Wanhen. He arrived outside the palace and slowly stepped into the palace. Your Majesty, Shang Wanhen said respectfully. Sit. Gu Hai said lightly. Yes. Shang Wanhen sat on the seat below Guqin. Then, one by one, they quickly entered the palace. Gao Xianji and Ao Shun's injuries from being ambushed at the border were much better. Montez's abdomen was bandaged. The bandage was stained with blood. His face was pale. He sat carefully at the side, as if he was trying to gain Gu Hai's pity. Soon, the 8 people that Gu Hai summoned gathered in 3 Pristine's palace. The 8 people were Guqin, Gao Xianji, Chun Tianshan, Mo Yike, Kong Xian, Montez, Shang Wanhen, and Ao Shun. All of them were Gu Hai's trusted aides. At this moment, they all sat in the palace. They knew that His Majesty was going to find the spy today. Who was the spy? Everyone was looking forward to it. As for the spy, he was also very nervous. Clack! Gu Hai put the teacup in his hand on the tea table, making a crisp sound. In the palace, everyone sat up straight and held their breaths. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. They all looked at Gu Hai. Chapter 877. 3 Purity's Palace. Clack. Gu Hai placed his teacup on the table with a crisp clang. Everyone in the hall immediately sat up straight and held their breaths. It was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop as they looked at Gu Hai. Spy? What a laughable term. The 8 people in front of Gu Hai were all Gu Hai's most trusted aides. Gu Hai was very surprised that there was a spy among them. Earlier, the Tontian sect master had attacked, so Gu Hai did not have time to investigate. Now, Gu Hai needed to find the spy as soon as possible. The Dahan imperial dynasty could not allow internal strife. Gu Hai also wanted to find the spy and ask him why. What benefits did the great emperor dynasty promise to make him betray them? Not long ago, we carefully reviewed the records of the battle between the Great Wu and the Dahan. Before that, only the 8 of you knew the exact layout, Gu Hai sternly said. The 8 nodded. At the time, we put in all sorts of measures to prevent the information from leaking out. It was perfect, but in the end, we still suffered a crushing defeat in the war against the Great Emperor Dynasty. The enemy knew all of your movements like the back of their hand. Gao Xinji and Ao Shun almost lost their lives. They managed to escape by a hair's breadth. Spy? Ha, how laughable. Gu Hai coldly said. Although Gu Hai's tone was harsh, the 8 did not reject it. After all, Gu Hai's cold tone was referring to that spy, who was not a spy. He was not referring to them. 2 days ago, you even acted in the scene of Mo Yike assassinating Guqin and Montez. And you even cooperated with the other spies? Good. This is the first time we have encountered someone setting up a trap in our home. Gu Hai coldly glanced at the crowd. Everyone frowned and glanced at each other. Let's start from a day before yesterday. Guqin, tell me, who tried to assassinate you? What was the situation at that time? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Guqin nodded. 2 days ago, Mo Yike came to my residence and said that there was a spy, but he wasn't sure yet. He invited me to go to the embroidered uniform guards headquarters and find Montez to mobilize the embroidered uniform guards to find the spy. Oh, Mo Yike came to look for you? If he knows the whereabouts of the spy, why doesn't he look for Montez himself? Why does he have to bring you along? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. Mo Yike also stared at Guqin. Guqin had betrayed the Dahan imperial dynasty in the past and became one of Guanxi's 9 sons. He obeyed Old Man Guanxi's orders and even brought the Xuanwu clan to attack the Dahan Empire that Qin Tianshan had overseen. It wasn't unreasonable to suspect Gu Qin. Everyone looked at Gu Qin in confusion. Could he be a spy? I don't know. Gu Qin shook his head. You don't know? Yeah. Back at the embroidered uniform guard's headquarters, there wasn't a single embroidered uniform guard in your courtyard. Were you the one who ordered them to leave? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Yes. Lord Emo said that it was a secret, so I... Gu Qin nodded. Then, did you see clearly that it was Mo Yike? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Yes, it was exactly the same. Gu Qin nodded. Nothing wrong. Gu Hai asked calmly. After that, I felt that something was wrong. Oh, Lord Mo is such a cautious person. The fewer people who know about his investigation, the better. Why did he tell me? I thought that he would frame Lord Ming in order to assassinate me. But did he need to do it himself? I don't know. Then, are you sure that it was him? Gu Hai asked solemnly. Listen to my question. I'm not asking about his appearance. I'm asking you if it was Mo Yike. Gu Hai said coldly. Gu Qin's face fell. He suddenly realized that everything was too strange. It couldn't have been him. I hope that you're not lying to me. Gu Hai looked coldly at Gu Qin. I wouldn't dare. Gu Qin's face fell. Gu Hai looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike, Gu Qin said that he saw you and that you were the one who tried to assassinate him. What do you say? Gu Hai asked solemnly. I didn't. At that time, the king of Tianshan's trusted aide sent someone to invite me to his residence. I didn't know anything about the crown prince and Lord Ming. Mo Yike said solemnly. But Gu Qin said that he saw you. Montez also said that he saw you. How you explain that? Gu Hai asked solemnly. I can't explain it. Perhaps he used some special technique to make his appearance look like mine. Moreover, that expert from the Wu dynasty had been scheming for a long time to target me. Even if I wanted to assassinate the crown prince, I wouldn't do it myself. Mo Yike said solemnly. Not necessarily. It's precisely because no one thought that you would do it yourself that the effect would be miraculous. Gu Hai said coldly. Mo Yike's face fell. Your Majesty, I didn't assassinate the crown prince. If the crown prince and Montez saw me, it must be someone who looks like me. Someone who looks like you? Shengwan Hen, I personally taught you the ultimate yin and yang arcane art. It's fine if Montez saw you wrongly, but if the crown prince also saw you wrongly, then your disguise was too similar, wasn't it? Gu Hai said coldly to Shengwan Hen. Your Majesty, I have a clear conscience. I didn't do such a thing. Shengwan Hen said impatiently. Indeed, he was the only one who knew the 72 transformations. It was fine if Montez had seen wrongly, but the crown prince had also seen wrongly. Now, it was indeed suspicious. I don't know who did it for the time being, but I remember that when everyone was criticizing Mo Yike, Kong Xian, did you speak out of turn? Did you directly accuse Shengwan Hen? Gu Hai looked at Kong Xian. Kong Xian's face fell. Your Majesty, are you suspecting me? Not for the time being, but we have to find out who did it. We have to figure out the situation first. Gu Hai said seriously. I just don't think it should be Mo Yike. With his intelligence, if he wanted to assassinate, how could he let the other party see him? Moreover, who is better than Shengwan Hen in the art of disguise? Kong Xian said with a frown. Just because he knows the art of disguise, it must be Shengwan Hen? You're too arbitrary. It was chaos at that time. Your arbitrary judgment will only make the situation more out of control. Everyone was pointing at Mo Yike, but when Mo Yike and Shengwan Hen started fighting again, he could kill Mo Yike on the spot. Gu Hai said seriously. Kong Xian's expression changed. He immediately lowered his head and said, Yes, I didn't think it through. At that time, if Mo Yike had accused Shengwan Hen, Shanghai Hen would have acted like the other officials and targeted Mo Yike. Others couldn't do anything to Mo Yike, but if Shengwan Hen made a move, Mo Yike would definitely die. As a result, Kong Xian became a suspect. The atmosphere in the hall was gloomy. Gu Hai looked at Qin Tianshan. Tianshan, I trust you the most. That's why I let you rule the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. I want to know, why did your trusted aide find Mo Yike at such a coincidental time? I don't know. That trusted aide has already committed suicide. Qin Tianshan said bitterly. Committed suicide? Huh. All troubles are solved. Gu Hai said coldly. Chen Tianshan's expression turned solemn, and his face sank. Everyone was Gu Hai's trusted aide. Naturally, no one wanted Gu Hai to suspect them. However, it was because of this suspicion that Gu Hai appeared to be fair. At the same time, this suspicion made Chen Tianshan's heart skip a beat. I don't know. I have failed in my duty. Chen Tianshan immediately apologized. Gu Hai didn't say much to Chen Tianshan. Instead, he suddenly looked at Montez. Montez, what about you? Gu Hai said calmly. I didn't handle the situation well and caused chaos. Moreover, there are countless spies in the city, but I didn't discover them. I have slacked these 2 years. Please punish me, Your Majesty. Montez said bitterly. I'm curious. Guqin chased away the embroidered uniform guards and waited for you alone with Mo Yike in the courtyard of the embroidered uniform guards headquarters. There's even a soundproof formation around the courtyard. Who set it up? Or did you leave it behind? Gu Hai asked calmly. I don't know. Montez's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Did you see Mo Yike assassinate Guqin? Gu Hai asked seriously. No. When I entered the hall, I saw the crown prince lying in a pool of blood. At that time, Mo Yike's hat was lifted. I saw him holding a bloody bamboo stick. While I was surprised, he stabbed the stick into my dantian. Aye. Montez said anxiously. Are you sure it was Mo Yike? Gu Hai asked seriously. I saw Mo Yike's face. I don't know the details. Montez didn't dare to insist this time. I've been looking at the information sent by Chen Tianshan. 70% of the spies found in the city had been recruited by the embroidered uniform guards. They were all outstanding, but for some reason, none of them were selected. What do you think happened? Gu Hai asked calmly. Montez's expression changed. Your Majesty, it's a frame-up. I don't know them. It has nothing to do with the embroidered uniform guards. Then what about the formation in your headquarters? These spies only started running amok because of your orders. They are extremely obedient to you, Gu Hai said coldly. That's right. Thump. Montez knelt down. Your Majesty, the sun and moon can testify to this subject's loyalty. I definitely didn't betray the Dahan. These were all set up specifically for me. They were set up specifically for me. Get up, Gu Hai said seriously. Montez was still terrified, because all the evidence seemed to be pointing at him. I haven't said it was you. Why are you in such a hurry? Gu Hai said calmly. Yes. Montez's forehead was covered in sweat as he sat down. Gao Xinji, you've been following me since you were immortal. I don't want you to be the one found out in the end. Gu Hai said coldly. Gao Xinji's expression darkened. This subject has a clear conscience. Gu Hai smiled faintly, but he didn't continue to look at Gao Xinji. Instead, he looked at Ao Shun. Supreme Ao Shun, Gu Hai said seriously. Ao Shun looked at Gu Hai. I'll ask you 2 questions. I hope you can answer truthfully, Gu Hai said solemnly. Please ask, Your Majesty. Ao Shun nodded. In this world, right now, who do you care about the most? Gu Hai said seriously. Ao Shun suddenly fell silent. Gu Hai stared at Ao Shun. Care about the most? Haha, maybe it's Ao Shun, my younger brother. Ao Shun's expression stiffened. Ao Shun? Then do you know who Ao Shun hates the most? Gu Hai said seriously. Ao Shun frowned and looked at Gu Hai with a complicated expression. Gu Hai wasn't in a hurry. He waited patiently. After a while, Ao Shun sighed softly. It's me. You're not telling the truth. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold. No, Your Majesty, I'm telling the truth. Ao Shun's expression changed. Telling the truth? Very well, we will wait for you to tell the truth. I hope you remember these 2 questions. Gu Hai said coldly. Ao Shun's face twitched slightly as he nodded with a frown. In the blink of an eye, Gu Hai gave a warning to Guqin, Mo Yike, Shanghai Hen, Kong Xian, Chen Tianshan, Montez, Gao Xinji, and Ao Shun. The gazes with which everyone looked at Gu Hai were no longer as relaxed as before. Although they appeared natural, they could not hide the irritation in their eyes. Everyone was irritable because while Gu Hai gave a warning to everyone, he did not point out who the spy was. At this moment, everyone fell silent. They stared at Gu Hai as though they were waiting for his judgment. That's right. Who is the spy? Is His Majesty suspecting me? It can't be me. Then who is it? Chapter 878. In the boundless celestial capital, inside the three pristines hall, Guhai looked at the 8 people. He had already hammered all of them with his earlier words. Now, everyone looked at Guhai as though they were waiting for his judgment. Who is the spy? Is His Majesty suspecting me? If it can't be me, then who is it? I have already said what I need to say. As for a certain spy among you, I can't say who it is, Guhai said indifferently. Huh? The 8 people were slightly stunned. His Majesty doesn't know? I can't say now, but it doesn't mean I can't say in the future. Who do you think will win the war between the Dahan and the Great Wu? Guhai said lightly. Of course it will be the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Montez said immediately. Guhai smiled coldly. I won't say the result for the time being. However, this spy can no longer participate in the war. Not even a single secret can be leaked. Guhai said seriously. Everyone looked serious. If they didn't know who the spy was, how could they prevent him from participating in the war? You are all my trusted aides. I don't want to ask too much. Let's stop when it's appropriate. Since I can't tell who the spy is, let's wait and see. Time will tell. Guhai said lightly. Time. Guqin was slightly stunned. That's right, Time. After we destroy the great martial emperor dynasty, the truth will come to light. Guhai said indifferently. Huh? How long will that take? Ao Shun said in surprise. 1 year. 1 year is enough for me to destroy the great Wu dynasty. Guhai said seriously. Everyone had a look of shock on their faces. Your Majesty, you mean the 8 of us won't participate in the war? Mo Yike narrowed his eyes and said in surprise. Yes, you don't have to participate. I can handle it. Guhai said lightly. Everyone's brows furrowed deeply. From now on, for the next year, all of you will be in seclusion here. Look after each other so that you won't be lonely. I have set up a barrier in the outside world. No news can come out, and no news can enter. Guhai said solemnly. Everyone's face sank. However, in order to find the spy, no one refused. Perhaps one closed-door cultivation would be enough for a year. A certain spy, you should think about it carefully. We trust you, but that doesn't mean you can do whatever you want. When we find out, Guhai snorted coldly. Everyone's face sank. All right, after the great emperor dynasty is destroyed, this emperor will come to pick you all up. Guhai stood up and said. Everyone looked at Guhai. Guhai stepped out of the Three Pristines Palace. Kwang. The moment Guhai stepped out of the Three Pristines Palace, the door slammed shut. The 8 people left behind had complicated expressions on their faces. Trap the 8 of them for a year? If it were anyone else, it would be impossible. The 8 of them were arrogant and unruly. Who could lock them up for a year? However, Guhai could do it. Guhai asked them to stay for a year, so they would stay for a year. A year? The 8 of them looked at each other and didn't say much. They got up from their chairs and retreated to a corner of the palace. They sat cross-legged and waited patiently for a year. Sima Chongkong promised a certain spy that he would see the results in 5 days. The spy also waited patiently, but didn't dare to expose himself. Guhai's current strength was enough to suppress everyone. No one thought of running away. Of course, at this time, whoever ran away would confess that they were spies. Everyone waited patiently. At the same time, they silently counted the time. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. However, the door of the Three Pristines Palace didn't open. The spy suddenly felt irritated. In that case, Sima Chongkong's plan had failed. His Majesty's words to him just now were still vivid in his mind. His Majesty was already dissatisfied with him. Once he found out, wouldn't he? No, he couldn't expose himself until the last moment. Not many people knew that he was a spy. He didn't need to scare himself. Moreover, he could still feel the Great Wu Empire's providence. The Great Wu Empire hadn't collapsed yet. 5 days, 10 days. The door of the palace was still closed. Those who were at peace felt more at ease. Those who were at a loss felt more flustered. 20 days, 1 month, 2 months. As time passed, those who were at a loss felt more and more anxious. They felt that time was passing like years. Would he be exposed? How would Guhai deal with him after he was exposed? He wanted to kill Gu Hai's favorite minister. Would Gu Hai let him go? Gu Hai's cold gaze before he left? What should he do? What should he do? Don't worry, don't worry. It won't scare me. I have the Great Wu Empire's providence. As long as the Great Wu Empire isn't destroyed, I won't be exposed. I'll be fine. Time passed day by day. Gu Hai really didn't care about the people in the palace anymore. He wanted to fight the Great Wu Empire? Sima Changkong said to wait for him for 5 days. He hasn't appeared yet. Could be that he failed? He must have failed. The Great Wu Empire has failed. Then, day by day, the spy's heart became more and more unbearable, more and more irritated. What should he do now? It had been 6 months. It had been 7 months. It had been 8 months. It had been 9 months. The spy persisted. It wasn't that he didn't have enough stamina, but that he was mentally and physically exhausted. It had been 9 months? What was the result outside? Gu Hai was so powerful that even the Tontian sect master wasn't his match. His intelligence was also terrifying. What about that Mosquito Doran's minister and the 500,000 demon god army? No one came. Was Great Wu really going to lose? Quang. Suddenly, when the spy was at his most unbearable, the door of the palace opened. In an instant, the 8 of them opened their eyes at the same time. Those who were at ease had a puzzled look on their faces. Those who were anxious had their hearts beating wildly, but they still pretended to be puzzled. 9 months ago, if not for Gu Hai deliberately leading the spy to suspect that he was going to be exposed, the spy wouldn't have suffered so much in the past 9 months. Now, after 9 months, although the spy looked fine on the surface, his heart was like a frightened bird. The door of the palace slowly opened, and light shone in. However, they saw Gu Hai enter the palace wearing dragon robes. His clothes were no longer the same as they were 9 months ago. His appearance did not change much. He only looked slightly thinner. However, his eyes shone with a bright light. There seemed to be a sense of joy in him. Great victory? His Majesty would only look like this after a great victory. However, he could still feel the luck of the Great Wu Empire. The Great Wu Empire hadn't been destroyed yet. Gu Hai slowly walked into the palace. A man in a white robe followed behind him. Gu Hai slowly walked to the center of the palace. Your Majesty, has the Great Wu Empire been destroyed? Emoyek asked expectantly. Not yet. Gu Hai said calmly. Oh, but soon, because I've gained more than destroying the Great Wu Empire. Gu Hai said with a smile. More than what? Can we use this to find out who the spy is? Chen Tianshan's eyes suddenly lit up. Montez also showed a hint of excitement. That's right. His Majesty would only open the door if the spy was found. Would the spy be exposed soon? Your Majesty, who is the spy? Kong Xian said with a ferocious expression. Gu Hai looked at the 8 of them. Don't want to hear what my greatest gain is this time? Oh, everyone looked at Gu Hai in unison. The Great Wu Empire. Mr. Sima is really good at manipulating the situation. He gambled with me a few times before I won. Thank you, Mr. Sima. I'm willing to join the Dahan Empire. Gu Hai looked at the man in the white robe in front of him and laughed. Mr. Sima? Everyone was slightly stunned. After all, the person who manipulated the situation in the Great Wu Empire had always been a mystery. However, no one knew who it was. When Gu Hai mentioned Mr. Sima, Mo Yike's expression changed as if he had guessed it. However, the man in the white robe slowly lifted his hat. A rather haggard face was revealed. Your Majesty, you flatter me. The man in the white robe smiled bitterly and bowed to Gu Hai. Sima Changkong? Chen Tianshan's eyes widened in surprise. It's you? Gu Qin was also surprised. Sima Changkong is the mastermind behind this? You planned everything? It's you. Shang Wan Hen's eyes widened. At this moment, Gu Hai walked to the depths of the main hall. The door of the 3 Pristines Hall was wide open like a huge exit. Gu Hai had exposed an escape route by surrounding 3 people and missing 1 person. Boom! However, at this moment, among the 8 people, a green light suddenly rushed out of the 3 Pristines Hall's door and instantly rushed out of the door. He fled toward the outside, surrounded 3 people and missing 1 person. That spy had been frustrated for 9 months. The moment he saw Sima Changkong, he knew that he was in trouble. Sima Changkong had betrayed him. He was in danger. The turmoil in his heart made the spy unable to think too much. He immediately fled through the door. Ao Shun. Almost everyone's face darkened. Gu Hai's face turned cold. Kong Xian, Shang Wanhen, capture them. Yes. Kong Xian and Shang Wanhen responded. They were about to rush out. Boom. Outside, there was a loud noise. Ao Shun was instantly knocked back by a huge force. Shang Wanhen and Kong Xian immediately rushed forward. Gu Hai, you lied to me. You lied to me. It's not 9 months outside. It's not 9 months at all. It's only half a day. Why is it only half a day outside? Ao Shun suddenly shouted in shock. Chapter 879. Sima Changkong's residence. My lord, bad news, bad news. Suddenly, an official hurriedly ran in front of Sima Changkong. What's the matter? Sima Changkong frowned. Ao Shun may have been exposed. The official said with an ugly expression. What? It's only been 2 hours. How could he have been exposed? Sima Changkong stared at him. I'm not sure. The spies in the city said that after Ao Shun entered the palace, there was no news of him. 2 hours later, they suddenly saw Ao Shun rush to the sky with a frightened expression. It seemed like he was escaping, and in the sky, Mosquito Dowren seemed to be waiting. Before Ao Shun could react, he hit him back into the palace. The official said, and then? What happened then? Was there any sound? Sima Changkong's expression changed. No, then it was quiet. There was no sound after that. The official said bitterly. Sima Changkong paced back and forth, his eyelids twitching. It shouldn't be, it shouldn't be. 2 hours? Gu Hai found him in just 2 hours? This. Sima Changkong's expression was extremely ugly. The palace is heavily guarded. We can't find out. Sir, will Ao Shun? The official said worriedly. Sima Changkong paced back and forth. After a while, he stopped and smiled bitterly. Gu Hai is indeed the most dangerous enemy. 2 hours? Just 2 hours? What method did he use? Ao Shun rushed out of the soaring palace hall. But the moment he rushed out of the soaring palace hall, Ao Shun's expression changed. Outside, it was just noon. Everything else was exactly the same as before. His sea of destiny did not increase or decrease. The soldiers were still the same as before he entered the Three Pristine's palace. Yes, it was the same group of people. Not a single one of them had changed. In the city, it was exactly the same. In one of the huge shops, there was a huge notice that was erected with a kite. The notice read, "Clearance sale, last day." Isn't this the restaurant I saw when I came here? There are many more. Many of them were exactly the same. It wasn't that a few months had passed at all. It was simply the same day. That's impossible. Ao Shun's expression changed. Boom! A loud sound rang out. It was a Mosquito Dowren who had appeared out of nowhere in front of him, brazenly striking out with his palm. In a hurry, Ao Shun's expression changed as he faced the attack. However, Mosquito Dowren's strength was still slightly stronger than Ao Shun's. Furthermore, he was caught off guard. Ao Shun was instantly shot back to the Three Pristine's palace like a cannonball. Boom! It instantly shot into the Three Pristine's palace. Kong Xian and Shang Wanhen immediately rushed over. Gu Hai, you lied to me. You lied to me. It hasn't been 9 months outside. It hasn't been 9 months at all. It's only been half a day. Why has it only been half a day outside? Ao Shun immediately roared in shock. In the main hall, everyone was slightly stunned. Kong Xian and Shang Wanhen did not care so much. They immediately pounced on Ao Shun. Boom! The three of them immediately engaged in a fierce battle. A powerful shockwave rushed in all directions. Quang! Gu Hai waved his hand, and the Three Pristine's palace's door was closed with a loud bang. The huge shockwave from the Battle of the Three immediately hit the surrounding palaces. In the past, the Three Pristine's palace would have exploded. However, at this moment, not only did the Three Pristine's palace not explode, but the entire space suddenly expanded by 10,000 times. For a moment, everyone seemed to see countless stars above their heads. They seemed to be slowly rotating. Boom! With a loud bang, Ao Shun was subdued by Kong Xian and Shangwan Hen at lightning speed. Kong Xian reached out his hand and pressed on Ao Shun's body. Suddenly, Ao Shun's cultivation was sealed. You lied to me. Ao Shun stared at Gu Hai. Gu Hai looked coldly at Ao Shun. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes. Ao Shun betrayed him? Why? Kong Xian looked at the stars above his head, and his expression changed. This is the immortal dome of the ancients. Kong Xian had entered the immortal dome of the ancients before. Now, the entire main hall seemed to have super huge space. It was too similar to the immortal dome of the ancients. Arrays could also create such an effect. However, it was difficult for arrays to achieve asymmetry of time with the outside world. Gu Hai's immortal dome of the ancients could. In the past, when he was refining in the 18 levels of hell, the immortal dome of the ancients' time was much faster than the outside world. One day in the outside world was 10 years in the immortal dome of the ancients. Everyone had spent 9 months in the immortal dome of the ancients, but only 2 hours had passed outside. Only 2 hours. Ao Shun's cultivation was sealed, and he was suppressed by Shangwan Hen and Kong Xian. At this moment, he was furious. I didn't expect that it would be Ao Shun. Mo Yike frowned. At this moment, Mo Yike also understood the key. Investigating a traitor seemed difficult, but it was extremely simple for Gu Hai to do it. However, it was because of this simplicity that it was very effective. First, he gave everyone a warning. Those who had a clear conscience would naturally not be disturbed by Gu Hai's warning. At most, they would feel slightly uncomfortable. Once the truth was revealed, they would feel proud and elated. Those who had a guilty conscience were different. They could pretend that they did not know anything, but after Gu Hai's warning, they felt a string in their heart. When this string was taut, it was different from the initial state. This was because if there was someone to communicate with, this string would slowly loosen up. However, if there was no one to communicate with, the atmosphere would be oppressive. As time passed, this string would become tighter and tighter. The tighter it was, the more agitated it was. 9 months was enough to reach a critical point. At this moment, when Sima Chongkong appeared, everything seemed to have been exposed. This string snapped instantly. Ao Shun tried to escape, but was caught by Gu Hai, who was ready. Everyone felt proud and elated, but Ao Shun's face was ferocious. Sima Chongkong? How do you know about Sima Chongkong? Ao Shun demanded with a ferocious expression. Buzz! Everyone saw Sima Chongkong, who was beside Gu Hai, suddenly turn into white smoke and disappear. Gone? A go ritual array, condensing a cloud beast? Gu Qin's eyes lit up as he looked at the group of stars in the sky. The stars were arranged in a 33 great ritual array. Condensing a fake Sima Chongkong was too easy. Huh. Ha 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 ha. So, you just wanted me to scare myself for the past 9 months? Ao Shun said with a ferocious expression. Do you remember what this emperor asked you earlier? Gu Hai asked sullenly. Gu Hai asked, who does Ao Shun care about the most? Ao Shun said it was his younger brother, Ao Shung. Gu Hai asked again, who does Ao Shung hate the most? Ao Shun said it was him. Your Majesty, are you using Ao Shung to threaten him so that he will repent soon? Shangwan Hen asked, feeling confused. No, I guess that someone is using Ao Shung to threaten him and get him to defect, Kong Xian said with a frown. At this moment, Ao Shun stared coldly at Gu Hai. Suddenly, he realized that Gu Hai might know something. However, Gu Hai said coldly, you are more or less right. Ao Shun does care about Ao Shun the most, even if he pretends not to. However, there is a problem with the second sentence. The person that Ao Shung hates the most is not Ao Shun, but his father, Ao Tianwang. Huh? Everyone felt slightly stunned. It is useless even if you try to avoid it. This emperor knows, and so does Ao Shun. Otherwise, Ao Shun would not have dug up his ancestral grave. That is because he hates his father, Ao Tianwang. Why did his father not treat him well? Huh? You're trying to avoid it, because you think that this is Ao Shun's idea. However, you do not know that the more you do this, the more guilty you look, Gu Hai said coldly. Huh? Everyone was slightly stunned. Why does the Emperor's words sound so confusing? What are you saying? I don't understand. Ao Shun said coldly. You don't understand? If you were really Ao Shun, you would have understood long ago. You don't understand because you are not Ao Shun. Guhai said with a gloomy expression. Ha ha, I am not Ao Shun. Which of yours thinks that I am not Ao Shun? Ao Shun roared. Although his cultivation was sealed, one black and one white divine power appeared on the surface of his body. You don't have to pretend in front of this emperor. Crown Prince Ao Shun. Guhai said coldly. Ao Shun. The expressions of everyone in the hall suddenly changed. Kong Xian placed his hand on Ao Shun's back and checked carefully. As he checked, he became even more confused. This is clearly Ao Shun. Why does the emperor say that he is Ao Shun? I don't know what you're talking about. Humph. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Ao Shun said coldly. Kill you? Humph. Then what about the dragon race's prime, the Dahan? Where did you put Ao Shun? Guhai asked coldly. Huh. What a joke. What nonsense are you talking about? I am Ao Shun. Ao Shun said coldly. Guhai did not say anything. Then, he smiled coldly and said, never mind. This emperor will not play with you anymore. Someone will play with you slowly. Huh? Ao Shun's face sank. Montez, Guhai said seriously. Yes, your majesty. Meng Tai immediately replied. You are better at extorting a confession through torture. I will leave it to you. Bring it to the embroidered uniform guard's headquarters and ask for everything. Guhai said coldly. Yes. Montez immediately shouted excitedly. Guhai's mission was more pleasant than any divine music. It showed that the emperor trusted him again. Interrogating prisoners was what he was best at. Go quickly, Guhai said seriously. Yes. Montez immediately reached out and pinched Ao Shun. Then he brought Ao Shun and quickly opened the 3 pure palace hall and stepped out. Montez hurriedly went to interrogate Ao Shun. Guhai looked at the remaining 6 people. Previously, he had given them a good warning. Guhai suddenly bowed to the 6 people solemnly. Your Majesty, you can't. The 6 people hurriedly moved away. The situation is urgent. This is why this emperor came up with this plan. My beloved subjects have been wronged before, Guhai said solemnly, treating the subjects with respect as the emperor. At this moment, the 6 of them were immediately moved, and the trace of resentment from before disappeared like smoke in thin air. Your Majesty, you don't have to do this. We didn't expect that would be Ao Shun. The damage done before was not great. In the future, when Ao Shun stabs us in the back, we won't even have the chance to regret. Gao Xianji immediately shook her head and said, Yeah, with Ao Shun's strength, if I wasn't on guard and assassinated from behind, even I wouldn't be able to withstand it. Kong Xian said with an ugly expression. Everyone nodded. The previous grievance was not a big deal. It was better than losing their lives in the future. Ao Shun? No, he's not Ao Shun. Just wait. Soon, there'll be news from Montez. Ao Shun? Haha, it shouldn't be. It's like Ao Shun's body and Ao Shun's soul. Guhai's expression was gloomy. Soul swap? Shangguan Hen's expression suddenly darkened. Oh, Shangguan Hen, what do you know? Guhai was puzzled. In my Xuanwu's soul, there seems to be a trace of memory. Old man Guanxi once mentioned that Zither Dao has the most profound research on souls. A Zither Dao Grandmaster can create souls, which are the little spirits of the past. Your Majesty, do you still remember? Shangguan Hen said in a low voice. Yes, Gaochen was created by Mr. Silvermoon, and so was his soul. Guhai nodded. Yes, old man Guanxi said that when one cultivates Zither Dao to the extreme, he can even swap souls. Shangguan Hen said with a frown. Oh, Guhai suddenly raised his eyebrows. In the past, the founder of Silvermoon Villa, Mr. Silvermoon, seemed to be able to do this. Shangguan Hen said solemnly. Mr. Silvermoon? Chapter 880. Sima Changkong's residence. My lord, Ao Shun has been captured and brought back to the embroidered uniform guard headquarters by Montez. It seems that he has been imprisoned. An official said with an ugly expression. That's really fast. 2 hours? Only 2 hours. Sima Chongkong said with an ugly expression. Then what we do now? Do we need our people to rescue Ao Shun? Don't panic, everyone stay put. Guhai is so smart. How could he not be on guard? In the infinite celestial capital, it's almost impossible to steal a person that Guhai has his eyes on. Sima Chongkong said coldly. Then Ao Shun, there will be a chance. Wait for me. Wait for me to transfer Guhai out of the infinite celestial capital. Then rescue Ao Shun. Sima Chongkong said in a low voice. Yes. That evening, Montez walked into the study with an ugly expression. Your Majesty, he refused to say anything. Montez said bitterly. You didn't get anything out of him? Guhai said in a low voice. He only admitted that he is Ao Shang, but he didn't say anything. I didn't dare to go too far. Montez said bitterly. Guhai frowned and looked at Montez. Montez's expression was ugly. After all, he couldn't even handle such a small matter. Was he too incompetent? Your Majesty, give me 3 days. After 3 days, I will definitely interrogate him. Montez swore. No need, you go back and prepare. I will personally interrogate him later. Guhai said in a low voice. Yes, Montez replied. After Montez left, Guhai was the only one left in the study. Guhai tapped his fingers on the table with a serious expression. Bang! In an instant, a burst of black gas appeared out of thin air. The black gas condensed and turned into Chong Ming's appearance. Your Majesty, I have sent people to barge into the Silver Moon Villa, but the Silver Moon Villa is heavily guarded, and it is impossible to enter. Furthermore, there are a large number of zombies guarding it. Chong Ming said with a frown. Zombies? Unable to enter? That was normal. The Silver Moon Villa and the great Martial Emperor dynasty are indeed related, Guhai said coldly. Yes. Do you want me to continue? Surveillance is still necessary. Since the blood-robe guards can't enter, we can only think of another method. I will send someone else in, Guhai said after some thought. Yes. Guqin Mo Yai Gao Xianji, Kong Xian, Chen Tianshan continue to send people to monitor them. However, don't monitor them too closely. Collect information on their daily lives. Guhai said solemnly. Your Majesty, didn't we already find the spy? Chong Ming's expression sank. Don't ask so many questions. Just monitor them. If there are any abnormalities, report to me immediately. Guhai said. Yes. In the past, there was a follower of Ao Shun in the city called Little Lin, right? Guhai asked. Yes. In the past, he worshipped Ao Shun. Later, when Ao Shun became prime, he betrayed Ao Shun and followed Ao Shun. He should be a strong supporter of Ao Shun. Chong Ming explained. Bring him here. Do not harm him. Do not let him show himself. Guhai instructed. Yes. Chong Ming answered. Go then. Chong Ming retreated. Soon, another person stepped forward. It was Mosquito Dowrin. Your Majesty. Mosquito Dowrin bowed respectfully to Guhai. After defeating the Tongtian sect master, Mosquito Dowrin recognized Guhai's strength. In just 2 hours, he had found the spy, Ao Shun. This allowed Mosquito Dowrin to see Guhai's methods. Thus, he was very respectful to Guhai. Mosquito Dowrin, I have a mission for you, Guhai said solemnly. Oh, Mosquito Dowrin was confused. 2 hours later, in the prison of the embroidered uniform guards, Ao Shun was chained to a huge rack. Hooks pierced into Ao Shun's body and hooked onto Ao Shun's bones. At this moment, Ao Shun's body was covered in countless wounds. Blood had already dyed his clothes red. Aha, Montez, you're Guhai's dog. Do you have the ability to kill me? Guhai, kill me if you have the ability. Ao Shun roared with a ferocious expression. Speak. In front of Ao Shun, the jailers held whips in their hands. They dipped them in medicine and whipped Ao Shun's wounds. In front of them stood Guhai and Montez. Guhai stood with his hands behind his back and looked coldly at Ao Shun. Montez turned a deaf ear to Ao Shun's insults. Your Majesty, as you can see, He is unwilling to speak, Montez said with a bitter smile. Guhai looked coldly at Ao Shun. Ao Shun, you are really stubborn. Do you know that if you die, everything will be over? No one will be sad for you. Ao Shun looked coldly at Guhai. Guhai, I was tricked by you. It is my fault. I hate it. Why didn't I kill you back in the Thousand Islands Sea? If I had killed you, would you be in this state today? Ao Shun roared coldly. The truth is that you can't kill me. Let me ask you, where is Ao Shun? Guhai said coldly. Him? Ha. He was besieged by us and your majesty the moment he came back 800,000 years ago. I don't know where he is, no one knows. Ao Shun sneered. Then you exchanged souls? Guhai said coldly. Ao Shun snorted. If you want to beat me, I won't say anything. It would be best if you just kill me. Ao Shun sneered. You think I don't dare? Guhai said coldly. If you kill me, Ao Shun will also die. If you want him to die, you will kill him. Sooner or later, your majesty will flatten the boundless celestial capital. At that time, I will be saved, ha. Ao Shun laughed sinisterly. You think I care about Ao Shun? Guhai said coldly. Don't pretend. I won't believe you if you try to trick me again. Ao Shun, you spent so much effort to subdue him. Are you willing to let him die? Ao Shun sneered. Give me his sword, Guhai said solemnly. Montez immediately took out a long sword. How about this? See if I dare or not, Guhai sneered. As he spoke, the long sword in his hand slashed at Ao Shun. Ao Shun's face sank, but he was confident that Guhai wouldn't dare to kill him. With a slash, Ao Shun's left arm was cut off. You dare. Ao Shun screamed in pain. Are you willing to speak now? Guhai sneered. You want to trick me? You cut off my left arm, and you want to find Ao Shun and reattach it for him? Ha. As long as I don't die, your scheme won't succeed. Ao Shun sneered. Guhai snorted coldly and formed an energy palm with a flip of his hand. Then, he slammed it down on the severed arm. A muffled sound rang out as Guhai's energy palm opened. The left arm inside had already turned into a pile of mush. Ao Shun, how are you going to deal with it now? Guhai sneered. Montez, take this pile of mush and feed it to the dogs. Guhai ordered coldly. Yes, Montez answered. He quickly packed the pile of mush into a bucket and sent it out. Don't worry, take your time. After the left arm, it will be the right arm. After the right arm, it will be the legs and the body. Chop them off piece by piece, smash them into meat paste, and feed them to the dogs. This emperor wants to see when you will tell me what other secrets the great emperor dynasty has. What other experts from the Ling Mountain have colluded with you? Guhai said coldly. If I die, Ao Shun's body will be destroyed. His soul will also die. Ao Shun said coldly. I know. Are you still unwilling to speak? Again, Guhai said coldly. Boom. He cut off Ao Shun's right arm with a sword, and then smashed it into mush with a palm. Montez quickly cleaned up. Ao Shun roared in pain. How does it feel? Guhai asked coldly. Guhai. Ao Shun is loyal to you. You will die a horrible death. Ao Shun said furiously. I'll give you one night to think about it. If you don't give me an answer by tomorrow morning, you know what I'll do. Guhai said coldly. As Guhai spoke, he stepped forward and headed outside. With both arms cut off, Ao Shun showed a terrified expression. This was the first time he saw Guhai's ruthlessness. It was too scary to fight to the death with such a person. Montez and the other embroidered uniform guards did not dare to say anything. They respectfully sent Guhai out of the cell. In the main hall of the embroidered uniform guards, the other embroidered uniform guards were not allowed to approach the main hall. Montez also stood guard outside the main hall, not daring to enter. Only Guhai stood in the main hall. Guhai extended his hand and took out 2 arms. Then, he carefully placed them in a crystal box. They were Ao Shun's arms that had been cut off, but they were not smashed. Before smashing them, Guhai had already hidden them and replaced them with mush. There's a formation in this crystal box to ensure that the arms will remain intact. Keep it carefully, Guhai said solemnly. Buzz. A black mosquito in front of him instantly turned into Mosquito Dowrin. Mosquito Dowrin carefully took it. Your Majesty, are you planning to release the tiger back to the mountain and follow the vine to find a melon? Mosquito Dowrin's eyes lit up. That's right. I hope it works. Remember, no matter what happens, don't be rash. Save Ao Shun first, Guhai said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty, don't worry. Mosquito Dowrin replied. If you see Ao Shun in this bottle, help him drip it into the gap between his severed arms. It should be able to help Ao Shun reconnect his arms, Guhai said as he took out a small bottle. This is? Yes. Mosquito Dowrin looked at the small bottle in surprise. The small bottle contained the heaven-replenishing energy, which was used to repair Ao Shun's severed arms. Go, but be careful. In 2 hours, someone will come to save Ao Shun. Turn into a mosquito and hide by his side. Don't expose yourself. Be careful, Guhai said solemnly. Yes, Mosquito Dowrin replied. After carefully putting away the item, Mosquito Dowrin's body flickered, and he turned into a mosquito the size of a sesame seed and flew out of the main hall. Outside the main hall, Montez did not notice at all. After Mosquito Dowrin flew away, Guhai called Montez in. Your Majesty, everything has been arranged, Montez said respectfully. Good. Come to my study tomorrow morning to receive your punishment. Guhai nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. Meng Tai's face lit up with joy. Receive my punishment? His Majesty wanted to send someone to break him out of prison, but he had neglected his duty and let Ao Shun escape again. Montez was not worried about such a big mistake, because this was the Emperor's trust in him. Chapter 881. The Brocade Clan guards prison. Ao Shun's eyes were red, and his face was ferocious. He never thought that Guhai would be so fierce. He didn't care about Ao Shun's life and death at all. Should he continue to hold on? Impossible. Guhai definitely won't ignore Ao Shun. Kill me. Kill me. That is to destroy Ao Shun. Ao Shun said with a ferocious face. However, there was not much confidence in his tone. Now that his cultivation was sealed, he was a fish on the chopping board, but he was powerless. Guhai, this liar, I should have endured it at that time. Ao Shun showed a trace of grief and indignation. After experiencing Guhai's interrogation, the other Brocade Clan guards didn't dare to intervene. Before dawn, boom, there was a muffled sound in the prison. There's a thorn. Suddenly, the prison guard's roar stopped abruptly. Ao Shun suddenly quivered. Sima Chongkong sent someone to save me. Ao Shun's eyes lit up. Soon, a Brocade Clan guard walked into the cell. Prince Shun, how could they treat you like this? The Brocade Clan guard exclaimed. Little Lindsay? Ao Shun's eyelids twitched. This was the dragon who betrayed him back then and joined Ao Shun. He didn't know who he was? Prince Shun, when I saw you being captured, I knew that Guhai didn't have good intentions. Quick, I'll take you away. Little Lindsay anxiously saved Ao Shun. You came to save me? Ao Shun stared at Little Lindsay. Did Little Lindsay think that he was Ao Shun? Or was he sent by Guhai? Go no, I'll take you out. Little Lindsay hugged Ao Shun and fled outside. No matter what Little Lindsay's purpose was, Ao Shun didn't struggle. Because as long as he could get out, Ao Shun didn't care about any conspiracy. Sima Chongkong's residence. An official made a report. What did you say? Ao Shun escaped? Sima Chongkong's eyes widened. Yes, it was a dragon loyal to Ao Shun called Little Lin. He pretended to be an embroidered uniform guard and broke into the prison, rescuing Ao Shun. However, he was discovered by the embroidered uniform guard and died after a battle. However, Ao Shun was discovered by our people and was hidden away. At this moment, the endless celestial capital's embroidered uniform guards are searching everywhere for him. Impossible, impossible. No one knows where the secret prison of the embroidered uniform guards is. How can we rescue them? Secondly, they had already caught Ao Shun. How could they let him escape? This must be Guhai's scheme. Sima Chongkong's face darkened. He didn't believe it all. That, no matter what Guhai's scheme is, Crown Prince Ao Sheng has indeed escaped. My lord, what do we do now? The official asked strangely. Sima Changkong was extremely irritated. He paced back and forth. If it was someone else, Sima Changkong wouldn't have to worry about anything. It was pure luck that he could rescue them. However, the opponent was Gu Hai. Gu Hai, what was he planning? What was his purpose? It definitely wasn't a mistake. It definitely wasn't. Sima Changkong's face darkened. Since it wasn't a mistake, he couldn't think of a reason. Could it be that Ao Sheng has been instigated by Gu Hai again? Let him come back and become a spy. Sima Changkong's eyelids twitched wildly. My lord, what should we do? Ao Sheng said that he'll come back immediately. The official said. Sima Changkong's eyelids twitched wildly. Whether he's been instigated or not, come back first. Pass down the order. Do your best to protect Ao Sheng when he returns. Do your best to send him out of the city. Bring him back as soon as possible, Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Yes. Go and invite the Tongtian sect master's disciple, Taoist Duobao. He's from Heavenly Palace. Help me bring Ao Sheng back as soon as possible. The sooner the better, Sima Changkong said in a low voice. The Tongtian sect master's disciple? Will he be willing? He will be willing. The Tongtian sect master and the others are currently in a period of irritation. They're not afraid of having something to do, but they're afraid of having nothing to do. As long as it's to deal with Gu Hai, they'll definitely be willing. Hurry, 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 Sima Changkong instructed. Yes, the official said respectfully. At this moment, Sima Changkong understood everyone's heart. Even the Wansho Taoism disciples could be used at will. The next morning, outside the upper study, Mo Yike, Shengwan Hen, Gao Xianji, Kong Xian, Gu Qin, and Qin Tianshan all had anxious expressions as they looked worriedly at the upper study. The five of them understood that Montez had come early in the morning to ask for punishment. How could this be? Ao Sheng was actually kidnapped. Montez has failed in his duty, Qin Tianshan said with an ugly expression. Oof, trash. Kong Xian snorted coldly. Shengwan Hen's expression was gloomy. The embroidered uniform guard was currently searching the entire city. Who would have thought that the spy would escape right after they found him? Lord Mo, could this be father's doing on purpose? Gu Qin frowned as he looked at Mo Yike. Mo Yike looked at Gu Qin in surprise. Then his expression returned to normal. I dare not make wild guesses about His Majesty's matters. Gu Qin nodded. Come in. Gu Hai's voice came from the upper study. The five of them immediately entered in a single file. The moment they entered the upper study, what they saw was different from what they had expected. Gu Hai was sitting behind a desk. Montez stood to the side as if he had not been severely punished. He stood to the side and bowed slightly to the officials. Your Majesty, Ao Sheng escaped? Gao Xinji frowned. Everyone looked at Gu Hai. That's right. I have already given Montez full responsibility for the embroidered uniform guard's disappearance. You don't have to interfere, Gu Hai said calmly. Yes, Gao Xinji replied. Everyone looked at Gu Hai, unable to figure out what Gu Hai was thinking. Montez was actually fine? Full responsibility? Didn't that mean that Ao Sheng might have been deliberately let go? After all, this dereliction of duty was too great. Montez had also neglected many of his duties not long ago. He was not qualified to be the commander of the embroidered uniform guard. But now Montez was fine? Full responsibility? Did His Majesty deliberately let Ao Sheng go? Could it be that he instigated Ao Sheng to defect and let him go back to be a spy? No, that was too obvious. Everyone could see that Ao Sheng was deliberately let go. Since he was deliberately let go, then the act should be done to the end. His Majesty should be furious and remove Montez from his post. Could it be that Montez really had neglected his duty and let Ao Sheng go? In the end, His Majesty deliberately pushed the boat with the current and used it to sow discord between the enemy in order to minimize this mistake? For a moment, everyone in the hall wanted to know the truth. They were a little confused by Gu Hai's actions. Only Gu Hai could do this. It was difficult to guess his motives. Gu Hai closed his mouth and did not mention this matter. Everyone could only talk about other things. at the intersection of the Dahan and the Great Wu Empire. The army of the Great Wu Empire gathered here, forming a huge military camp, surrounded by a city called Mihan City. In Mihan City, Sima Changkong was in the main hall. Sima Changkong seemed to be waiting. In the main hall, there was a group of other people. On the left row was the Tongtian sect master. At this moment, his face was gloomy, sitting on the side, drinking tea. Behind him was a group of disciples, standing respectfully. On the right row was a group of monks, who were the envoys of the sacred ground of the spiritual mountain. There were two people in the lead. One of them was the White Emperor, and the other was the Southern Dragon Bodhisattva. Behind the White Emperor stood a group of subordinates, including Gu Hai's former adopted son, Gu Tang, now called Tangut. Daoist Duo Bao went to save Ao Sheng and came back. Haha, is it so easy to save Ao Sheng? The Southern Dragon Bodhisattva sneered. The Tongtian sect master also looked coldly at Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong stood with his hands behind his back. This time, I don't know what Gu Hai is planning. Oh, you don't know? Aren't you able to predict the enemy's moves? You've been dealing with Gu Hai wave after wave, and even I have become a knife in your hand? The Tongtian sect master said coldly. Sima Changkong shook his head. If it was someone else, I could figure it out, but this Gu Hai, haha, does sect master take him lightly? The Wanshou Taoism has suffered losses from him, and so has the sacred ground of the spiritual mountain. Before seeing Ao Sheng, I can't judge. If you can't judge, then you're just going to wait? You're not going to say that you can't do anything now that Gu Hai is back, right? The Tongtian sect master said coldly. Sima Changkong frowned. Previously, I thought of a way to lure Gu Hai away from the infinite celestial capital. However, I need everyone's cooperation. Oh, everyone was slightly stunned. Lure Gu Hai away from the infinite celestial capital? How was he supposed to lure them in? Was Gu Hai a fool? Why didn't he use the Dahan's power and come out to die? What's the plan? The Tongtian sect master's eyes flashed with anticipation. As long as Gu Hai left the infinite celestial capital, wouldn't he be at his mercy? We need the sacred ground of the spiritual mountain's assistance. Sima Changkong looked at the people of Spiritual Mountain. Oh, us? How? The Southern Dragon Bodhisattva said in a low voice. Sima Changkong looked at the White Emperor. White Emperor, you've already decided to join the Spiritual Mountain's sacred ground, right? Sima Changkong said with a smile. Everyone looked at the White Emperor. The White Emperor's face darkened. How do you want me to help? If I remember correctly, White Emperor, your earthly soul used to belong to Gu Hai's wife, Chen Xian'er, right? Sima Changkong said with a smile. The Southern Dragon Bodhisattva and the Tongtian sect master both looked surprised. Clearly, not everyone knew about the feud between the White Emperor and Gu Hai. Ha! Sima Changkong, you've done a thorough investigation, haven't you? The White Emperor sneered. I wonder if the White Emperor still has feelings for Gu Hai? Sima Changkong stared at the White Emperor. Feelings? The person who wants to kill him the most is me. Does killing him count as feelings? The White Emperor sneered. Why? The Southern Dragon Bodhisattva was puzzled. Sima Changkong said with a smile, I can guess that. Gu Hai wants the White Emperor's earthly soul. To revive Chen Xian'er, he has to kill the White Emperor and take his earthly soul. Or he can refine the White Emperor's heavenly soul and human soul into supplements for Chen Xian'er's three souls. In other words, he has to destroy the will of the White Emperor and revive the will of Chen Xian. It's good that you know, the White Emperor said coldly. The White Emperor has a deep hatred for Gu Hai, but Gu Hai cares a lot about you, the White Emperor. No, I should say that he cares a lot about your earthly soul. I remember that in order to avenge Chen Xian'er, he dared to kill the Qing Emperor when he first entered Heavenly Palace. He even fought with the old man Guanxi for Chen Xian'er's heavenly soul. Am I right? Sima Changkong said with a smile. What do you want? The White Emperor said coldly. I just want to ask the White Emperor to cooperate and put on a show. I want to use you to threaten Gu Hai and force Gu Hai to come out. Sima Changkong said in a low voice. Will Gu Hai be willing? The southern dragon Bodhisattva frowned. He will definitely be willing. Gu Hai is as affectionate as the old man Guanxi. As long as the White Emperor is willing to cooperate, Gu Hai will definitely be willing to come out. Then, the Tongtian sect master will set up an ambush. He will definitely die. Sima Changkong's eyes turned cold. Chapter 882. Everyone in the hall looked at the White Emperor, using the White Emperor as bait to lure Gu Hai out of the infinite celestial capital. Sima Changkong had grasped Gu Hai's lifeline and was now waiting for the White Emperor to agree. The Southern Dragoness and the Tongtian sect master both looked at the White Emperor in confusion. The two of them weren't sure if it would succeed. Only the White Emperor knew that the possibility of this happening was very high. Although he didn't know why, he suddenly felt a twinge of pain in his heart. However, the White Emperor was more concerned about his own willpower. Just as he was about to nod, Tangut, who was behind the White Emperor, suddenly shouted, "Mr. Sima!" Everyone looked at Tangut. "Have you thought about the Emperor's safety when you used him as bait?" Tangut said in a low voice. "Safety? What danger would the White Emperor be in?" How could there be no danger? What if Gu Hai didn't get the news, but his subjects did? For example, what if Kong Xian heard the news and came to assassinate the Emperor earlier to ensure Gu Hai's safety? Tangut said in a low voice. Assassinate? That's right. The Emperor is using himself as bait and will definitely be in danger. Even if Gu Hai is lured here, the Tongtian sect master and the rest will only target Gu Hai. What if Kong Xian assassinates the Emperor at this time? Also, what if Mosquito Dowren assassinates the Emperor? Have you thought about it? Tangut said coldly. The White Emperor has the ability to protect himself. Sima Changkong said with a frown. Protect himself? What a good idea. You put the Emperor in danger for your immature plan? Tangut said coldly. Tangut, don't be rude. The White Emperor reprimanded. The spies that Sima Changkong sent to the infinite celestial capital were abandoned just like that. Even that A.O. Sheng had no intention of rescuing him. If A.O. Sheng hadn't escaped on his own, he wouldn't have cared at all. The Tongtian sect master was also tricked by Sima Changkong into going to the infinite celestial capital not long ago. He didn't consider the consequences at all. In his eyes, everyone was a chess piece that could be discarded at any time. Now that he wants to use you as a threat, this lowly one must think for you. Solemnly Tangut said. White Emperor frowned slightly. Oh, White Emperor, this subordinate of yours is quite interesting. Sima Changkong said coldly. Tangut ignored him. White Emperor, so this is your decision. Do you want to kill Gu Hai? Sima Changkong looked at the White Emperor again. White Emperor frowned slightly. After thinking for a while, a cold light flashed in his eyes, as if he had made up his mind. Emperor, this lowly one feels that the current situation isn't very clear. It's not impossible to use you as a bait, but we should at least know the situation in the Dahan Imperial Dynasty. Some situations can't be solved by imagination. Tangut advised again. White Emperor looked at Tangut and didn't seem to want to wait any longer. Emperor, shouldn't we at least wait for A.O. Sheng to return? Tangut advised again. A.O. Sheng would be back soon, so there was no need to rush. White Emperor nodded. All right, let's wait for A.O. Sheng to return first. Sima Changkong nodded helplessly and looked coldly at Tangut. Tangut had always been by White Emperor's side and had never interfered. Why did he suddenly interfere today? Whoosh! Suddenly, a ray of light shot over from afar. He's here! The Tongtian sect master's eyes lit up. Boom! Suddenly, a strong wind blew from afar. It was a Taoist holding A.O. Sheng and landing in the hall. Master! The Taoist bowed respectfully to the Tongtian sect master. The Tongtian sect master nodded, and the Taoist immediately stood behind the Tongtian sect master. A.O. Sheng, where are your arms? Sima Changkong asked in a low voice. It's Gu Hai. Gu Hai wants to kill me. What a ruthless emperor. A.O. Sheng said in grief and indignation. A.O. Sheng, what's the situation in the infinite celestial capital now? Sima Changkong asked. Don't ask about this first. Quick, where's my body? I want to change back to my body, Ao Sheng said anxiously. The Tontian sect master, White Emperor, Southern Dragon Bodhisattva, Tangut, and the others were all shocked. Is this true? Change his soul? Sima Changkong was only willing to tell everyone the truth after Gu Hai exposed the truth. At this moment, everyone was still shocked when they saw Ao Sheng's soul and Ao Shun's body. Someone, get Mr. Six Fingers. Sima Changkong shouted. Yes. Someone immediately left. Ao Sheng, how were you discovered? What happened that day? How were you suddenly exposed? Sima Changkong asked with a complicated expression. Ao Sheng had a bitter expression as he recounted what happened at the Three Pristines Palace that day. Deceive you? That Gu Hai isn't that capable. From your words and actions, he actually couldn't tell that you weren't Ao Shun? Tong Tian's sect master sneered. No, you don't understand. From my words and actions, even my memories, it's impossible for him to know that I wasn't Ao Shun. Ao Sheng shook his head. Oh, last time, the Western Sea Dragon King gave each of us a drop of azure dragon blood, which is also the ancestral dragon blood. Not just one drop, but one drop. When that drop of azure dragon blood entered our bodies, our memories were instantly open to each other. I know everything about Ao Shun, and he knows everything about me. So, no matter what Gu Hai asks me, I will not reveal any flaws. Ao Sheng shook his head. Time asymmetry? The immortal dome of the ancients, right? That Gu Hai really knows how to play. Nen Longnu said coldly. That's Gu Hai's wisdom. First, he pressured the eight of you mentally, then made you suffer for 9 months. Then, he used my appearance to break your last heartstring. Truly amazing, Sima Changkong said with an unsightly expression. At this moment, a man in white walked into the hall. It was the heaven-grade zither master of the Silver Moon Villa, Six Fingers. Sima Changkong, Ao Sheng is back? Six Fingers asked. Yes, Mr. Six Fingers. Sima Changkong nodded. Mr. Six Fingers, help me change back to my body. Please, I have had enough of this armless body. Ao Sheng shouted. Six Fingers looked at Ao Sheng and said, Your body is a little far away. It's not in the Silver Moon Villa. Then where is it? In the imperial capital, with His Majesty. Six Fingers said. It was moved to the imperial capital? Does His Majesty want to extract my azure dragon blood? I don't know. If he wants to purify it, he wants to purify Ao Sheng's blood. Bring me back. I want to change back to my body. Only you can do it. Let's go quickly. Quickly. Ao Sheng said anxiously. Six Fingers looked at Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong thought for a while and nodded. Fine. Mr. Six Fingers, I don't need you here for now. You can bring Ao Sheng to the imperial capital. All right. Six Fingers nodded. Wait. Tangut suddenly shouted. Huh? Everyone looked at Tangut. Mr. Sima, I know that you want to persuade the Emperor to be your bait. However, we don't know anything about the Dahan. I'm worried about the Emperor's safety. Tangut shouted. Tangut, don't be rude. White Emperor stopped him. No, I have to consider the Emperor's safety. The situation is not clear now, and the Emperor is still in danger. You won't be able to take care of the Emperor when the time comes. Then, I have a way to solve this problem. Tangut shouted. Oh, Mr. Six Fingers, I remember that Takashi Ryushin gave you a group of zombies to protect you, right? You will definitely be safe if you go to Takashi Ryushin. Leave your zombies to me to protect the Emperor. Tangut shouted. I'll let Duobao protect the White Emperor when the time comes. Tong Tian's sect master shouted. No, Duobao is your disciple after all. Anything can happen. What if he runs away halfway? I'd rather have those zombies that only accept death to protect the Emperor than Duobao. Duobao, you should escort Mr. Six Fingers to the imperial capital and leave those zombies to us. At the very least, we can guarantee that these zombies won't have any other thoughts. Tangut shouted. Tangut was always thinking for the White Emperor, so the White Emperor didn't stop him. Sima Changkong frowned as he looked at Tangut. In the end, he nodded. This is fine. The Tontian sect master's disciple will escort Mr. Six Fingers and Ao Sheng to the imperial capital. Mr. Six Fingers, can you give your zombie guard to the White Emperor? Six Fingers looked at Tangut and the White Emperor. In the end, he nodded. Sure. Thank you, Mr. Six Fingers. I remember that Takashi Ryushin thought highly of you and gave you a token. That token can mobilize all the zombies for you. Tangut looked at Six Fingers. Six Fingers nodded. Take the zombie token. Return it to me immediately when I return. All right, don't worry. Tangut immediately took the zombie token. These zombies were created by His Majesty. Don't even think about them. Compared to this zombie token, they are more obedient to His Majesty's orders. Six Fingers said coldly. Don't worry. The Emperor is risking his life for Takashi Ryushin. I am only here to protect the Emperor, Tangut said solemnly. Amen. Six Fingers nodded. The Tontian sect master sent out a group of his disciples to escort Six Fingers and Ao Sheng to the imperial capital. At this moment, Tangut had obtained the zombie token. He didn't stop the White Emperor from acting as bait anymore. The rest of the discussion was very easy. Sima Changkong planned to ambush Gu Hai. After talking for a while, they returned to their own residences. In the White Emperor's courtyard, the White Emperor looked coldly at Tangut. Tangut, you are too presumptuous today, White Emperor said coldly. Emperor, how can I not be considerate when you value me so much? Tangut said with a smile. Those zombies? Can they protect me? You are underestimating me too much. If not for the Southern Dragoness, I wouldn't have come to the Great Emperor dynasty. Even that Takashi Ryushin might not be my match. White Emperor said coldly. Yes, those zombies are nothing. However, Emperor, have you thought about it? The Great Emperor dynasty might have something good this time, Tangut said with a smile. Oh, soul exchange. White Emperor narrowed his eyes. Six Fingers can perform a soul exchange. He only has a heaven-grade zither. If he can do it, we can also find a heaven-grade zither. The key is how to perform the soul exchange. The Silver Moon Mountain Villa must have a big secret. This humble one wants this zombie token, not for the zombies, but to enter the Silver Moon Mountain Villa to investigate. Perhaps we will have an unexpected harvest, Tangut said with a smile. White Emperor frowned and fell into deep thought. While White Emperor was deep in thought, a voice suddenly sounded. Tangut is right. White Emperor, you have a good arm. A voice suddenly sounded from outside the door. White Emperor's face turned cold as he looked over. Tangut's face also sank. The Southern Dragoness stepped into the hall. Don't worry, I have set up a soundproof array outside. Southern Dragoness, are you eavesdropping on us? No. Is it because Jiang Rulai doesn't trust me and asks you to spy on us? White Emperor's face turned cold. White Emperor, don't be angry. You have entered the Holy Mountain Villa. After all, you need to get used to it, right? Once you settle down, no one will suspect you, Southern Dragoness said with a smile. White Emperor still stared at Southern Dragoness. You have a favor to ask of the Holy Mountain Villa. Of course, you have to show some sincerity, right? Southern Dragoness said with a smile. Oof. White Emperor snorted. Tangut said it right just now. If the Holy Mountain Villa obtains the soul exchange ability, it will be a great merit. You have just entered the Holy Mountain Villa. Isn't this an opportunity sent by the heavens? I will report it to the Buddha immediately. You will be rewarded, Southern Dragoness said with a smile. White Emperor's face turned gloomy. If the Silver Moon Villa really had the soul exchange ability, he could have enjoyed alone. But now, I'm not sure yet. I will ask Tangut to investigate. You don't have to worry about it. White Emperor said coldly. Him? I don't trust him. Southern Dragoness said with a smile. You don't trust me, right? White Emperor said coldly. How about this? I will go with Tangut. With the zombie order, we can enter the Silver Moon Villa and search carefully. The sooner we go, the sooner we can come back. Besides, Tangut's cultivation is too weak. If I bring him along, it will be faster. Southern Dragoness said firmly. Emperor Bai was still unwilling to give up. Aren't you going to kill Gu Hai? After you kill Gu Hai, we will come back without delay. Don't worry, I won't hurt Tangut. This kid is smart. Who knows, he might come in handy. Southern Dragoness said solemnly. White Emperor looked at Tangut. Tangut frowned and nodded. All right, go, and come back quickly. Don't let them find out. White Emperor finally sighed. All right, Tenga, let's go. Southern Dragoness nodded. Chapter 883. Boundless Celestial Capital, Upper Study Room. Guhai sat behind his desk and looked at Shangwan Hen, who was standing respectfully in front of him. Your Majesty, are you saying that Ao Shun isn't the only spy? Shangwan Hen's expression changed. Guhai nodded lightly. I was wrong. The 8 of you are my most trusted confidants. How could you betray me? Now that the truth is out, I can confirm that it wasn't a betrayal, but a soul swap. There is no such thing as betrayal. Ao Shun isn't the only one? Why is there another spy? Shangwan Hen was puzzled. Because Ao Shun doesn't fit the criteria for the assassination of Guqin and Montez at the Embroidered Uniform Guard headquarters. I have sent people to investigate. Ao Shun was in his own residence at that time, Guhai said in a low voice. Huh? Shangwan Hen was slightly stunned. His expression was gloomy. There's another spy? This person is very good at keeping his composure. When I was at the Three Pristines Palace, Ao Shun couldn't stand it and exposed himself. But he still kept his composure. This skill of keeping his composure surprised me. Guhai said solemnly. So you're saying that the remaining people are all possible? Shangwan Hen frowned. Guhai nodded. Then, why did your Majesty tell me this? Why didn't you suspect me? Shangwan Hen was puzzled. You're cultivating the 8 and 9 mystic arts. When you reach the number 7, 9, your 3 souls have already fused with your body. It's impossible to separate your divine soul. Guhai said calmly. Yes, thank you for your trust, your Majesty. Shangwan Hen secretly sighed. But who could be the remaining spy? Does your Majesty have a guess? Shangwan Hen asked again. Guhai thought for a while and nodded. I have a guess, but I can't be sure. So I need you to help me investigate. Oh? Who? Shangwan Hen asked in surprise. Guqin. Guhai frowned. Your Highness? Shangwan Hen was slightly taken aback. Guhai nodded. This subject thought about Kong Xian and Lord Mo, but how could it be the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince was the target of an assassination attempt last time. I almost died, Shangwan Hen exclaimed. Not long ago, we sent troops to the Wu Empire. Gao Xinji and Ao Shun were also injured. Ao Shun was also injured, but he's also a spy, isn't he? Guhai said in a low voice. Yeah, but at that time, Shangwan Hen was puzzled. I thought about all the links. That day, in the courtyard of the Embroidered Uniform Guard headquarters, all the Embroidered Uniform Guards were ordered to leave. Then, a formation was set up at some point. Montez? He rushed here in a hurry, so he couldn't have had time to plan this carefully. At the very least, he couldn't have coordinated those officials and spies to cooperate so seamlessly in such a short time. Guhai explained. Montez? Indeed, at that time, he didn't expect Lord Mo and the Crown Prince to come so suddenly. It couldn't have been carefully planned. Those spies cooperated too well, so I suspect that this was planned in advance. Who could have planned this in advance? Guhai looked at Shangwan Hen. The Crown Prince of Guqin, or Lord Mo Yike. But, Your Majesty, Mo Yike's words may not be completely trusted, right? Shangwan Hen frowned. I understand. Mo Yike said that Chun Tianshan sent people to lure him out of the residence so that he would have no witnesses to prove his innocence. Qin Zibai didn't count, and Mo Yike couldn't prove his innocence, so Mo Yike was a suspect. However, I interrogated all the Embroidered Uniform Guards in the surroundings. Although they left the courtyard, the Embroidered Uniform Guard headquarters was still heavily guarded. When Guqin and Montez were attacked and the formation was broken, no Embroidered Uniform Guard saw anyone leave, so no one went out. Although Meng Tai saw Mo Yike running away, none of the brocade gown guards outside saw anyone running away, which meant that the assassin was still in the small courtyard. And Mo Yike flew in after that. Guhai analyzed. Maybe he used some special method to escape the Embroidered Uniform Guard's eyes? Shangwan Hen said uncertainly. That is the Embroidered Uniform Guard headquarters. There are many people in the headquarters who opened the Sky Palace. How could he hide from everyone? Guhai said seriously. But the Guqin Crown Prince and Montez saw the assassin. They saw that it was Mo Yike. Did you forget? The Go Dao can use a formation to create a person's appearance for a short time. The Zither Dao can do the same, but it lacks the laws of the Zither Dao. However, the Zither Dao can still create a person's appearance for a short time through a formation, just like the Go Dao. Isn't there a formation outside the courtyard? Gu Hai analyzed. The formation in the courtyard? Could it be that it's not used to isolate sound, but a Zither Dao formation? It's used to create something like a cloud beast? Shangguan Hen's expression changed. That's my guess. I can't confirm the specifics, but that's the general idea, Gu Hai said seriously. In other words, the Guqin Crown Prince first brought a person wrapped in a black robe into the courtyard, then chased away all the embroidered uniform guards. He then set up a Zither Dao formation around the courtyard, waiting for Montez to return. The black-robed person wasn't Lord Mo at first. It was just a cover. The Guqin Crown Prince might have set up everything, then killed the black-robed person and stored him in a storage treasure. Storage treasures can't store living things, so only the Guqin Crown Prince was left. Then, he used the Zither Dao formation to create Mo Yike's appearance for a short time. Shangguan Hen analyzed. Gu Hai didn't refute this. But, Your Majesty, now that the laws of the literary cultivators have been taken away by the heavens, to create an expert who could assassinate Montez, it would require countless spirit stones and a complicated formation, right? Would the Guqin Crown Prince be able to make it in time? Shangguan Hen analyzed. It wouldn't require too many spirit stones, and it wouldn't be so troublesome. He would only need to create a figure of Guqin lying in a pool of blood, then use the Zither Dao formation to change his appearance to that of Mo Yike. It will be enough to let Montez see this. Gu Hai said seriously. Your Majesty, you're saying that it was the Crown Prince who injured Montez? All of this was part of the Crown Prince's plan? Shangguan Hen asked in shock. I can't be sure, but if it's really as you've analyzed, there should be another soul in Guqin's body, and this soul belongs to a Zither Dao expert. He knows Guqin very well, Gu Hai said gloomily. Your Majesty, what do you want me to do? Shangguan Hen's expression darkened. This is only my speculation. Also, we must find where Guqin's soul is. Otherwise, if we alert the enemy, Guqin will be in great danger. Gu Hai said seriously. Yes, of course. We need to be prepared for the unexpected. If this is a second spy, could there be a third? For the time being, do not mention this to anyone. Also, pretend that you do not know anything. Gu Hai instructed. Yes, Shangguan Hen replied. Your Majesty, what do I need to do? Great Emperor Dynasty, capital, Martial Sky City. A group of Tongtian sect masters' disciples escorted Lu Ji and Ao Sheng back. As soon as they entered the palace, a large number of guards rushed over. Bastard, don't you recognize me? Lu Ji glared. Oh, it's the Crown Prince's trusted aide, Mr. Lu Ji. All right, let's go. An official smiled. Immediately, the surrounding guards left one after another. Lord Lu, what do you mean? Haven't you always been loyal to the Crown Prince? Lu Ji said coldly. Lord Lu had always been subservient to him. Why did he have such an expression now? Mr. Lu Ji, please be careful with your words. This one is loyal to the Crown Prince, and only to the Crown Prince. Lord Lu said coldly. Oh, Lu Ji's expression darkened. In the past year, the Long Sanxian had subdued many officials. These officials were completely loyal to the Crown Prince. Why did they suddenly change? Lord Lu, I want to see the Crown Prince. Hurry, Ao Sheng shouted. HM? Lord Lu narrowed his eyes. I am Ao Sheng, not Ao Shun. Just report to the Crown Prince. Ao Sheng shouted. Lord Lu frowned slightly and nodded. He quickly went to report. Soon, Lord Lu returned. The Crown Prince is in the Imperial Court. You can go there directly. Lu Ji nodded. We're also going back. The Tongtian sect master's disciples said. You can go first. I'll be back soon. Ao Sheng nodded. The Tongtian sect master's disciples quickly left. Ao Sheng and Lu Ji were brought to the Imperial Court by Lord Lu. As soon as they entered the Imperial Court, they were greeted by a strong corpse aura. Lu Ji's expression changed when he saw the corpse aura. Ao Sheng also widened his eyes. Takashi Ryushin was sitting on the dragon throne, and the officials below were emitting black aura. Your Majesty, they were all turned into zombie descendants by you? Ao Sheng asked in shock. Lu Ji's eyelids twitched. All the officials in the imperial court were turned into zombies? Didn't that mean that the Long Sanqian's efforts to win the hearts of the people over the past year were all for naught? Now that they were zombies, their life and death were in Takashi Ryushin's hands. Takashi Ryushin sat on the dragon throne and looked at Lu Ji with a cold smile. Mr. Lu Ji, my officials are only loyal to me. I already know everything you've done in the past year. Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince. Lu Ji's expression changed. Forget it. I don't blame him, so it's fine. Takashi Ryushin said indifferently. Everyone had been turned into his zombie descendants. Even if the Long Sanqian wanted to seize power, he wouldn't be able to do much. Yes. Lu Ji nodded and smiled bitterly. Your Majesty, I want to change back to my body. Please help me. Ao Sheng said anxiously. Guhai discovered you? Yes. Ao Sheng recounted what happened in Dahan. In the heavenly prison, Mr. Lu Ji helped you change back to your body. Takashi Ryushin nodded. Yes. In the heavenly prison. Ao Sheng saw Ao Shun. At this moment, Ao Shun's soul had taken over Ao Sheng's body. His cultivation was sealed and locked behind a wall. Huh. Ha. Ao Shun, you're back? Where's my arm? Ao Shun said with a sinister expression. Guhai did it. If you want revenge, go find him. Umph. Ao Shun snorted. Mr. Lu Ji, my cultivation was originally sealed by Kong Xian and then by Mosquito Daoran. You don't have to worry about him escaping. Now, help me change bodies with Ao Shun. Ao Shun said expectantly. All right. Master left a spirit channeling string. Stand face to face. Lu Ji said. Okay. Ao Shun stood in front of Ao Shun. Lu Ji took out a guqin. There is a long thorn on each end of the guqin. One thorn pierced between Ao Shun's eyebrows, while the other pierced between Ao Shun's eyebrows. There was a string on the guqin that was in a tight state. Let go. Lu Ji loosened the string slightly. Boom! Suddenly, the strings of the zither vibrated and emitted a strange sound. Ao Shun and Ao Sheng immediately revealed pained expressions as they cried out loudly. Their entire bodies trembled as two streams of blue light vaguely emerged from their bodies and rushed towards each other with a loud bang. Boom! With a loud bang, the ancient zither exploded into pieces. Ao Shun's armless body was sent flying by a gust of wind. Ao Sheng's imprisoned body also hit the wall. Suddenly, the two of them came to their senses. Ao Sheng's eyes lit up. Aha, I'm back. My soul has returned to my body. Quick, help me release the chains and the seal. Walala. Lu Ji released Ao Sheng's chains and the seal on Ao Sheng. Ao Shun and Ao Sheng's souls had returned to their original places. Ao Shun suddenly regained control of his body. A great pain instantly filled his body. Ao Shun was in great pain because of his arms. Ao Shun. Ao Shun looked at Ao Sheng angrily. Men, lock him up. Ao Sheng shouted coldly. Yes. Immediately, a large number of prison guards came and locked Ao Shun up again. Ao Shun had lost his arms, and his cultivation was sealed. He was still very careful. Ao Shun, you're such a failure. Guhai didn't care about your life. He even cut off your arms. If Shaolin didn't risk his life to save me, your body would have turned into meat paste. Ao Shun said coldly. Shaolin is dead? Ao Shun's face changed as he shouted. I'm too lazy to talk to you. His Majesty already wants your body. It's going to be a corpse soon. There's no need to talk to you. Ao Shun said coldly and left with Mr. Six Fingers. Don't go. Tell me, how did Shaolin die? Why? Ao Shun shouted. He was killed by the Imperial Secret Guards. Serve him right. Ao Shun sneered and stepped out of the prison. Don't go. Tell me why. Ao Shun. Ao Shun. Ao Shun shouted in grief. The prison guards didn't dare to go forward. Ao Shun howled in grief for a while and could only lean against the wall bitterly. Buzz. At this time, The sound of a mosquito sounded in Ao Shun's ear. Ao Shun was in a bad mood and didn't even have the mood to chase the mosquito away. The mosquito landed in Ao Shun's ear. Supreme Ao, Shaolin isn't dead. He's just been temporarily hidden by His Majesty. I am Mosquito Daoran, and His Majesty sent me to save you. At the same time, I brought your arms. His Majesty gave me a treasure that can help you reattach them. Moreover, I was the one who placed the seal on your body, so I can immediately undo the seal and release you. The mosquito whispered in Ao Shun's ear. Huh? Ao Shun suddenly trembled and his eyes widened in surprise. Don't be too surprised. I'll undo the seal and reattach your arms first. Then we'll kill our way out. Mosquito Daoran said in a deep voice. No, don't. Ao Shun suddenly shouted in a low voice. What's wrong? Mosquito Daoran asked in surprise. You can escape, but you don't want to? Besides me, there's also the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's soul has also been swapped. It was done by Long Sanxian himself. We must find the Crown Prince's soul first. Otherwise, the moment the enemy finds out, the Crown Prince's soul will be in trouble. Ao Shun said anxiously. Huh? Mosquito Dorn's expression suddenly changed.